Hey friends, hope you're all doing well. We're doing okay too, just really tired since we've been working non-stop. We wanted to answer a question many of you ask: how does our publishing process work? Most of our audiobooks are first posted on Patreon as paid content. They stay behind a paywall for a few months. After that, they become free to access on Patreon forever. Then, a few weeks later, we upload them to other platforms like YouTube, Facebook, and Twitter, X. Lately, our community hasn't been growing much, and we could really use your help. Please share our site in your Facebook groups, Discord servers, Reddit threads, Twitter, X, or with any friends who might be interested. Every little bit helps and we really appreciate it. Thanks a lot for being with us and supporting what we do. Her study skills improved, her grades went up, and like her, you stayed focused on your goals. During all this, Chisato Nishikigi and Takina Inoue quietly supported you both. With their help, the long, tough study period finally passed. You got first place nationwide on the entrance exams, and ranked top in your school entering the University of Tokyo. Futaba followed right after you, getting into the same school and majoring in her beloved field of physics. All your hard work paid off. Your goals became real. That night, Chisato Nishikigi, Takina Inoue, and everyone at Lyco celebrated with you well into the night. Minami closed his eyes. Memories rose in his mind like a rising tide. The place was likely a typical izakaya, one of those easy-to-find pubs around town. The members of Lyco were gathered, raising glasses and laughing. With Minami's quick wit and lively jokes, the whole celebration was full of energy. Mizuki Nakahara had her first drink in a whole year. And this time, she got completely drunk. Even though Kurumi and the others looked at her with disgust, no one stopped her. After all, it's finally over. Breathing out a puff of white mist, Futaba stood beside Minami, having stepped out of the private room for some fresh air. She gently blew warm air into her hands. February's weather was freezing. The night sky looked like someone had scrubbed it clean, and the Milky Way could be clearly seen flowing overhead. She would never forget everything they had gone through while preparing for exams in their final year. There were moments that were extremely tough. And there were moments filled with happiness and warmth. Suddenly, high school life had ended. Like a storm coming to a sudden stop. It left her feeling a little lost. Yeah. It's over. Unlike Futaba, Minami didn't get sentimental or look back on third-year memories. He simply lifted his head, exhaled more white breath, and said, now it's time to think about the future. The future, huh? Leaning beside Minami, the glasses-wearing, golden-eyed girl looked up at the Milky Way in the night sky along with him, her thoughts elsewhere. After staring at it for a while so cold, Futaba suddenly shivered. Tokyo's February wind wasn't gentle at all. In fact, it had a sharp bite to it. Just then, here, have a drink. Got it from Mizuki-san. It'll warm you up. A cup was suddenly handed over from the side. At some point, Takina Inoue had slipped in behind them without them noticing. Huh? But we're only 18. We're not legal to drink yet. In Japan, 18 is considered adult age, but the legal drinking age is still 20. Ah, no one's going to care. Chisato Nishikigi, who had also somehow appeared beside them, had already taken a sip from her own tiny cup. Under the izakaya's dim lighting, her small cheeks were tinted with a charming red glow. And she was right. At 18, as long as they didn't drink too much, no one would really complain. It's fine, just a little, just a little. Letting out a cute hiccup, Chisato laughed and handed over the cup. Well. Okay. Not refusing anymore, Futaba gently took the cup and sipped. The clear alcohol warmed her throat, sending heat through her body. A slight blush rose on her cheeks. Then she handed the unfinished sake to Minami. Minami, have a sip too. Sure. Minami smiled, ready to drink it in one go when he noticed white crystals falling and melting into the cup. It's snowing. Instinctively, Minami looked up. Above the izakaya lights, the night sky was pure and clean. Tonight's sky was especially clear, with shining stars scattered across the dark canvas. It was rare to see such a beautiful, deep sky in Tokyo. The stars flowed like a river. It is snowing. Quick, quick, get your phones. Let's take a photo. As if responding to Minami's voice, the sliding door behind them burst open. Mizuki Nakahara, completely drunk, called out with a slurred but excited voice. Her loud shouting made everyone laugh. Under her command, Minami and Futaba stood in the center. Chisato Nishikigi and Takina Inoue stood on either side. The shortest, Kurumi, stood in front. Behind him stood the oldest Tomika, the cafe manager, and Mizuki herself. Everyone gathered together. There was warmth. Futaba felt that warmth wrap around her. She turned her face. Beside her was Minami. Next to him Chisato Nishikigi. Takina Inoue. Her parents had always been away. She'd always been alone. She had never felt this kind of warmth before. She looked up at the sky. Even though it was snowing for some reason, the cold she felt earlier seemed to have completely vanished. With the call, "Ready, say cheese," the flash lit up. Snowflakes sparkled silver in the light. In the photo, her smile bloomed like a flower. Chapter 216. Enough thinking. Let's just seal the deal already. Being with all of you, she no longer felt lonely or anxious. As long as she had you by her side, she had the courage to face anything, and now, she was ready to carry that courage forward. After entering university, she followed her plan and chose to major in physics, while you chose a major in new media. Compared to complex, difficult physics, you found new media more appealing. Before, you might have picked the same major just to stay close to her, but now, she didn't need you to worry about her. You could safely follow your own path, while quietly supporting her from the side. Just like in high school, her talent for physics was outstanding. As soon as she entered Tokyo University, she showed a level of understanding and talent in physics that amazed even the professors. Her unique insights into theory earned her high praise, even from professional mentors. Within just 3 months of starting university, she wrote her first academic paper with her mentor's help, which was published in a student journal. As for you, your progress was just as fast, maybe even faster. Within just 1 month of starting university, using your knowledge of modern rock music and media, you made your first earnings through short videos, YouTube, and Chinese platforms. Thanks to the high quality of your content, you quickly gained a large following online. Behind this success was also the support of Chisato Nishikigi and Takina Inoue. They seemed genuinely interested in this new media world. With your help, they started their own channel called Takina Chisato in their free time from Lako Reko. Their top-notch FPS gaming skills quickly attracted attention. While studying, you managed their channel along with your own. Under your management, the follower count skyrocketed. Within just a few months, you gained millions of fans across social media. This became the starting point for building wealth, all to prepare for your shared future. Looks like in this simulation, I went straight into money-making mode. Minami nodded as he processed the simulated memories. Honestly, the simulated him was just like his real self. Not just Chisato Nishikigi and Takina Inoue, if he considered even Gota Hitori, Okan Shinjo, and Futaba Ryo. He'd need a solid financial base to secure their futures. So priority 1, make money. The income from Lako Reko Cafe alone wouldn't be enough for his plans. Life wasn't just about dreams and goals. There was rent, food, daily living costs. With so many mouths to feed, he couldn't afford to fail. He couldn't betray the girl's trust in him. But it's still a bit early to worry about all that. Minami shook off the thought and kept reading. While you were planning for the future, Futaba Ryo never slacked off. With her natural talent and hard work, she quickly stood out in her class, and her academic papers received high praise. People began calling her a genius. With her wealthy background, many male students tried to get close to her, but to their disappointment, no matter who approached her, she remained strictly polite. That distance and politeness made it clear she wasn't interested. Anyone who got into Tokyo University understood that kind of rejection. After repeated failures, they gave up. Outside of her relationship with you and the others, Futaba Ryo didn't waste time on socializing. Now in the program she truly wanted, she studied tirelessly. Whenever she was tired, you were always there for her. With you, she felt at peace, and it gave her strength to keep going. After starting university, the 4 of you found a new place to live together, seeing each other every day, talking every day. Your already close bond grew even deeper. Your connection with Chisato Nishikigi, Takina Inoue, and Futaba Ryo became unbreakable. You became part of each other's lives. She chased her dream, and you prepared for the future. You both lived fulfilling lives. In your free time together, you felt pure happiness. That happiness washed over you like waves, slowly pulling you under. Looks like everything's on track so far. Minami figured the simulation's ending was pretty much set. But there was still one thing he had to deal with. Minami thought to himself. Right. There was still someone else to worry about. Futaba Ryo's parents. Minami rubbed his chin. He hadn't forgotten in the second and third simulations, he never got their approval. In the second simulation, Futaba Ryo stayed in Japan for him and lived an average life. Her parents held that against him and didn't accept him. It wasn't until after they had a child that things finally got better. So what about this time? Futaba Ryo had now achieved her dream in physics. And he had entered Tokyo University and built up real wealth in just his first year. From this angle, things looked good. Her parents should accept him now. But there's still Chisato and Takina. He shook his head. If her parents found out about his relationship with all 3 of them, would they still accept him? Even Minami didn't know. This simulation is one wild ride. He exhaled. Soaking wet from earlier rain, his body felt colder. He curled up again, thinking deeply. From overcoming emotional struggles to the ups and downs of studying abroad now to Futaba's parents. Minami felt the full weight of this simulation's difficulty. But he had to keep going. He read on. Even in your happiness, you didn't forget about Futaba's parents, though they were often away, they'd return someday. When that day came, how would you explain your relationship to them? That was a serious question. Time passed, you continued your happy daily life. Futaba Ryo reached greater heights in physics. Her theories and papers were no longer student level. Her mentor arranged for her to skip grades and enter her third year. You kept pace with her. With your knowledge and successful media channels, you started a real online business that gained recognition even in Tokyo. While Futaba studied, you with Chisato and Takina stepped into high society. Your school achievements were top tier. You jumped from year 2 to year 4 and began your master's program. Everything was going as planned, until one day, Futaba Ryo, worried, told you her parents were coming back to Japan. Your peaceful life was about to face a storm. Meeting her parents should have been good for you both, but would they accept Chisato and Takina too? Just thinking about it left everyone silent. In that silence, Chisato and Takina shared their thoughts. They believed it was best not to confront her parents head-on. Instead, hide their relationship for now. With your achievements, winning over Futaba's parents wouldn't be hard. After that, you could gradually help them accept Chisato and Takina. Honestly, Takina and I don't mind. Sitting on the couch, Chisato smiled brightly. What's most important is for Minami-kun to win over her parents. That's what matters now. But Futaba Ryo shook her head. That's unfair to you and Takina. They love the same person. Why should Chisato and Takina back down? She couldn't accept that. But no buts. Chisato's smile faded. For once, she looked serious. This is the best choice. We have to earn their approval first. I already talked to Takina about it, she agrees. She looked at Takina in a way. Takina nodded. She didn't speak, but Futaba Ryo could feel her resolve. Still, Futaba didn't want to give in. Just like Chisato cared for her, she didn't want Chisato to suffer either. They stared at each other, silent. Finally both girls looked to Minami, who sat thinking. They knew their argument meant nothing. The real decision was yours. They looked to you, they still believed you'd choose the right path, not wanting to let them down. You decided. Option 1, follow Chisato and Takina's suggestion. Hide their presence for now. With your achievements, earning approval won't be hard. Later, reveal the truth. Option 2, just like Chisato and Takina care for you and Futaba, you won't hide the truth. Even if it's rejected, be honest from the start. Option 3, enough thinking. Seal the deal. They can't object once it's done. Option 4, simulate it yourself, no need to even think. Looking at the options, Minami didn't hesitate, his hand went straight to option 2. Hiding love for approval? That wasn't him. Option 3 was clearly wrong, forcing the issue would just lead to rejection again, like in the second simulation. So the choice was 1 or 2. Option 1? He refused. He loved Chisato and Takina. No way he'd let them be treated unfairly. As a man, he should stand in front of them, not hide behind them. That's all. So even if option 1's the right one, I'll still choose option 2. Minami stared at the screen, waiting for the result. He wouldn't hide his love. You never wanted Chisato and Takina to feel hurt. You wouldn't be the kind of man who hides when it matters. You chose to meet Futaba's parents and tell them the truth, then wait for their answer. Chisato and Takina couldn't understand your choice. Why take a risky path when there was a safer one? They wanted to stop you, but said nothing. They knew once you made up your mind, you wouldn't change it. All they could do was wait for her parents to return. That day wasn't far away. Chapter 217. You gained their approval. You didn't run away. You chose to be completely honest. To you, love is something that should never be handled carelessly. Even if you can hide it for a while, you can't hide it forever. You didn't want Chisato Nishikigi and Takina Inoue, who willingly stepped back for your sake, to be treated unfairly. At times like this, it was your duty as a man to step up and take responsibility. Just as Futaba Ryo said, her parents had returned to Japan. The day you'd meet them wasn't far off. About 3 days after making your decision, Futaba Ryo told you her parents had returned and wanted to meet you, their daughter's boyfriend. They're here, huh? In reality, Minami sat up straight, watching the simulation carefully. The meeting spot was a famous high-end coffee cafe in Tokyo. There, you met Futaba Ryo's parents. Futaba's father and mother seemed very easygoing. When you met them, your handsome appearance, deep knowledge, and mature behavior far beyond your age helped you connect with them quickly. Though they had some complaints about their daughter choosing to stay in Tokyo with you instead of studying in Germany, given how talented you both were, even those complaints quickly faded away. Over a simple meal, it was clear they were very impressed by your overall excellence. You earned their approval, but you knew the real challenge was just beginning. Under Futaba Ryo's worried gaze, you spoke up and told her parents about Chisato Nishikigi and Takina Inoue. Your honest confession left them shocked. Do you understand what you're saying, Minami-kun? At the table, Futaba's father, looking surprised, put down his coffee cup. He clearly didn't expect you to say something like that. That besides their daughter, you were also in relationships with 2 other girls? This joke is in poor taste, Minami-kun. Futaba's mother frowned, adjusting her glasses, and looked at you. Take that back, and we'll forget it. I wouldn't joke about something like this. It's all true, Futaba-san. Minami remained calm and respectful. Silence. A heavy silence filled the table. Futaba's parents stared at you in silence, then turned to their daughter. Ryo, did you know about this? Her father asked. Yes, I know. Futaba Ryo nodded. Her tone was calm. That calmness only confused her parents more. Their daughter clearly knew, so why was she so composed? You're just going to stand by and let Minami-kun do this? Her father asked, frowning. Her voice was still calm. In fact, Minami-kun's relationship with Chisato and Takina was with my support. No, my encouragement. She wasn't lying. Back in her 2nd to 3rd year transition, she'd gone out of her way to recommend harem anime and drama to Minami, trying to help him accept Chisato and Takina. Her golden eyes didn't waver at all as she spoke. She was taller now, more mature than before, and after overcoming her past, her confidence and poise gave off a sense of calm authority. Her parents had noticed and were proud of her growth. But ridiculous. Her father tapped the table lightly, looking stunned. You're saying you supported this? It was Chisato and Takina who helped me overcome my past. Futaba Ryo didn't back down. I can't be happy alone while they're unhappy. I won't do that. She continued, when you both weren't here, it was Minami, Chisato, and Takina who were by my side. That's why I was never alone. She had never said it before, but with her parents working abroad, sometimes not returning for a whole year, she did resent it a little. Hearing her words, her parents showed a flicker of guilt. But that doesn't justify this relationship. To me, it's enough. I'm happy now. Futaba Ryo didn't budge. Minami-kun. Seeing they couldn't persuade their daughter, her mother turned to Minami. What about you? I feel the same way as Ryo. Minami had no plans to back down. On other matters, he could compromise. But not on Chisato and Takina. Never. Their stance was clear. Her parents' faces darkened. Things seemed to be headed for disaster. Raiko, see? Just like I said. No chance. Futaba's father, who had looked so disapproving, now gave a helpless laugh. But Ryo's mother Raiko frowned, ready to argue again. Enough. We knew this was coming. No need to keep pretending. Her father smiled wryly and shook his head. Then he looked at his daughter's confused face and began explaining. Turns out, before returning to Japan, Futaba's parents had already asked acquaintances to look into her current life. After being away for over a year, they were concerned about their daughter and her boyfriend. They had already found out about her relationship and about Chisato and Takina. At first, they were shocked and even wanted to stop it immediately, but the reports showed you all lived together harmoniously, supporting each other, so they held back and watched quietly. They soon noticed their daughter had grown, become more outgoing, and overcome her struggles, all thanks to you, Chisato, and Takina. As friends, it was a perfect bond, but your relationship wasn't just friendship, and they saw how close and caring you all were. Breaking you apart was no longer possible. Realizing this, they returned to Japan and asked to meet you. If you'd tried to hide Chisato and Takina, or avoided responsibility, Raiko and I would never have accepted your relationship. Futaba's father said, shaking his head. Even if Ryo hated us, I would have forced her to leave you. He looked up at Minami, now with a bit of admiration. But clearly, Minami-kun, you didn't let me down. Dad. Ryo was pleasantly surprised by her father's unexpected change in tone. He waved her off gently, signaling Ryo not to speak. Then looked back at Minami. You are willing to tell us this honestly. This at least shows that you, Minami, have no problems with your character. Thank you for your kind words. Minami nodded slightly. Any other guy might have jumped for joy. But he knew the real question hadn't been asked yet. Would they truly accept the relationship? Seeing his steady expression, her parents exchanged glances. They were pleased. But still, young people should handle young people's matters. Her mother finally spoke. She'd watched them for a while. She knew their bond couldn't be broken. But that doesn't mean we fully accept everything. Her father sipped his coffee. Whether we truly approve depends on how things go. He looked at Minami. Right now, you're happy. But life is long. He exhaled. What happens next? And how your relationship changes, we'll be watching. If you stay as you are now. He didn't finish, but the meaning was clear. They tentatively approved of Minami, Chisato Nishikigi, Takina Inoue, and their daughter's relationship. But the future that would depend on how things developed. The meal was peaceful overall. Her parents didn't make things hard for you. In fact, they even admired how you helped Rio overcome her past. You had earned their approval for now. Chisato and Takina were relieved. They were glad you hadn't hidden them. If you had, things might have ended badly. Your sense of responsibility helped you win their approval from the edge of disaster, and responsibility is what makes love last. After this meeting, your bond with them grew even stronger. Back in reality, Minami exhaled deeply. Didn't expect that they investigated me before coming back. He was surprised. Futaba's parents had already checked on him? But thinking about it, it made sense. She came from a wealthy family, living in luxury in Tokyo. Her parents would definitely want to know about her boyfriend. Good thing I picked option 2. His responsibility had saved him. If he'd picked option 1, Futaba might have been forced back to Germany. That would have been a regret-filled ending. So what happens next? Relieved, Minami felt at ease. He had a good feeling. Everything was about to go smoothly, and as if to prove him right, the simulation continued. The weight on your hearts was lifted. You, Futaba Rio, Chisato Nishikigi, and Takina Inoue could all breathe easier. Life returned to normal. This time, there would be no surprises. Futaba Rio made great achievements in physics at Tokyo University and was selected to join a prestigious research lab. Her papers were called groundbreaking and revolutionary. Her future in physics was limitless. You, staying true to yourself, continued growing your online business. By your second year of grad school, you saw through music trends and signed with Kasoka Band. That season, their city pop-style rock songs swept Japan. You gained massive wealth. Everything was going exactly as planned. Everything was smooth sailing. Chapter 218. Your wives are jealous of you. Time continued to pass. It felt like in the blink of an eye, you had already graduated from university. After graduation, you continued running the business you had built during your university years. Having already amassed a good amount of wealth, you bought a luxurious home in Tokyo that could comfortably house 4 people without ever feeling cramped. Rio, meanwhile, chose to remain at Tokyo University, diving deeper into her field of physics. Once considered a young and inexperienced face in the physics world, she was now a rising star in Japan's academic scene, impossible to ignore. Out of all the vast fields of knowledge, she was particularly drawn to quantum mechanics. Her name was tied to several major theoretical breakthroughs. After completing her advanced courses, she accepted Tokyo University's invitation to become a professor and joined a world-renowned lab, focusing on quantum mechanics. Her workload at school was extremely heavy. Even so, her bond with you never wavered. No matter how busy, she always made time to relax with all of you, just holding a warm cup of coffee and chatting about things only the 4 of you knew could wash away the fatigue of her entire day. Minami closed his eyes. Scenes from the simulation flashed through his mind. He lay napping on a bench in the garden. By his side were Chisato Nishikigi, Takina Inoue, and Futaba Rio. Just watching him rest, they quietly slipped inside and brought out a blanket. Love is, at its core, something very simple. Just small moments shared daily could fill your hearts with happiness. Time passed, but your love never faded. At this stage, even Futaba Ryo's parents gradually accepted your relationship. Now older, they realized it wasn't worth clinging to outdated beliefs. What mattered most was the happiness of you, their daughter, and her loved ones. They finally gave you their full approval. Futaba's parents even took Chisato and Takina in as their goddaughters. You didn't stop there, you all decided to take the next step forward. With their blessing, you chose a wedding date and venue. The ceremony was held in your hometown in Akita. Because of the unique nature of your marriage, you didn't invite many guests. Only a few close friends, Futaba's parents, and your own family attended. At the banquet, the 3 of them appeared in wedding dresses, radiant and beautiful, with your families and Laiko Reko's crew as witnesses. You got married. You became husband to Chisato Shoji, Takina Shoji, and Rio Shoji. That night, you partied late into the night. Chisato Shoji's happiness increased. Takina Shoji's happiness increased. Rio Shoji's happiness increased. At that moment, not having any heartthrob points to trigger direct simulation was just plain unfortunate. In reality, Minami looked at his nearly empty heartthrob meter and sighed, shaking his head lightly. Oh well, it's not a big deal. He wasn't really that interested in what the party might have meant. He was just a little curious. He kept reading. Time kept moving forward. Just as things went smoothly in love, your career flourished too. Thanks to your experience and sharp foresight, your business grew rapidly, becoming one of the most well-known among young people. You built a fortune so large that even if you stopped working now, your family would live comfortably for life. Money was no longer an issue for any of you. You never had to stress about finances again. At Chisato and Takina's request, you soon had children with them. You didn't immediately share this news with Rio Shoji. You knew she was at a critical point in her research or life's dream and you didn't want anything to disturb her focus, but as Chisato and Takina's bodies started to change, it was impossible to hide anymore. That's when you finally told her. For once, the ever-gentle Rio had something to say about you hiding it. Why didn't you tell me something this big, Minami? Standing outside the hospital room, Rio Shaoji, dressed casually, spoke in a lowered voice, afraid of disturbing Takina and Chisato inside. Her petite face clearly showed displeasure. She pouted, clearly upset that you didn't tell her sooner. Would it have made any difference if I did? Minami chuckled and reached out to touch his wife's soft cheek. But the moment his hand touched her, Rio Shaoji turned her head away. Rio Minami dragged out her name playfully, wrapping his arms around her from behind and nipping at her ear. Actually, this is your fault. My fault? Stunned by his sudden blame shifting, Rio Shaoji looked at him in disbelief. That's right. Minami laughed and gently pinched her cheek. So soft. You've been so busy with research, barely spending time with me. I didn't complain, but now you are. As he spoke, his hand slid to her waist. Blushing, Rio Shaoji couldn't stop the color rising to her cheeks from his bold move. Still. Even so. She tried to argue. No, even so. Just tell me what you want, Rio. Rio Shaoji hesitated. Feeling his gaze on her, she turned her face away shyly. A long pause. After my research is done. I want to too. Her words trailed off unfinished, but the meaning was clear to anyone. Minami, however, played dumb. What? You know what I mean. Rio, I won't know unless you say it. Ugh. Her face burned bright red. Embarrassed and frustrated, she glared at her teasing husband. Her glare had zero effect. Minami just smiled, waiting. Faced with that look, Rio Shaoji hesitated for a long time before finally mumbling, I want a child too. No one would have guessed that Rio Shaoji, a respected professor in Tokyo University's physics department, was now stumbling over her words, shy and awkward. Minami lowered his voice and laughed quietly. Rio Shaoji felt even more embarrassed and glared at him again. She knew her husband had always been this kind of person. And yet, every time, she still fell for it, walking straight into his traps. Honestly, she was too flustered to say anything. It wasn't until Minami comforted her again and again, promising that once her research was over, he would definitely give her a child, that she finally calmed down. After receiving your promise, Rio Shaoji finally relaxed. She returned to her work with a clear mind. Even so, she never forgot to visit Chisato Shaoji and Takina Shaoji, often preparing special meals to help with their pregnancies. With you and Rio Shaoji caring for them, Chisato Shaoji and Takina Shaoji had smooth, trouble-free deliveries. You named their daughters Haruto Shaoji and Nayuki Shaoji. After becoming a mother, Chisato's once energetic personality became more calm and gentle. Of course, when it was just the two of you, she was still the same Chisato who loved to cuddle and tease. Futaba's parents adored their granddaughters, visiting often and sometimes taking them home for sleepovers. They, along with your friends from Lako Reko, often brought over adorable baby clothes. Under everyone's care and love, Haruto and Nayuki Shaoji grew up healthy and happy. Rio Shaoji loved the two girls dearly and made time to visit them whenever possible. During those visits, she couldn't help but show a bit of envy toward Chisato and Takina. Chisato and Takina always reassured her with warm smiles, telling her not to worry or rush. Your days passed by peacefully and happily, and during this time, Rio Shaoji finally achieved a breakthrough in her quantum mechanics research. She proposed an entirely new theory to explain microscopic phenomena in physics. Her theory sparked major discussion and debate in the academic world. As the lead author, Rio Shaoji's reputation and status soared, but to her, none of that mattered anymore. Having fulfilled her dream, she no longer cared for fame or recognition. Her years of hard work had taken a toll, and now, having achieved her goal, she began to think about taking a break. You, Chisato, and Takina all fully understood and supported her decision. With your encouragement, she didn't hesitate anymore. 3 months after achieving her dream, she wrapped up her work and formally resigned from Tokyo University. As a recognized genius, her resignation shocked the academic world. Colleagues and even reporters came knocking, trying to figure out why Rio Shaoji had suddenly left. But by then, she had already returned to your hometown in Akita to prepare for pregnancy. Just as you promised her, Rio Shaoji also became pregnant. During her pregnancy, you, Chisato, and Takina took turns taking care of her. Thanks to your care, her health stayed strong, no fatigue or morning sickness at all. After months of effort and patience, Rio Shaoji gave birth to a healthy baby girl. You named her Mai. Your life became even more colorful. True happiness doesn't need fancy words. The most precious moments are often found in everyday life. In reality, Minami closed his eyes. He could feel the memories stirring in his mind. Scenes of Nayuki and Haruto Shaoji learning to walk in the yard, and tiny Mai Shaoji resting in a cradle. his wives smiling warmly. Hugging Chisato, watching Tekina, hearing Ryo's voice, it was a strange and beautiful feeling. A calm, steady happiness rising in his heart, impossible to describe. Minami could only close his eyes and take it all in. Time no longer mattered as you spent your days together, there was no work stress, no youthful worries, the wealth you had built finally had true meaning, it let you spend more time with your wives and children. Time continued to pass. As you slowly grew older, the younger generation was growing up too. Blonde-haired Haruto and black-haired Naoki Shoji each showed incredible talent, one in sports, the other in academics. With the right guidance, both could reach heights others only dream of. Just like her big sister Naoki, Mai Shoji loved reading from a young age, clearly inheriting her mother's genes. She had an unexplainable curiosity about the vast world of physics, but to the frustration of Chisato, Tekina, and Ryo, the three girls weren't especially affectionate with them, their mothers who cared for them night and day. Instead, they showed way too much enthusiasm for you, their dad who always made them run errands and do chores. No matter what you asked, they jumped to obey. Your wives couldn't accept this, they felt you were stealing the kids' love away from them, so they started keeping a closer eye on you, even setting times when you weren't allowed to see the girls. You just smiled and agreed, then instantly forgot all about it. Your wives could only sigh in defeat. Because of your influence, Haruto fell in love with sports and started honing her natural talent. Naoki began publishing novels at a young age, aiming to debut as an author once she turned 18. Little Mai told you she wanted to be a physicist, just like her mother. You fully supported her dream. Time passed. They grew up while you and your wives grew older. It was a process that couldn't be stopped. Chapter 219. Your daughter sticks to you. You gradually aged, transitioning from youth to middle age. Time continued to pass. Your daughters grew up as well. Under the influence of you and your wives, Haruto Shoji and Naoki Shoji respectively followed paths as an athlete and a novelist. Haruto Shoji, in particular, inherited Chisato's talents, showing exceptional skill in archery and shooting sports, enough to enter a top university in Japan on her talents alone. Meanwhile, Naoki Shoji inherited some of your writing ability. With your guidance, she progressed steadily along the path of a novelist. Among the three sisters, the one you all worried about the most was the youngest, Mai Shoji. Because entering the world of physics requires not only talent and effort, but even with those, it's still not enough in such a difficult, complex field. Beyond knowledge, one also needs a great deal of luck. With Ryo Shoji's recommendation, Mai entered one of the country's most prestigious physics research institutes right after high school. She threw herself into her work, often staying at the institute for a week straight. Because of this, she began to resemble her mother, wearing glasses, her hair always a mess, and her skin pale to an unhealthy degree. Just trying to keep up with the legacy Ryo Shoji had left behind, she was exhausting herself, secretly taking anti-anxiety medication. Seeing their daughter in this state left Ryo Shoji, Chisato, and Tekina deeply worried. They urged her to take better care of herself, but every time, Mai Shoji would promise to rest, only to pull all-nighters again the next day, looking even more drained. Having no other option, your wives turned to you, hoping you could talk some sense into her. Just like before, they still relied on you. Faced with this, you decided, 1. Call the research institute immediately and have Mai Shoji apologize to her mothers. 2. Summon her late at night to your room and lecture her. 3. Respect her choice but ask her the reason behind her anxiety. This time, they didn't even bother giving me a simulate it yourself option. Minami glanced at the three choices that appeared, already having a good idea of their significance. This choice, he figured, was more of a tweak to the final ending. The main outcome of this life simulation likely wouldn't change just from this. With that in mind, he looked over the three options again. The first, straightforward and harsh, forcing Mai to apologize to her mothers. But it likely wouldn't change her behavior. The second, a late-night lecture. That might have worked when she was younger, but Mai was an adult now. Like with Chisato and Tekina's attempts, she might agree on the surface and go back to her habits afterward. So it's got to be option 3. Minami knew this daughter of his was a handful, even secretly taking anti-anxiety meds. There had to be something deeper at play. He selected option 3. Selected. 3. Respect her choice but ask her the reason behind her anxiety. You knew that lectures and force wouldn't change a now-grown adult. You chose to respect her, but to understand the true reason behind her anxiety. That evening, you called Mai Shoji just back from work into the study. Inside the simulated memory, the study was softly lit, giving off a calm and inviting atmosphere. The moon tonight was bright. The pale light poured through the windows like silver. Mai Shoji stood in front of the study door. Now an adult, she had inherited her mother's beauty. Her wavy gray hair fell gently around her shoulders, her features sharp and defined, with slightly upturned brows that made her seem constantly irritated. Her golden eyes, hidden behind glasses, held a graceful intellect. The only flaw, her skin was almost ghostly pale from staying indoors too much. Taking a deep breath, she quietly pushed the door open. Though she appeared indifferent, she was intensely focused on the man inside. Sitting on a plush chair in the study, reading a thick novel, was an elegant, handsome man. His calm black eyes reflected the bright pages in front of him. His fingers moved with gentle grace as he turned the pages. She didn't dare interrupt. Mai slowly approached, lowering her head. "Father. Did you need me?" Of course, she knew why he'd called her. But at times like this, playing dumb was safer. Her daddy had never once used harsh discipline on her or her sisters. Even when they were reckless as children, he always treated them with respect and equality. That's why they loved and respected him so much. Which is exactly why as soon as he called her to the study, she felt a heavy pressure in her chest. The man lifted his calm black eyes to hers. Time had barely left a mark on his face, instead adding a deeper elegance to his already handsome features. He closed the book and spoke. "Have you had dinner?" The gentle question caught her off guard. It wasn't a scolding like she'd expected. It was concern. Thrown off, the words she'd prepared got stuck in her throat. "No. Sit here and wait a moment." Without another word, he left the room. Moments later, he returned carrying a bowl of steaming noodles. A simple bowl, topped with a single egg. "Eat up." "Huh? What do you mean, huh? I told you to eat dinner." The man chuckled softly and patted her head. "Ah. Oh. Okay." There was no scolding, no blame. Mai, caught off guard, clumsily accepted the bowl and chopsticks, then leaned against the desk and began eating. The hot noodles settled into her empty, cold stomach, sending waves of warmth through her body. The perfectly balanced flavor made it hard to stop after just one bite. Her daddy didn't cook often. But every time he did, it felt like a celebration at home. Because his cooking far surpassed any of her three mothers. Even the simplest dishes became extraordinary in his hands. Finishing the noodles, she couldn't help but let out a small, childish burp. Her pale cheeks flushed with embarrassment at her own behavior. But now he was probably going to get to the point, wasn't he? That's what she was thinking when her daddy finally spoke. "Since you're full, go rest now." He stretched lazily as he said it. "Huh?" Once again, his words completely threw Mai off. She blinked in confusion. He called her to the study late at night. Only to send her back without a word? Mai couldn't understand it, and frankly, she couldn't accept it. She took a step forward and quietly asked, "Father, didn't you want to ask me something?" "I did." The man nodded with a smile. "Then why? If I asked, would you answer me honestly?" He returned the question to her. That single counter question left Mai completely speechless. Answer honestly. No. If her daddy had questioned her about her work at the institute, she'd probably just give a few vague, polite answers. There was no way she'd be fully honest. "I know you're under a lot of stress lately." The man set his novel down and gently patted her head. "So instead of asking pointless questions, I'd rather make sure you've eaten and rested. When you feel like it, tell me what's in your heart. That's enough." His tone was calm and caring. There was no pressure at all. A wave of guilt welled up in Mai's chest. Feeling her daddy's hand on her head, her face flushed slightly. Then she leaned closer and sat beside him, finally opening up about everything. It turned out that at the institute, as the daughter of the genius Ryo Shaoji, Mai was constantly compared to her mother by other staff. Perhaps they meant no harm, but to Mai, the pressure was immense. She worked relentlessly, wanting to achieve results as great as her mother's and not bring shame to her. She exhausted herself physically and mentally, and under this immense pressure, began secretly taking anti-anxiety medication. She told you everything in a small, quiet voice. You told her not to worry about others' opinions, reminding her that she chose physics because she loved it, not to compete with anyone. Trying to live in her mother's shadow, constantly competing was far too tiring and unnecessary. Because of your long-standing position in her heart, and your gentle but wise words, Mai didn't insist on her point of view like before. After speaking with you, she felt significantly lighter. Thanks to your support, she slowly emerged from her mother's shadow and began approaching life with a more positive outlook. Though she still stayed up late occasionally, it was no longer excessive, and her health began to improve. She eventually tossed the bottle of anti-anxiety meds into some forgotten corner. Life returned to normal. All three daughters began showing incredible talents in their respective fields, stepping onto their own life paths. Everything was peaceful and happy. The only concern your wives had was that your daughters showed no interest in men their age, even at the age to marry. They clung to you just as they did in childhood, especially the eldest, Haruto Shaoji. Though she acted annoyed with you in public, she was actually the closest to you, constantly scheming to keep Nayuki and Mai away from your side. You noticed but didn't take it too seriously. A daughter's thoughts and plans should be her own business. You continued to treat your daughters with the utmost respect and patience. Time continued to pass. You and your wives aged, transitioning from middle to old age. One day, Chisato Shaoji said she wanted to visit the beach. You agreed. It was summer. Growing older, you and your 3 daughters watched the ocean at Kamakura together. The sunset across the shore was dazzlingly bright. It was beautiful yet fleeting. A person's life is like the sea under the Kamakura sunset. That summer, the ever-smiling, lively girl left you forever. You embraced Chisato, filled with sorrow and helplessness. That winter, it was as if Takina Shaoji followed after Chisato departing amidst the falling snow. Before she passed, you kissed her forehead and whispered that she would never be alone. 3 years later, Rio Shaoji quietly closed her eyes in your arms. You held her hand tightly, looked at your 3 daughters, and steadied your heart. You still had them to rely on. Every year, with their care, you visited your wives' resting place to pay respects, but human life is finite. When you passed, you softly instructed your daughters to bury all of you together. That year, you were 98. As your eyes closed, memories of your wives' smiles, the life you lived with them floated through your mind. You never felt alone when they were with you, and even now that never changed. In your memories, they never aged, and their colors never faded. Simulation End. Chapter 220. Bring the simulated daughter into reality. It's over. Finally, it was over. Minami stretched with a deep sigh of relief. It wasn't that he felt the ending was unstable. It was just that he clearly felt something was off with his body today. This cheap rental room of his had always been a bit drafty. And ever since he got soaked in the rain, his body seemed to have caught a chill. Even after a hot shower, there was no improvement. Add to that the fatigue accumulated from setting questions for the Kasokuban, then came the simulation. His usually calm emotions started to fluctuate at this point. And with his body already out of sorts, it was like adding fuel to the fire. If the simulation had gone on any longer, he probably wouldn't have been able to stay awake at all. Thankfully. Lived till 98, huh? Looking at his simulated lifespan, Minami felt it was no small feat. In previous simulations, he'd often end up utterly exhausted, falling ill, and completely drained. But this simulation was different. His daily workouts had finally paid off. His physical condition improved drastically. At this rate, hitting 100 years wouldn't be impossible, right? Nice. Let's keep going like this. With that thought in mind, Minami made a silent resolution, but then he coughed hard. Better rest first. Feeling his condition worsening, he shook his head. Even though he didn't think he'd follow with his current physical stats. Better safe than sorry. With that in mind, he coughed again and decided to skip looking at the simulation score, evaluation, and rewards for now. Instead, he curled up under the blanket and closed his eyes. In his sleep, he just felt colder and colder. He was sick. When he woke up the next morning and checked the thermometer, Minami reached that conclusion. Definitely sick. The soreness deep in his muscles and the heaviness in his limbs made it undeniable. Unbelievable. Feeling a mix of emotions, he placed the thermometer back on the nightstand. He'd only just gotten this physical stat 8 inches body yesterday. And already sick? Talk about underperforming. He shook his head in resignation. Wait. Just as he was thinking about what to do next, he recalled something. Wasn't this illness foreshadowed in a previous simulation? He remembered it happened during Bocce's happy ending simulation. Because he was tutoring the Kasoka band and setting questions, he became physically exhausted and ended up sick. So it really lines up, huh? Coughing again, Minami, feeling dizzy, reflected on it. It really did match. From the simulation's perspective, him staying up last night while chilled, working on questions for the Kasoka band, was likely the cause of this. Massaging his temples, he sighed softly. The simulation was spot on again. If it followed Hattori Goto's simulation, next would be the event where Ikuyo Kita and Nijuka Ijichi develop feelings for him? No way. Right? He frowned. In reality, his interactions with Nijuka and Ikuyo weren't that deep. His attention had mainly been on Hattori and the backup role of Yamada-san. He'd only exchanged a few line messages with the other two. No point overthinking this. Feeling the haze in his head intensify, he cut off the train of thought and turned back to the simulator's screen. As expected, the simulator was dedicated. After he finished the simulation last night, he hadn't touched it. Yet when he opened his eyes this morning, the pale blue interface was still floating before him, not auto-closing. Looking at the screen, he reached for his phone and made a call. Hello? Mr. Ishikawa. Yes, it's Minami. Sorry, I'm not feeling well today. Yeah, caught a bit of a cold. I'd like to take a day off. Thank you. Appreciate it. After a short conversation with his homeroom teacher, explaining the situation, Minami secured a day's rest. Well, I'm not hungry right now anyway. Turning his attention back to the simulator screen, let's check yesterday's simulation results. Sliding his finger down. He hadn't checked the rating or evaluation due to exhaustion. Even though he still felt awful, he had enough energy to glance at it. Simulation complete. System score, 95 points. You achieved the 4 together happy ending. System evaluation, 4 together, love shining like the sunset, a dazzling star in the cold night. They are your cherished morning stars, you are their irreplaceable moon. Your relationship started as simple friendship. You helped her because she reminded you of someone, but as you spent time together, her strong yet fragile heart caught your attention, and your care helped her heal. Love was born from your casual concern and glances. Your continued support made her increasingly aware of you, unable to look away. Faced with your bold confession, she had no resistance falling into your embrace. Your love wasn't without turbulence. Though she loved you, she couldn't forsake her golden-haired and dark-haired friends. She couldn't bear to be happy alone while they were not, but she never imagined you and the other two had the same feelings. You'd already accepted each other, making her worries unnecessary. Later, she gave up studying abroad and the smooth path it offered, choosing to walk with you instead. Just being with you gave her courage to face everything. It was the first time this gentle girl defied her parents. You both succeeded in your entrance exams. She entered her dream university and field, while you silently supported her, planning for the future. You became each other's support, irreplaceable in each other's lives. If your heart is a bird soaring the plains, their eyes are its sky. But peaceful happiness was suddenly overshadowed. Her parents' sudden visit disrupted your plans. Luckily, you chose rightly, facing it head-on. With your exceptional talent, looks, and eloquence, her parents temporarily accepted your relationship. Finally, you could breathe easy and focus on living each day with them. 3 years after university, joyful news: you had children. Your accumulated wealth had purpose. You no longer worried about money. With care and support, even childbirth was smooth. In middle age, you comforted your children through life's challenges, easing their worries with a smile. Your only wives' concern: your daughters were too attached to you. You didn't mind. Time's ocean surged on. In time's eyes, your lives were like Kamakura's ocean at sunset, beautiful yet fleeting. But to you, those fleeting moments were eternal. One by one, they passed away with you by their side. Yet with your daughters around, you never felt alone. Every year, you paid respects with love and longing, your prayers carried by the breeze. As you neared the end, you told your daughters not to grieve. Reunion with your wives would be the most beautiful thing. You closed your eyes. Fragments of memories rose. They had never aged. Never left you. 95 points, huh? Looking at the score, Minami was genuinely surprised. In terms of pure numbers, 95 was definitely the highest score he had ever achieved outside of direct simulations. But thinking about it more carefully, it made sense. In the simulation, both he and Futaba had realized their dreams. His life with Chisato Nishikigi and Inoue Takino was nothing short of blissful. Everything had essentially reached the best possible outcome. If that wasn't worth 95 points, then what was? Well then. What item did the system reward me with? After checking the score, Minami glanced at the system's reward screen. And with just a glance, his expression immediately turned odd. Displayed clearly on the pale blue interface, system reward, for completing a happy ending, 4 people together. You have received a special item, random daughter summon card. Random daughter summon card? This. Minami blinked in confusion. If his reading comprehension wasn't failing him, this item seemed to suggest that he could use it to summon his daughter to his side. But there was a problem: I don't have a daughter. He rubbed his temples. Sure, in the simulations, he had several daughters. Starting with Miyuki from the simulation with Gota Hitori. Then recently, Mai with Futaba. By quick count, Minami had a total of 6 uniquely different daughters across simulations. But here's the issue: yes, he had daughters, but only in simulations. In reality, he had none. He hadn't even been with any of the girls yet. So how the hell is this supposed to summon a daughter who doesn't even exist? He muttered, and looked at the item description. In the system's item menu, a card-shaped icon had appeared. He tapped it. A new window opened. Random daughter summon card. Every simulation, every new life, is both coincidence and destiny. Through your countless choices and attempts, you've built countless timelines, simulated and real. Now, they intersect. When you meet them again, can you still shoulder the responsibility of a father, as you did in the simulations? Use 800 heart points to activate. You will hear their request. As a father, will you fulfill it? Minami stared. Forget the outrageous 800 heart points cost for a moment. The vague, cryptic explanation alone made him raise an eyebrow. 800 heart points. Activate item. Hear their request. It was pretty abstract. But it did spark his curiosity. He'd long noticed a pattern. Every simulation seemed to correlate with possible future outcomes. For example, the Gota Hitori simulation. If he followed that path in real life, step by step, no doubt he could end up with Hitori and build a happy life. And eventually have a daughter. Shaoji Miyuki. But then what if I don't choose Hitori? What if I end up with Yamada? If he pursued the Ryao Yamada route in real life? Then what happens to Miyuki, who was supposed to be born? He thought for a while. This item might not be as simple as it seemed. Unlike the other one-time use cards, the random daughter summon card had no usage limits. But no point thinking too hard. He shook his head. 800 heart points. To actually meet his daughter. And not in the usual memory flash simulation way this was supposed to be real, breathing daughters. Man, I really want to try this. He sighed. But too broke. Can't afford it. Looking at his dangerously low heart points after just one simulation, Minami sighed again. Looks like in any world. Poor guys don't deserve wives or daughters. Guess I'll shelve this idea for now and focus on recovering. He took some cold medicine with water and laid back down. Thanks to the meds, he quickly drifted off to sleep again. Meanwhile, at Shukuhai Minami's absent because he caught a cold? Listening to one of Minami's classmates explain, Gota Hitori's mouth fell open. She had been planning to talk to Minami about how Nodoka Ijichi and Ikuyo Kita had been acting weird lately. But before she could even find him, he was already out sick. Chapter 221, Nodoka Ijichi's melancholy lately. Something's been off with Nodoka Ijichi, the leader of Kasoka Band, and the band's resident ray of sunshine, Ikuyo Kita. Even someone as oblivious as Hitori Gota had picked up on it. Nodoka still wore that gentle smile, always kind to others, but the moment Shaoji Minami's name was mentioned, her eyes would drift off, unfocused. She'd messed up drink orders for customers more than once at Starry, their studio cafe. Her older sister, Seika Ijichi, had even grown worried and adjusted Nodoka's work shifts to give her more time to rest. Now, if Nodoka's odd behavior still needed close observation from Hitori, Kita Ikuyo's actions were another story, loud, obvious, and hard to ignore. Whenever Hitori tried to bring up Shaoji Minami, Ikuyo, who'd been chatting away happily just moments before, would suddenly clam up, awkwardly claim she had something urgent, and escape at full speed. That reaction. Hitori Gota's anxiety grew worse with every passing day. Could it really be like that dream she had? Not just her, but Ryo, Nodoka, even Kita-san. Together with Minami-kun? That wouldn't be so bad, honestly. But still. Hitori was spiraling. Decision-making wasn't exactly her strong suit, and now this? She had no idea how to handle it. With no better options, she figured the only person she could talk to was Minami himself. But then he got sick. Minami-kun. Slumped over her desk at Shuka High School, Hitori idly scratched at its smooth surface with her fingers, worry etched all over her face. She knew Minami's physical condition, he wasn't the type to catch a cold over nothing. Still. The weather's been chilly lately. Flu season and all. I'm worried. Minami-kun. Is he okay right now? Has he eaten? Her head rolled back and forth on the desk. Strands of pink hair flopped about, a chaotic mess to match her mood. Decision, made. Like someone having a dramatic anime moment, she sat upright and clenched her tiny fists. I'll go visit him. That's right. I'll check on Minami-kun. But first she fished her phone from her desk and opened Line. Scrolling through her contacts, she found the chat group Kasoku. And hesitated, fingers trembling. Then, she typed, probably dead, everyone Minami-kun seems to be sick. I'm thinking of visiting him today to check in. So I probably can't make it to band practice. Probably dead, I'm really sorry. Opening parenthesis image, pink-haired girl bowing apologetically closing parenthesis this should be okay, right? First time ever everyone in the band group chat. Her heart raced. But then, mere seconds after she hit send, the previously silent chat exploded like a kettle set to boil. Lone Bass Freak, Minami's sick? Lone Bass Freak, I'm coming too. Lone Bass Freak, Bocce, buy more stuff. I'm eating too. Opening parenthesis image, thanks for the meal. Emoji closing parenthesis Hitori froze. Just as she tried to type a response ping. Hello be happy, okay. Ikuyo Kita, eh? Minami-san's sick? Is he okay? Is it serious? Did Bocce-chan ask him? What's the situation? Her soft lips parted in dismay, a small squeak escaping. Too many words. Too fast. She could barely read it before ping. Hello be happy, okay, I'm at the corner store with some friends and can't text properly. Sorry, Bocce, I'll talk to you back in class, okay? You don't have your hands free? Kita-san, the speed at which you typed all that. It's easily 10 times faster than me. So this is what peak social dexterity looks like? Lifelong social anxiety survivor Hitori Goto couldn't help but admire Kita Ikuyo's ability to churn out long messages even one-handed. And then, literally no one was talking a second ago. Hitori stared blankly at her phone. Moments ago, the Kesoku group chat had been dead silent, not a peep. But the second she mentioned Shoji Minami, messages started pouring in. It was like Minami was some kind of social catalyst. Still, maybe this wasn't such a bad thing. If everyone was visiting Minami-kun, she wouldn't have to go alone, meaning way less awkwardness. That was a relief. Just as she was breathing easier, a new icon popped up at the bottom of the chat: gold hair, tiny oj, triangle icon. Aiming for the stars, Najuka Ijichi, Bachi, have you asked about the specifics? Is Minami-san okay? Don't rush, just type slowly and explain. Najuka-kin. Hitori teared up at the warmth radiating from those gentle words. If we're ranking pure kindness, Najuka Ijichi is easily number one in Kesoku band. Totally unbeatable. Taking a deep breath, Hitori organized her thoughts and started typing back. Probably dead, I don't know the details, but Minami-kun took a sick day today. He's never taken one before, so it must be pretty serious. Aiming for the stars, got it. Let's cancel today's band practice for now. We should go visit Minami-san together. Aiming for the stars, Ryo, your school's close to Minami-san's place, right? Let you and me buy some stuff and head over first. Lone bass freak, huh? I have to spend money. Aiming for the stars, no complaints. Decision made! Opening parenthesis image, chubby gold-haired girl looking exasperated closing parenthesis few after sending her final message. Najuka Ijichi set her phone down and stretched out in her chair. So Minami-san's sick, huh? Staring at the ceiling with her crimson eyes, she propped her face up with her hand, murmuring softly, I wonder how he's doing. She closed her eyes. And the moment she did, memories surged. Minami tutoring her into getting into her dream university. Kesoku band fulfilling their dream of playing at Tokyo Dome, thanks to his help. The bitter regret of her failed confession. Years of waiting, finally living together with Minami. And then. That happened. No. Her face flushed pink in an instant. Vigorously shaking her head, she muttered, that's impossible, right? It was unclear whether she was talking to someone or herself. Face burning red, Najuka Ijichi grumbled, living together with everyone. Doing that. Just imagining it is impossible, right? Fine, she admitted it. Lately, just like those memories, she'd started liking Minami-kun, especially after all the effort he put into tutoring them. But it's just a crush. Just a tiny bit more than friendship. Totally not love. And think about it. It's not just her. Bachi and Ryo had already shown interest in Minami-kun. If she barged in now, wouldn't that just make an already chaotic situation even worse? So liking Minami-kun? Nope. Not happening. Definitely not. That's what she kept telling herself. But those memory fragments of her living together with her bandmates and Minami. Najuka Ijichi fell silent. If things really turned out like that, and every member of Kesoku band ended up falling for him, what would even be the right answer? She let out a sigh. Knowing her own personality, if she fell for someone, she'd give them everything. Even if she were rejected, she'd never give up, just like in those memories. And knowing that scared her. If it really did become like the dream. If she did fall for Minami like the others. What was she supposed to do? Lately, even her work was suffering. Golden locks swayed as she sighed again. No clue. Just. Lost. From morning to afternoon didn't take long. But Ryo, that jerk. Stepping out of Shimogatazawa High, Najuka Ijichi was dumbfounded. They'd agreed to head out together. Yet when she went to Ryo's classroom, ready to leave, she was told Ryo Yamada had disappeared right after class. Even though it was her duty day, she just ghosted. Najuka suspected Ryo had bailed early to avoid paying for Minami's get-well gifts. Whatever. No point stressing. With Ryo AWOL, she had no choice but to go alone. Buying supplies, she caught a train from Shimogatazawa Station to Meguro, where Minami lived. It was within Tokyo, so the trip wasn't long. Soon, Najuka Ijichi stepped off the train, following the address Minami had given them. Unlike Ryo or Chisato Nishikigi, who often freeloaded at Minami's, Najuka had never visited his place. From Ryo's vague comments, she'd guessed Minami's living conditions were not great. But this is way worse than I expected. Her eyes widened. Before her stood a two-story building. The walls, once white, were now covered in grime and soot, clearly neglected for years. The blue railings were rusted, the paint peeling. A row of cramped, coffin-like apartments stretched before her. Najuka's family wasn't wealthy, but seeing this, even her gentle heart winced. This place. It probably leaked in summer and froze in winter. Still, Maybe it just looked bad on the outside? Trying to convince herself, she found Minami's nameplate and rang the doorbell. Ding dong. A chime rang out. Footsteps approached. Then the door slowly opened. Huh? Nodoka? Sorry for the sudden visit. She instinctively looked up at Shoji Minami. He didn't look great, yawning, pale, dark hair messy, visibly worn out. Must still be sick. She spoke up quickly. Sorry to barge in, Minami-san. I heard from Bachi that you caught a cold, so I wanted to check in. Do you mind if I come in? From Hitori. Ah, never mind. Come in, Nodoka. Sorry to trouble you. Excuse me. Heart fluttering with nerves and curiosity, Nodoka Ijichi stepped into a boy's room for the first time. Unlike the messy scene she had imagined, the room was unusually tidy. There was no clutter, no scattered clothes or trash on the floor, and no strange or unpleasant odors lingering in the air. It was clear that Minami Shoji was someone who took cleanliness seriously in his daily life. But beyond all that, the one thing that Nodoka Ijichi felt most strongly was cold. Extremely cold. Calling this a room felt like a stretch. It was more like an icebox in disguise. Even though the windows were shut tight, she could still feel cold drafts sneaking in from who knows where. No wonder someone like Minami Shoji, with his strong physical constitution, had ended up catching a cold. Staying in a place with drafts like this. How could anyone not fall sick? No. Actually, the real mystery was how Minami Shoji could live in this kind of environment every day and still focus enough to top the class academically. That was the truly incredible part. The longer she looked around, the more Nodoka felt an inexplicable ache of sympathy for him. So the Minami Shoji who always appeared so relaxed and carefree in front of them was actually living in conditions like this. Nodoka Ijichi stole a glance at him. It felt like hardship simply couldn't knock down the young man lying before her. At the very least, she had never once heard him complain about his current way of living. No wonder the fragments of memory in her mind had her feeling such deep affection for him. Even just the way he faced adversity head-on. That alone already fit her ideal standard for someone she'd want to date. As she was lost in these thoughts, she heard Minami's voice from the bed. Sorry, I'm not feeling great, so I won't be much of a host. Just take a seat wherever you like, Nodoka. Ah. Okay. Nodoka nodded reflexively. She glanced around once more before finally settling down at the small round table nearby. And then she noticed something. Laid out neatly atop the table were practice test papers. The very ones Minami Shoji had poured so much effort into preparing. For Kesoku Band. Chapter 222, Being Called Mom is. Kind of nice, Minami-san. This is. Looking at the stack of test papers on a small round table, Nodoka Ijichi stood up and glanced toward Minami. But this time, she didn't get a response. When she turned around, she found him lying back, eyes closed, clearly dazed from the fog in his head. It seemed just getting up to answer the door and exchange a few words with her had used up all his energy. Now, he was clearly in a daze. Nodoka looked at Minami, then at the neatly arranged test papers on the table. The precise, clean handwriting stirred something inside her. She was moved. She hadn't expected it at all. Even with his health clearly in bad shape, Minami had still been thinking of them. Preparing for completely different handwritten test papers like these. Even for someone like Minami, it must have taken considerable time and effort. To be racking his brain, coming up with problems while pushing through an illness like this. Minami-san. You really are something else. Nodoka sighed and stood up with a helpless expression. When she first came over, her heart had been tangled with uncertainty about how to handle her feelings toward Minami. But now that confusion and anxiety. Somehow, it felt like this moment had started to provide answers. Nodoka rose to her feet. Not wanting to disturb his rest, she tiptoed over to his side. After a moment's hesitation, she finally raised her pale hand and gently placed it on his forehead. There was a fine sheen of sweat, as if he had intentionally bundled up to stay warm. You've got a bit of a fever. Nodoka knelt on the floor beside him and used the towel nearby to gently wipe away the sweat. Her gentle, attentive demeanor was almost like that of a newlywed bride caring for her husband. Minami-san, excuse me, but I need to take your temperature. She picked up the thermometer from the bedside. Her delicate fingers contrasted against the clear, glistening glass of the thermometer. However, no energy. Help me take it. Minami's voice drifted out, like he was half asleep. Eh? She hadn't expected that. Nodoka's cheeks flushed instantly. If Minami were a girl, helping her take her temperature like this wouldn't be a big deal. But he was definitely not. Putting her hand under his shirt to help him place the thermometer under his arm. The sheer intimacy of it made her flustered even for someone as warm and outgoing as her. Girls' bodies during adolescence attract a certain kind of attention from boys. And vice versa. Teenage boys' vibrant energy also has a subtle, undeniable pull for girls. Nodoka was 17 too. She wasn't immune. Especially when the boy was Minami, the one she'd been so aware of lately. Her fair, delicate hand reached forward then nervously pulled back. The thermometer in her hand felt less like medical equipment and more like a burning brand, one she couldn't even grip properly. But when she saw Minami lying there, eyes half shut, clearly struggling, she clenched her small fist, took a breath, and inched closer. "Pardon me, Minami-san." Her hand slipped beneath the blanket. She could feel the heat and sweat. That faintly masculine scent made her cheeks flush deeper. Embarrassment gnawed at her. And yet, looking at his peaceful, elegant face, seemingly unaware of what she was doing, another feeling bubbled up inside her. Something like the joy of having him all to herself, of being the only one who could see him like this. "No, no. What are you thinking?" Nodoka sucked in a deep breath, trying hard to steady her racing pulse. Her hand found his chest, his firm muscles beneath her fingers. Finally, she found the right spot and tucked the thermometer in place. "Hold it tight, okay, Minami-san." With her face burning, Nodoka pulled her hand from beneath the covers and gave a quick instruction. Minami mumbled sleepily. "Good. Looks like everything's fine now." Seeing Minami instinctively clamp down on the thermometer, Nodoka Ijichi let out a soft sigh of relief. That action just now had been way too stimulating for a 17-year-old girl. Especially since Minami was completely unaware of it. It left Nodoka with a strange sense of guilt she couldn't quite explain. She waited a few minutes. Once it seemed enough time had passed, she reached in again, cheeks flushed, and carefully retrieved the thermometer. 38.7 degrees Celsius. A moderate to high fever. Nodoka set the thermometer down, her expression turning concerned. This wasn't good. He needed medicine to bring the fever down. Luckily, Minami's cold medicine was placed right by the bedside. No need to ask him or search around. She quickly prepared the capsules and the cold remedy packet. However, the next moment presented another problem for Nodoka. How was she supposed to get Minami to take the medicine? If Minami were feeling well, she could just wake him up and have him take it himself. But clearly, his condition was far from ideal now. Waking him up. Someone like Nodoka, so gentle and considerate by nature, simply couldn't bring herself to disturb his rest. And besides, patients needed their sleep. No choice. Nodoka walked quietly over to Minami's bedside with the medicine in hand. "Minami-san, time for your medicine," she called softly. No real effect. Minami only furrowed his brows slightly and remained still. She tried again, her voice even softer. "Minami-san, you can rest more after taking the medicine, okay?" This time, he finally reacted. And his response was quite typical of him. "Feed me." "What?" Nodoka's soft, pink lips parted in surprise, clearly troubled. "Feeding you medicine. That's..." Minami opened his mouth like a baby bird waiting to be fed by its mother. Nodoka couldn't help but glance at him. If his eyes weren't closed, she'd have thought he was awake and teasing her like a mischievous kitten playing tricks. She watched him for a long moment. No sign of deceit. It seemed he was simply reacting to her voice. No helping it. Nodoka sighed internally. She'd just have to play the role of mama for now. She climbed onto the bed, her yellow-socked feet swinging at the edge. Her plan was to prop Minami up and feed him from behind. And that's exactly what she tried. After getting onto the bed, she gently attempted to support his back, helping him lean against the headboard, then planned to feed him the medicine. But perhaps because of her flustered state. Or perhaps because Minami's body was just too heavy. Her hand slipped, and his head fell right onto her chest. Feeling the warmth and pressure against her chest sent her carefully composed emotions spiraling into chaos once again. Nodoka's face was bright red, her mind blank, unsure what to do. She thought of Ryo Yamada. Then of Bachi. But as her gaze fell on Minami's peaceful face, eyes shut, his brows slightly furrowed, she let out a heavy sigh. "This guy. Really? You're impossible, Minami-kun," she murmured, using the familiar name from her fragmented dream. Lovingly, she brushed aside the hair that had fallen across his forehead. The golden-haired girl gently stroked his brow. After savoring that quiet moment, Nodoka took a deep breath, gathered her resolve, adjusted her position carefully, and began feeding Minami his medicine. In the end, the process wasn't as difficult as she feared. Though Minami was in a half-conscious state, he accepted the capsules and swallowed them when brought to his lips. It felt as though he were fully aware, just too weak to speak or respond. All done. Nodoka gently laid Minami back down. She wiped the fine sweat from her brow. Taking care of a guy. It's way more exhausting than I ever imagined. But it really was just like in the dream. Staring at Minami's face, Nodoka absent-mindedly rested her chin in her hands, seated once again at the small round table. She vividly remembered from those fragmented dream memories she'd had similar moments with Minami in those dreams. Usually, when Minami was teasing her, He'd ask for all kinds of ridiculous requests. And as one of his wives, she had always felt shy about his unreasonable demands. Yet she'd always gone along with them in the end. Sometimes, Minami would even tease her with, "Nodoka mama." Just thinking about it now made her heart ticklish. Nodoka had always been someone who didn't mind being relied upon. And if it was Minami, someone she'd always depended on, now relying on her, even if it meant being teased as his mommy, she probably wouldn't resist. No, 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 no. She slapped both cheeks firmly, dragging herself out of her daydreams. Her face was flaming red. How could I think like that? Hadn't she told herself it was just a little crush on Minami-san? Now she was sitting here lost in wild thoughts. Just like Bocce, always fantasizing about everything. Her face burned even hotter. It must have been all the close contact earlier that's what messed with her heart and made her head spin. From now on, I need to keep my distance from Minami-san. No more letting her desires and illusions run wild. Having made that firm decision, she suddenly heard Minami, lying in bed, muttering sleepily, "Ugh. Sticky." Nodoka turned her head slowly. Minami was still asleep. She hesitated for a long moment. In the end, her petite frame rose once more. "Sleepwear. Should I go with the white? Or the gray set?" she murmured quietly. Half an hour later suddenly got some stuff to handle. "Nodoka, I forgot you probably don't have a key." With the click of a key in the lock, a deep blue-haired girl entered the run-down apartment. Yamada Ryo. Her brows furrowed. Huh? The atmosphere felt off. The place was silent. No lights on. The room was dim, weighed down by an eerie stillness. Normally, when she walked in, Minami or Nodoka would greet her. What's going on? Confused, Ryo blinked her amber eyes. She kicked off her leather shoes haphazardly and stepped inside. There lay Minami, in an incredibly relaxed position, asleep on his bed. Even Ryo could see it. Minami wasn't doing well. His complexion was pale, tinged with an unnatural flush. As expected. She had heard he was sick. She came here to take care of him. But then her eyes drifted. There, slumped by the round table, blushing furiously and breathing heavily, Nodoka Ijichi. What happened, Nodoka? Clad in black tights that traced her perfect legs, Ryo walked over, tilting her head, puzzled by the sight of the panting girl. And nothing. Nodoka muttered, hands covering her nose. Doesn't look like nothing. Curiosity piqued. And when Ryo Yamada got curious, no one could stop her besides Minami, maybe. She marched up, and without hesitation, pulled Nodoka's hand away. Then, calmly but with a note of shock in her voice, nosebleed. Nodoka, that's a lot of nosebleed. I know. I know. Her golden side ponytail swinging wildly, Nodoka shrieked and bolted for the bathroom, clutching her nose. 5 or 6 minutes later. After dealing with her nosebleed, Nodoka sighed, emerging from the bathroom. Maybe that really was too stimulating. Remembering the earlier scene, her cheeks flushed pink again. But it's okay now. Ryo was here. Another pair of hands to help take care of Minami. She wouldn't be stuck alone, struggling like earlier. Feeling reassured, Nodoka gently closed the bathroom door and walked back into the room, only to see Ryo Yamada, full of curiosity, shamelessly slipping her hand under Minami's shirt, casually feeling around. Her hand. Replacing Nodoka's own from earlier, bold, unapologetic. The next moment the room exploded with Nodoka's shout. Ryo could swear this was the first time in her life she'd ever heard Nodoka Ijichi yell at her that loudly. Chapter 223, Why Not Just Stay at My Place? What a miscalculation. When Minami woke up, it was already 7:30 p.m. Outside the window, the sky had turned into a canvas of night, dotted with stars scattered across the indigo expanse. Lying in bed and gradually regaining clarity, Minami shook his head. It really was a miscalculation. He murmured to himself. His cold had mostly cleared up by noon. His fever had started to subside. So, he had gotten up to take a shower, washing away the sticky sweat, and then made himself a little something to eat. But probably because of that shower the sudden stimulus had backfired. The heat that had faded returned with even more intensity. His head grew foggy, his body heavy again. Left with no choice, Minami had dragged himself back into bed. After that, he vaguely remembered Nodoka Ijichi visiting. But everything afterward was a blur. Dream and reality mingled into one murky haze, and he slept until now. This cold really got in the way. Minami sighed internally. It was the first time he'd missed school, and also skipped his morning run. For someone who had already developed such habits, it felt off. Now he truly understood. Always keeping 900 heartthrob points in reserve, how practical that had been. Just one universal pill from the exchange shop, and no matter what illness it was, he'd be back in perfect health. As Minami mulled over whether to always keep 900 heartthrob points on hand for emergencies, a gentle voice called out beside him, "Minami-san, how are you feeling?" "Huh?" Minami turned his head. There stood the golden-haired girl with her signature side ponytail, already by his side. "Want a drink?" Nodoka kindly held out a bottle of sports drink, good for replenishing electrolytes. "Yes, thanks." Minami nodded and accepted the drink, taking a sip. He had to admit Nodoka Ijichi was practically the embodiment of the phrase thoughtful little sweetheart. Freshly awake, and she immediately thought to rehydrate him. As he was about to say thank you, "Does anything still hurt?" "I have some patches here that help with the soreness from colds. They're nice and cool when applied, very soothing." She leaned in, her lovely face close enough that Minami could catch the faint, pleasant scent of her hair. This time, she had unwrapped something like a medicated patch and was asking if he wanted to try it. Her excessive care left Minami at a loss for words. Just as he opened his mouth, "Or are you hungry?" "You probably are, right? I'll whip something up now. Just sit tight and behave, okay?" She smiled sweetly, turned around, and walked off. Minami blinked. He watched the way her side ponytail swayed as she walked toward the small kitchen. She wasn't acting much differently than usual. And yet, for some reason, Minami felt like he was being mothered. Like a child being fussed over. Especially today, Nodoka's unexplainable motherly aura left him feeling unprepared. But whatever. Minami leaned back against the headboard, half reclining on the bed. Though the cold had nearly passed, being doted on by a pretty girl wasn't bad at all. Without hesitation, he decided to indulge for a while, watching the golden-haired girl bustle about the kitchen. Probably making porridge or something. Under Minami's gaze, she pulled out the earthenware pot from the cupboard. Then carefully poured in the pre-washed rice, bit by bit. She dipped her finger to measure the water depth. Once satisfied, she turned the stove on low and let it simmer gently. Her pale fingers, damp from cold water, glowed softly under the incandescent light like the tender buds of spring bamboo shoots. After finishing, she gently wiped away the fine sweat on her forehead with the back of her hand. She subtly turned her head only to realize that Minami seemed to be watching her. Her delicate cheeks flushed pink. Then, she patiently waited. When the porridge in the pot was nearly done, she started seasoning it lightly. She cracked in an egg. Added a pinch of salt, then chopped green onions. With oven mitts, she carried it to the small round table. Minami leaned in for a glance. On top of the thick white porridge were sprinkles of green onion, and in the center sat an egg that was just barely cooked. The yolk glistened like amber, making it look irresistibly appetizing. "Looks pretty good," Minami complimented. Maybe it was her shifting mindset, but just hearing his casual praise made Nodoka Ijichi turn her face aside, a bit flustered. Her feet, wrapped in pale yellow socks, flexed slightly, the kind of unconscious gesture that betrayed a good mood. "Eat while it's hot, Minami-san." Breaking the yolk to let the residual heat finish cooking it, Nodoka handed him a ceramic spoon. "Thanks for the meal." Minami smiled as he accepted it. He hadn't eaten much all afternoon, just that sports drink earlier, so he was more than ready to dig in. He scooped up a spoonful HSSS. Hot. Too eager, he burned his mouth. It was something everyone did when eating hot food, nothing unusual. "But are you okay, Minami-san?" Nodoka suddenly stood up, full of concern. Her voice was still gentle, but it came out much louder than usual. Minami looked at her, surprised by how over-the-top her reaction was. Today's Nodoka feels a little off. It was just porridge. Getting burned completely normal. He didn't get it. And Nodoka herself seemed to realize she overreacted. Sorry, that was rude." She crossed her fingers together, mumbling softly. "It's fine." Minami smiled. "You're just worried about me, that's all." Sensing the awkward atmosphere, he teased her with a grin, "But honestly, it's tough eating with a cold. If you could feed me, that'd be nice." It was just a light-hearted joke. Most girls would laugh and shoot back something like, "Then don't eat, Bibaka." "But okay. I'll feed you?" Minami was stunned. Until Nodoka, cheeks crimson, sat down beside him. Only then did he realize what she'd just agreed to. "Minami-san, say ah." Looking into her gentle, caring eyes, seeing the close distance between them, Minami could even catch the sweet scent of her hair. If this were a typical high school romance novel, the male lead would have turned beet red, stumbled over his words, and regretted his reckless comment. But not bad. Swallowing the spoonful, Minami chuckled. "You're like a mom taking care of her kid, Nodoka-san. Do you want more?" Nodoka was already too flustered to meet his gaze, trying to steer the conversation elsewhere. She never imagined that memory fragment of this exact moment would actually come to life. The shame, mixed with a strange happiness, left her rattled. "Yeah." Say all. Minami opened his mouth. Now he finally understood why his simulated self liked being cared for so much. Being pampered like this? Yeah, it's real comfortable. After he'd eaten most of it, he gently stopped Nodoka, who still wanted to keep feeding him. I'm good now. Have you eaten, Nodoka-san? And what about the others? Are they here too? Minami asked as he capped his drink. There were musical instruments in the room obviously belonging to Hitori Gota, Yakuyo Kita, and the rest. Yeah. Not just me, Yakuyo-chan, Ryo, and Bachi are all here too. Nodoka set the spoon down with a tinge of regret. They went out to the nearby street to buy groceries. Your kitchen's pretty empty, Minami-san. She stood, took the pot and spoon to Washington. We haven't eaten yet either. The plan was to eat together once you woke up. As the dishes dried, she pulled out a fruit knife and an apple. The bright red skin curled into a single strip under her delicate hands. I see. Minami nodded. Good thing it was Nodoka who stayed behind. If it had been Yamada Ryo, she'd probably have devoured all the snacks herself. You've really gone out of your way for me. Minami stood, nodding in thanks. He truly appreciated her help. His fever was dangerously high earlier. If not for her care, things might have gone badly. And it served as a wake-up call. Even with 8 physical points, he wasn't immune to illness. As he expressed his gratitude, he noticed Nodoka looking fidgety. Is something wrong, Nodoka-san? Minami-san. She raised her voice. Yeah, I'm here. Could you? Could? HHFF. Okay. She took a deep breath, mustered her courage. You call Bachi Hitori. Ryo is Ryo. And Kita-chan is just Ikuyo. But I'm always Nodoka-san. So that's it. Minami got it. To him, calling her Nodoka-san was a sign of respect. Compared to the others, she was reliable, mature, responsible. But that formality created distance. No wonder she felt uncomfortable. Got it. I'll call you Nodoka from now on. Feel free to drop the formalities with me too. Okay. Nodoka's face lit up. Her side ponytail even seemed to bounce with joy. Though she stayed behind to care for him, she had her own reasons. She just wanted to close the gap between them. And now, she'd gotten a little closer. Feeling cheerful, she sliced the apple into wedges, stuck them with toothpicks, and placed them in front of Minami. She was about to move closer, a bright smile forming when so cold. So cold. The front door burst open. A girl with deep blue hair stormed in. Yamada Ryo. She shivered violently. It's freezing. This apartment didn't retain heat. Without hesitation, she marched over, flopped into Minami's lap, and snuggled close. So warm her frozen hands slipped into his pajama pockets. Her frown melted into bliss, and she inched closer. Minami. Ryo. What are you doing? Minami-kun, just stabilize, don't mess around. Before Minami could react, Nodoka pulled Yamada off him. Ryo groaned. But seeing Minami's face, she reluctantly sat on the futon. At that moment, Hitori Gota and Ikuyo Kita entered. The freezing room made them both shiver. This place really isn't fit for human habitation. As everyone settled in, hey. Yamada lifted Minami's pillow, burying her face in it. Minami, instead of staying in a dump like this, just move in with me. I've got plenty of spare rooms. She made the offer bluntly, in front of everyone. Chapter 224, Let's have a band party together. The room in the cheap apartment was freezing. Winter had nearly arrived, and cold wind blew in from who knows where, making the whole building creak and groan with eerie woo-oo noises. As if the weather wasn't bad enough already, Ryo Yamada's offhand comment, instead of staying in a dump like this, why not just move into my place? Made the atmosphere in the room grow even colder. Especially when it came to Ikuyo Kita and Nijika Ijichi's reactions. Kita, who had just stepped in and was still rubbing her cold hands together, blinked in surprise, her pink lips parting slightly, as if she couldn't believe what Ryo had just said. Nijika, who had been peeling an apple, froze mid-motion. And Hitori Gota, who hadn't said much so far, keenly noticed the shift in her two best friends' moods. Something's definitely off. Hitori glanced back and forth between Kita and Nijika. Ryo always did things her own way and often said the most outlandish, unrealistic stuff. Normally, Nijika and Kita would have immediately jumped in with sarcastic jabs or flat-out rebuttals. But now, they stayed silent, their faces stiff. Seeing this, Hitori, dressed in her signature pink tracksuit, nervously swallowed. This is weird. A wild idea popped into her mind. Ever since that memory fragment about all of them marrying Minami Shaoji together surfaced in her head, Nijika and Kita had been acting off. Could it be? Nijika-chan and Kita-san also have memories of being with Minami just like I do? It was too likely. And it would perfectly explain why Nijika and Kita had been so off their game recently. If that were true then, given how they already liked Minami in the memories, Their feelings now must have intensified. Fast. Though she wouldn't mind marrying Minami along with everyone else. Still. Hitori's heart trembled with uncertainty. In the memories, she had won in the end and married Minami. But in reality? They were just close friends at best. If Nodoka and Kita jumped in, her already barely there presence, her fragile, balloon-like presence that could pop at the slightest prick and vanish into nothing. Going full doom mode, she even started imagining that, unlike in the memories, Minami might just end up drawn to the far more dazzling Kita and Nodoka, forgetting about her completely. The mere thought sent panic flashing through her eyes, hidden beneath her two long bangs. Still, she forced herself to remain calm. At least don't let anyone, especially Minami, notice you're panicking. She vowed internally. And then Hitori? Are you okay? You don't look so good. Eh? Not good? I'm fine, really. Bachi replied calmly. Fine? Then why is your hand shaking like that? Minami raised an eyebrow. He glanced down. Hitori's cup was trembling violently in her hand, water splashing everywhere. Ah! Letting out a yelp, she realized it too, quickly leaning over to wipe the mess with a towel. Minami. He shook his head. Ryo, I know you just said that on a whim, but jokes like that really aren't funny. If Ryo had said her dad could help find a better, cheap place to rent, Minami might believe it. But move in with her? Even if Ryo was okay with it, her parents definitely wouldn't be. I'm not joking. Ryo's expression didn't change. If you want to live at my place, I can handle my parents. Just let me tell them, that's all. There's no way it's that easy. Mid-sentence, Minami cut himself off. He remembered just how ridiculously doting Ryo's parents were. Last time she showed up at his place at 11 p.m. and spent the night, all she did was make one phone call to her parents. If she really did bow her head and ask. Yeah, it wasn't impossible. So? Move in with me. Seeing Minami hesitate, Ryo's amber eyes sparkled with anticipation. She stood up, excitedly continued, once you're living with me, I'll give you half my monthly allowance. And we can sleep together whenever we want. Come on, don't overthink it, MPH. Her words were cut off mid-sentence. Nodoka had come up behind her and covered her mouth. Alright, enough. Don't spout nonsense. There's no way Minami-kun would agree to something like that. Blushing furiously, Nodoka glared at the struggling Ryo. And we're just high schoolers. Living together is way too soon. Exactly. Ikuyo Kita jumped in. Ryo-senpai always says stuff that's totally impossible. Right, Hitori-chan? Oh. With all three members of Kesoku Band having voiced their opinions, it was clear that the shameless cohabitation life with Yamada-san plan had just been shelved. Minami felt a twinge of regret. He had been genuinely curious about what the inside of Yamada's family mansion looked like. Not being able to see it with his own eyes was a little disappointing. And absolutely not because he regretted missing out on Yamada's "we can sleep together when we have time" offer. After all, he was Tokyo's #1 pretty boy. No, wait, now it should be world's #1 pretty boy. How could someone like him possibly lament not getting to sleep with Yamada? Succumbing to desire is the ultimate weakness. He mentally repeated that golden rule to himself, snapping back to reality just in time to hear Nodoka's thoughtful voice. That aside, Minami-kun, you really can't keep living in this cheap apartment. I know. Minami nodded in agreement. He really couldn't continue living here. Tokyo was just starting to dip into winter temperatures, and the room was already so cold it was barely tolerable. If things kept up until midwinter, when Tokyo's first snow arrived, this place might as well become an icebox. He had already planned to find a better place to live in Tokyo, but a decent location with affordable rent wasn't easy to come by. Tokyo was big, but for someone living paycheck to paycheck, it felt surprisingly small. So I've been thinking. Nodoka had planned to sit cross-legged, but with Minami around, she chose to kneel formally instead. Her expression was serious. How about moving into my place, Minami-kun? Her words silenced the room. Everyone turned to look. Nodoka, that's sneaky. You won't let him live with me, but now you're offering yourself? Ryo Yamada's voice broke the silence, her tone flat. No, that's not what I meant. Nodoka glared at her. I meant he should live at the Starry Live house. Oh? Minami's interest was clearly piqued. You mean live at Starry? Yeah. Noticing his attention shift to her, Nodoka didn't beat around the bush and explained, Starry had 2 levels, a basement and a ground floor. The basement was the live house itself. The ground floor had a kitchen and 1 large unused room. There's already a small storage area downstairs, so we've only used the ground floor room for random junk. It has decent ventilation and sunlight. There's a window, but no balcony, so you'd need to use a dryer for clothes. She paused, then continued, if you're okay with it, we can give you a key. No one really uses it. Just at night, when the live house is open, it might be a bit noisy. She made a cute just a little gesture with her fingers. Minami expected that. Even with soundproofing, some noise and vibrations from downstairs were inevitable. But he didn't mind. He wasn't an early sleeper anyway. Even before he had the simulator, he stayed up reading till 9 or 10 p.m. Now with simulations and preparing problems for the band, 10 to 11 p.m. was the norm. Nodoka's worry was unnecessary. However, would the manager and you be okay with that? He asked out of courtesy. We're fine. No one uses that room anyway. I see. Minami nodded thoughtfully. He was definitely tempted. Starry had a great location. Just over 100 meters from Shimokitazawa Station, super convenient. And surrounded by commercial areas, unlike his current place, where the only thing within half a kilometer was a convenience store. The only downside was the crowds of noisy college students at night. But compared to the pros, that was nothing. In Tokyo, finding a perfect place is impossible unless you're filthy rich. Alright then. Nodoka, could you check with the manager and discuss rent with her? Rent? I don't think my sister will care about that. No, we should still sort that out properly. Minami shook his head. Money matters should always be clear. Even if he got along well with Nodoka and her sister Sayaka, this principle remained. Okay. Seeing his attitude, Nodoka didn't push back and nodded. With housing sorted, and Minami feeling better, things naturally moved along. Everyone had rushed over right after school, and by now, they were all starving. Especially Ryo Yamada, who clung to Minami, demanding he cook as repayment for taking care of him. To be honest, from getting sick to now, Minami had only seen Nodoka actually taking care of him. Ryo. Nowhere to be found. But given how little she usually cared about anything besides music, the fact that she came to check on him today was surprising. So Minami didn't sweat the details. Despite Nodoka's protests, he got up to cook. It wasn't complicated. Minami glanced at the ingredients and quickly whipped up a meal. Nodoka helped with all the water-related tasks. She was always thoughtful, but today, it was a bit much. Even while cooking, Minami couldn't help glancing her way. It wasn't his imagination. Her eyes, though fixed on the stew, kept drifting toward him. And Kita Ikuyo? Her behavior was also odd. Usually respectful, today she seemed avoiding him. The second she noticed Minami's gaze, she quickly looked away, flustered. Something's not right. Seeing them off, Minami stroked his chin. Definitely off. If it were Hitori or Ryo, it'd be normal. But those two? Suspicious. But this was Nodoka and Kita. In the simulations, his relationships with the two of them had been deeply intertwined. But this is the real world. Could it be that the memories from the direct simulation have somehow flowed into their minds? Back in his room, Minami sat down and glanced at the simulation interface. He had already figured out from that time when Ryo Yamada came to him at 11 p.m. uninvited that a direct simulation could transmit memories into the simulated targets. But that should only apply to those specific targets. Nodoka and Kita weren't considered simulation targets by the system, so they shouldn't have any memories. Wait, no. Minami shook his head. He hadn't forgotten the special case of Takina Inoue. She wasn't a simulation target either, yet she still had simulation memories. If this was truly the case, then things are going to get really wild. Recalling Nodoka's and Ikuyo's recent attitudes toward him, Minami propped up his face with one hand and muttered, "Are we seriously heading toward a band members all throw a party together situation?" Chapter 225, I'm sorry for giving you my first time. Are we really going to end up with the band throwing a party together? Sitting at the small round table, Minami pondered. It wasn't strange that Nodoka Ijichi and Ikuyo Kita had feelings for him. After all, he had helped Kasoka Band quite a bit. And according to the course of events in the original simulations, these two girls would have naturally developed feelings for him as he tutored them. But in reality, due to Ryo Yamada and Hitori Gota's proactive confessions, Nodoka and Ikuyo's affections had always remained dormant, never surfacing, and they had maintained a strictly friendly relationship with him. However, the memory transfer from the personal simulation acted like a spark to a fuse, suddenly igniting the already present feelings Nodoka and Ikuyo had for him. So, by this analysis, it all adds up. Minami tapped his fingers decisively. He wasn't one of those clueless idiots from a typical rom-com who couldn't sense people's feelings. He could naturally tell when someone liked him. And if it truly was turning into a situation where all four Kasoka Band members fell for him, just like in the simulations, then there's no need to hesitate. Minami didn't hesitate for even a second. He immediately made up his mind. Dragging things out for more than a decade like in the simulations, waiting until Nodoka, Ikuyo, and Ryo had waited for years before accepting them under pressure from Hitori Gota and Sayaka Ijichi, that was the epitome of indecisiveness. And if the real him, knowing exactly what would happen, still chose to repeat that mistake that would just make him a complete fool. With that settled, Minami turned his gaze to the window. In fact, more than Ikuyo or Nijuka, his thoughts were focused on that pink-haired girl. She had spoken surprisingly little today. Sure, she wasn't usually talkative, but this level of silence was strange. Her mood was unsettled, distracted. At dinner earlier, it was only when Minami asked her directly about her day that she snapped out of it and gave a quiet answer. That familiar unease, that sense of inferiority. The other band members might not have noticed. But Minami, having spent several simulation cycles with Hitori Gota, even using a personal simulation with her, could clearly sense the shift in her emotions. She's worrying me. Minami stood and looked out at the night sky. Hitori's social anxiety and self-esteem issues had improved significantly lately. Even without using the data detector, he could feel it. But today, Gota Hitori's behavior had caught his attention again. What could that overly sensitive girl who so often sank into bouts of melancholy or retreated into her own world of self-doubt be thinking now? What exactly was going through Gota Hitori's mind? Standing at the edge of the platform, Gota Hitori recalled the figures of the girls she had just waved goodbye to as they boarded the train. Her fingers unconsciously tightened around the strap of her shoulder bag. A feeling called crisis began to well up inside her, like a looming shadow. Now, it wasn't just her alone who possessed those memories. With all the other girls having fragments of those same memories. Gota Hitori finally realized how cowardly she had been, constantly avoiding the feelings she harbored in her heart. She was the first to receive those memories of happiness with Minami. And she was also the first to truly recognize her own feelings for him. Yet even with such a head start, she had never once confessed those feelings to Minami. She only ever ran away, instinctively hiding behind excuses, social anxiety, low self-esteem to gain his attention. But what about Yamada Ryo? What about Eiichi Nijuka? What about Kita Ikuyo? They possessed courage many times greater than her own, perhaps even far more than that. Gota Hitori raised her head and stared at the train approaching from afar. Clang, clang. The crisp sound echoed, as if hammering directly into her heart. She never regretted gaining those memories of her time with Minami. She was even grateful that someone like Minami had willingly become friends with someone as timid and insecure as her. But then how long did she intend to remain a coward? If she just stood still, refusing to take a step forward, she'd never reach any kind of result. Gota Hitori closed her eyes. Her mind filled with memories, the fragments of life she had shared with Minami, precious moments etched into her very soul. For someone like her, who lived in the damp shadows, these were her treasures. She thought maybe this time, she shouldn't run away again. Taking out her phone from her bag, she made a call. Hello? Mom, I'm staying at Nijuka's place tonight. I won't be coming home. Okay. Alright. A brief exchange. The pink-haired girl took a deep breath and turned around. Ignoring the train bound for home. She retraced her steps one step at a time, back the way she came. Minami was a little surprised. Truly surprised. Because he had never expected that Gota Hitori, who was supposed to have gone home, would turn around and come back to his place. You missed the last train? Glancing at the time 10:30 p.m. Minami looked over at the silent, pink-haired girl. Yeah. She responded softly, nodding. But if Minami remembered correctly, Tokyo's last trains didn't stop running until around 11:00 p.m. Why would Gota Hitori tell such an obvious lie? Minami shook his head. Her usual obedient demeanor in front of him made him not particularly care about the reason. There could be any number of explanations. Maybe she was simply worried about his condition and came back to take care of him. Or maybe, seeing Nijuka and Kita's behavior earlier made this sensitive girl feel anxious, so she sought some comfort by staying over. He didn't press her about it, just asked, Did you let your parents know, Hitori? I did. Her eyes, hidden beneath her pink bangs, trembled slightly as she nodded. As long as you told them, that's fine. Minami nodded in relief, but then a new dilemma arose. Washing up and pajamas weren't an issue. Out of habit, he always kept 2 or 3 spare toothbrushes and sets of pajamas around. But sleeping arrangements. Unlike when Shinjo-kun had stayed over, the weather had turned cold now. Letting Hitori sleep on the floor clearly wasn't an option. And he himself was still technically a sick patient. Although the worst of the cold had passed, if he slept on the floor and caught another chill, a relapse wasn't out of the question. This was complicated. Minami furrowed his brow. Still, not wanting to let Hitori see him struggling with this, he forced a playful smile and teased, If you're okay with it, Hitori, we could just sleep together in the bed. That way neither of us has to sleep on the floor. This was his usual teasing routine. Normally, Hitori would turn beet-ridden, duck her head at such a suggestion. Minami wasn't too concerned, preparing a set of pajamas for her while thinking of a real solution. And then okay. Her voice was soft, not loud, but in the small apartment, it rang clearly in Minami's ears. That one word from her caught him off guard. He turned to look at her pretty face. Under the light, her fair, delicate face had a slight pinkish hue at the edges, her eyes lowered shyly. There was an unspoken innocent allure to her appearance. "Hitori, what did you just say?" Minami paused, just to confirm he hadn't misheard. "I said, it's okay to sleep in the bed together." What? Was there something wrong with him? Or with the bocce of today? The same Hitori who used to get flustered just talking to him, who turned red if he so much as stepped closer. Had just said, it's okay to sleep in the bed together? Minami was still processing it when he saw her dressed in her pink tracksuit get up, take the pajamas from his hand, and hurriedly dart into the bathroom. Now that behavior was more in line with the Hitori he knew. But that unusual response earlier. Minami rubbed his temples, glanced at the bathroom door, and shook his head before preparing other necessities for her. About 30 minutes later the bathroom door opened. Hitori stepped out. Her slightly damp hair shimmered under the lights. Her neck, just out of the bath, glowed with a pale pink hue. She stretched a little, and Minami couldn't help but admire the delicate bloom of her beauty like springtime cherry blossoms in full bloom. Truly, the best figure in Kesoka band. The men's pajamas Minami gave her were a size too large, with sleeves and pant legs drooping past her limbs. It looked loose all over except for two places. Her chest and hips. Minami could clearly see the fabric stretched tight across those areas. Does it fit okay? Her delicate white hands, only half exposed from her sleeves, looked especially cute. The pink-haired girl lowered her head slightly and quietly asked Minami how it felt. It fits perfectly. Minami shifted his gaze away. It really did fit well, almost unfairly so. Even someone like him had to exert considerable willpower just to pull his eyes away from Gota Hitori. Today, he could tell Gota Hitori was different, bolder than usual. Such proactive advances, even for the world's #1 pretty boy, made it hard to maintain composure. After her bath, Gota Hitori dried her hair. Meanwhile, Minami was still mulling over how to arrange the sleeping situation. But no matter how much he thought, he couldn't find a good solution. The space and circumstances were what they were. In the end, he sighed and stood up, ready to pull out extra bedding from the closet and sleep on the floor himself. However, Minami, what are you doing? A curious voice called from behind. Oh, I'm sleeping on the floor. You can take the bed, Hitori. Minami replied as he turned around. Didn't you say we could sleep together? Gota Hitori leaned forward slightly, revealing the soft whiteness of her chest right in front of Minami's eyes. The girl's boldness and the way her delicate collarbone shone made his head spin. What was going on with this usually shy and self-conscious girl today? Did she take the wrong medicine or something? She was testing him with his pose? But he had to admit, it was effective. Minami forced himself to look away with immense willpower. And it wasn't just Minami who felt this way. Gota Hitori herself was completely flustered. She had no idea what she was doing anymore. It was like her body and mind had split apart. A wave of embarrassment washed over her. But she had to move forward. She couldn't back down now. Minami just got over his cold. No matter what, you can't sleep on the floor. Gota Hitori looked up and insisted. Minami was silent. She had a valid point. That dazed, feverish experience earlier? He definitely didn't want a repeat of that. And now, even Hitori, who'd normally be too shy to speak, was insisting like this. If he, as the guy, kept retreating, that'd be a bit much, wouldn't it? All right. Minami stopped hesitating. He could tell. Even if he refused, Gota Hitori wouldn't back down. So he might as well go with it. Turning off the light, Gota Hitori, with a heart full of nervousness, climbed into bed. Soon after, she felt Minami quietly slip under the covers next to her. What had been cold before became warm with the two of them inside. In the dark, Gota Hitori's face blushed. Minami had his back turned to her, so she couldn't see his face, but she could clearly hear his breathing and smell his scent. She had really ended up sleeping in the same bed with Minami. Just thinking about that sent another rush of warmth to her cheeks. But it was a bit cramped with two people in one bed. Instinctively, she inched closer. Hitori? His voice came from the front. He really had no choice but to speak up. Because at some point, Gota Hitori's full chest had pressed tightly against his back. The sensation was undeniably pleasant, but if things kept going like this, he seriously doubted he could restrain himself. Minami took a small breath of the cold air outside the covers before finally speaking. Hitori. Is something on your mind? His words were calm and measured, as he waited for Gota Hitori's response. Today, she was clearly not acting like her usual self. Far too forward. So bold that even Yamato Ryo would probably give her a thumbs up. He genuinely wanted to know what had triggered this change. But after his question, silence followed. No answer. Feeling something was off, Minami turned to face her. Through the dim nightscape outside the window and the glow of tonight's bright moon, Minami saw Hitori's expression. Her clear eyes shimmered like the moon itself, drawing in his gaze. Her face held a fragile look, like delicate glass, and just one glance told him that she was burdened by something. Something clearly tied to the strange behavior of Ijichi Nijuka and Kita Ikuyo earlier today. Minami couldn't help but reach out and gently brush her cheek. Is it because of Nijuka and Ikuyo? He asked. At his words, Hitori's gaze faltered, retreating in quiet timidity. You don't need to force yourself like this, you know. Minami's voice was gentle. Just take things at your own pace, there's no need to push yourself. I'm right here. There was no scolding, no judgment in his voice. Just as always, he embraced all her flaws and uncertainties with warmth. But taking things at my own pace. It's not enough. Her voice broke the silence. No stammering, no hesitation, firm and unwavering, so much so that Minami fell silent, listening to her words, her heart. That idea of going at my own pace. I've been using your words as an excuse to run away, she said, shaking her head. I've never blamed Nijuka or Kita-san. Actually, I'm grateful to them. They made me realize just how cowardly I've been. Her feelings had never progressed. Even when she had asked Kita Ikuyo for help, it hadn't changed much. Most of the time, it was Minami who took the initiative, giving her the courage to take the next step. But love doesn't move forward with one person alone. The way Nijuka and Kita acted today made that painfully clear. No, she had never blamed them. She had hated herself for being the one who always stood still, just waiting. Her pink hair swayed, as did her turbulent heart. Moonlight poured through the window, not blinding her, but making her thoughts ever clearer. She whispered, "It's okay if I'm not the first." Her world had never known sunlight. From kindergarten to middle school, she walked in loneliness, until high school, until she met Nijuka, and then Minami. Only then did her dark sky brighten, her world take on color. She didn't want to lose the sunlight she had finally found. So even if I'm not first, I don't care. Gota Hitori held Minami tightly, murmuring softly. I just want to stay by your side. Even if he wasn't hers alone, even if others basked in the same sunlight, the fact that she could feel that warmth, just once, was enough. That was enough. Her voice, gentle and calm, poured from her self-doubt. Minami didn't respond immediately. He felt her love, deep and unwavering. He simply stroked her face, her soft pink lips, with tenderness. Being by my side. That's enough? He asked. Gota Hitori nodded, not letting go, instead holding Minami even tighter. Minami tilted his head back slightly. From his angle, he could see the moon hanging silently in the sky. Gloomy yet gentle. A pure moon that appears only in the night sky. Just like Hitori. I think. Hitori, you could be a little more greedy. Minami gently took her hand. Not just being by my side, but being with me. This is enough. In response, the timid pink-haired girl only shook her head softly. Just being able to stay close to Minami was already a happiness too great to ask for. She was too timid to desire anything more. This left Minami feeling somewhat helpless. Her sensitive and delicate heart made her stop here, but Minami didn't want that. He didn't want her to just stay at this distance. It would take time to correct that self-deprecating mindset, wouldn't it? The thought made Minami inexplicably frustrated. He had been giving her courage all along, but she had only taken a small piece of it, felt content, and refused to reach for more. That made him feel an urge to tease her mercilessly. And as if she had sensed his thoughts, the pink-haired girl buried half her face under the covers, then softly murmured, the protection. It's in my shoulder bag. Minami. He stared at her. Stared at her gentle, water-like face sinking into the blanket. Only her eyes peeked out, stealing secret glances at him. Then he asked, Hitori, are you sure? She replied gently. She had already made up her mind before coming over. Buying that kind of thing at a convenience store for the first time. It had taken all the courage she could muster. And now, having this kind of conversation with Minami, it had nearly drained her completely. But even so, she had no intention of backing down. Even if she couldn't be the first in his heart, she wanted to be his first. She loved Minami. Just that was enough for her. She turned her head, looking out the window. Tonight, Tokyo's night sky was beautiful. Stars glittered like diamonds. It was like a flowing galaxy. And along with it, the tides of her heart rose and fell. The next morning. Early winter mornings were cold. Even the sky outside was a pale gray. Minami stared at the ceiling, eyes a bit unfocused. He seemed to still be processing the events of the previous night. That fuzzy sound came from Gota Hitori, whose hand was still draped over his waist. The pink-haired girl was tightly pressed against him. It was clear she wasn't fully awake yet. With immense willpower, Minami pulled his hand away from her soft, fair skin, recalling the night before, and feeling a deep sense of tenderness and affection for Gota Hitori. Her gentleness and acceptance moved him, which only made him want to treasure her more, this girl who was so easily plagued by insecurity. But before that good thing, today's Saturday. Glancing at the time, Minami sighed with relief. There was no way Gota Hitori could go to school in this condition. What she needed now was rest. He climbed out of bed quietly, careful not to make a sound. The sickness from yesterday had vanished completely, as though it had never existed. It seemed a body with an 8 in physical stats still had its unique advantages. After a quick wash, Minami headed to the kitchen, prepared a simple breakfast, and placed it on the table. Time to wake up, Hitori. He called softly, leaning close to gently pat Gota Hitori's delicate cheek. According to his simulated memories, it should have been Hitori making breakfast and waiting for him to rise each morning. But today was an exception. He'd let it slide for now. His voice seemed to work. The pink-haired girl in bed furrowed her delicate brows in her sleep, then slowly opened her dazed blue eyes. Minami. She tilted her head, yawned adorably, and stared blankly at her surroundings like a newborn taking in the world. The freshly awakened Miss Goto was clearly still groggy. But soon, realization struck. With a startled gasp, she burrowed under the blankets. Minami? What? Huh? A voice brimming with shock and embarrassment erupted. The girl had clearly moved past last night's bold, impulsive phase and reverted to her usual timid self. Her blue eyes widened comically, her brain seemed to short-circuit instantly. What did I do? Sure, she'd acted on impulse and courage, but she'd actively asked Minami to do that? And even used that shameless position? Hitori? Minami called again, but she couldn't hear him anymore. Her thoughts spiraled chaotically. Just recalling last night's events made her face twitch uncontrollably. First, lying to her parents about staying at Hayao's place. Then lying to Minami about missing the last train. And then seducing him? Me. Someone like me. Tried to seduce Minami? What have I done? Her entire body began trembling unnaturally. It's over. Completely over. How could she have done such things? She'd even gone to the convenience store specifically for protection. What do I do? Would Minami think she was some kind of loose woman now? A mere garden snake trying to monopolize the sun? How delusional. Last night's me, what were you thinking? Panicked. Flustered. Utterly lost. Hitori curled into a quivering ball under the covers. Just then, Minami, having finished preparing breakfast, lifted a corner of the blanket, revealing the girl's terrified face. Hitori, what are you? He froze mid-sentence. Hitori suddenly flipped over and prostrated herself in a perfect doge zabo, her voice trembling and stammering. I'm so sorry, as someone like me took Minami's first time. Minami rubbed his temples. He'd seen this state of hers too many times. Hitori was the type to get oddly passionate and bold in emotional moments, only to later cringe at her own actions. Also, wasn't that line of hers backward? What did she mean by his first time being given to a woman like her? Amused, he replied, there's no need to apologize. No matter how you look at it, I was the one who took advantage last night, right? You should hurry up and get out of bed and eat. And no. Minami. Her face burned crimson, but after stammering I repeatedly without progress, Minami chuckled. All right, come on out and eat. After saying this, he simply returned to his seat as if nothing had happened, his calm and elegant demeanor completely unshaken by last night's events. This helped soothe Bachi's anxious heart a bit, yet at the same time, it stirred other emotions in her. Last night hadn't been a dream. It had happened. She'd truly. With Minami. Stealing glances at him while fetching bowls, her gaze traveled from his lips to his arms, then his lean, toned torso. Clatter. The bowl slipped from her hands, spilling soup across the table. Disaster. How could she be so clumsy? What would Minami think? She instinctively reached to wipe the mess, but Minami stopped her. I'll handle it. Did you burn yourself? His calm voice accompanied him taking her hand. Gah. The sudden contact made her emit a duck-like squawk of surprise. Seems fine. After confirming no burns on her smooth skin, he nodded in relief. Noticing her frozen panic, he teased, after everything last night, you're shy about holding hands now? Flushing crimson at his blunt remark, Hitori retreated while Minami cleaned up. When she tried helping with a towel, he refused. Avoid strenuous movements these days. Tell me immediately if anything feels off, understand? His caring instructions soothed her anxiety. And Minami still as gentle as ever. But Peeking at his profile, Hattori felt conflicted. At this moment, a new sense of hesitation welled up in her heart. Because she wasn't sure. What was the relationship between her and Minami now? Chapter 226, Time to deal with you little girls. What exactly was the relationship between her and Minami now? At this point, Hattori Gota was once again spiraling into confusion. Sure, last night she'd said, even if I'm not the first, it's okay. But honestly, deep down, who wouldn't want to be the first? I already did that kind of thing with Minami. It should count as being first, right? Hee hee. Hee hee hee. Thinking that, the pretty face hidden beneath her long bangs broke into a goofy smile. But. Hattori Gota suddenly remembered some of the dramas and anime she often watched. Didn't they always have scenes like this? Where after doing it, a guy would sneer at a girl with a disgusted face and say, huh? You think just because we did it once we're suddenly close? Don't flatter yourself. Stuff like that happens all the time. If Minami really said that, shudder, her whole body shook. Come to think of it, that kind of thing could totally happen. It's already 2025. A normal high school girl probably has experience by now, right? Doing it once or twice, maybe it's not even that big of a deal anymore? Hattori Gota's eyes peeked out nervously from behind her overlong bangs, glancing at Minami. But if Minami did look at me with that disgusted expression, scolding me, telling me not to get cocky, that might actually be kind of nice? She imagined Minami's refined face contorted into one of irritation and disdain. There was this sharp contrast in her mind, and somehow, grumpy Minami seemed kind of hot too. Hattori Gota had no idea why. Along with fear, a strange tinge of excitement and anticipation was bubbling up inside her. Minami, on the other hand, had no idea that Hattori Gota was falling down a rabbit hole of wild fantasies. He looked at his rice bowl and was just about to ask her to pass the salt and pepper. Hey, I'm sorry. Thinking we get closer just because we did it once, I was totally out of line. I'm so sorry. As if some kind of switch had been flipped, Hattori Gota suddenly sprang up and shouted loudly. Huh? Sorry. Minami looked at her, clearly confused, and only then did Hattori realize she'd mixed up fantasy and reality again. Sorry. Minami gave her a teasing look. Forget the salt and pepper now. He rested his cheek on his hand, smiling slyly. So that's what you wanted me to say, huh, Hattori? Caught red-handed, Hattori Gota, still in her pajamas, panicked. No, I mean. Minami. Shut it, Gota. A rough voice. Yes. You've been acting pretty cocky lately, haven't you? Hattori Gota froze as Minami got to his feet, glaring at her with clear displeasure. You stay over at my house and even try to seduce me with your body. Have you even thought about what you're doing? Bang. His palm slammed against the table. The loud impact made Hattori Gota flinch hard. And no. I mean. Minami. No talking back. His tone was downright scary. Yes. Her body tensed instantly. Hattori Gota dared not say another word. You know how much I've thought about you? And this is what I get: some cowardly, useless behavior. Ugh. Do you want to die alone? The pink-haired girl's eyes welled up with tears, her cry slipping out. That beautiful, almost naive face had a pure, vulnerable allure. No crying. You useless girl. Starting tomorrow, you're gonna play guitar and earn money to support me. As Minami said this, he raised his hand, as if about to strike. It looked so real. Hattori Gota reflexively shut her eyes. But then flick. Ow. A flick to her forehead. The sting echoed lightly across her skin. Hattori clutched her smooth forehead, staring at Minami with a look of utter confusion. What's with that face? Minami couldn't help but chuckle. The rough edge and fierce look from earlier had completely melted away. I just thought your reaction was pretty funny, so I decided to tease you a little. Resting one hand against his cheek, Minami gently scratched at her smooth chin like he was playing with a kitten. Oh. Hearing his words, Hattori finally pieced together what had just happened. Her head lowered, embarrassed, caught between relief and doubt. On one hand, she was relieved that the boy who, to her, was as radiant as the sun hadn't actually acted like he did in her wild imagination. He was still the same kind, gentle, and just as he'd always been. On the other hand, when he said you're gonna support me starting tomorrow, a part of her had felt an overwhelming urge to say yes. Hattori let out a tiny sigh. Minami, catching a glimpse of her expression, assumed she was simply relieved and shook his head with a smile. The act he'd just pulled rough and over the top was something like playful banter between couples, a little performance to spark some fun. But that's all, it was just teasing. The idea of actually making Hattori support him with her guitar skills? That was too much. Even he would feel guilty about that. After quickly finishing his meal and washing the dishes, Minami looked up and asked, Got any plans for the rest of the day? A. Aside from band practice. Not really. Caught off guard by his sudden concern, Hitori gently set down her rice bowl and answered sweetly. No other plans, huh? Good. From behind the sink, Minami's voice came, you should take it easy for now. After all, you are my first girlfriend. Oh, okay. Hitori, still lost in thought, responded absent-mindedly. But then her head shot up. Her sky-blue eyes widened. Wait? What did Minami just say? Girlfriend? First one? Happiness hit her like a freight train. It struck right at her sensitive little heart. Her soft, pink lips parted slightly, a reflection of the tidal wave of emotions crashing inside her. Something wrong? Minami's eyes narrowed with amusement as he looked at her blank, stunned face. No. I mean. No need to look so shocked. He wiped his hands dry, and in the next second amid Hitori's startled gasp he pulled her into his arms. Seeing her blush deeply in his embrace, Minami was reminded of the red-tinted sky at dusk in summer. With a mischievous glint in his eye, his hand slid to her soft, springy thigh, and he leaned in, inhaling the sweet scent of her hair as he whispered into her ear, too late to back out now. You're mine. Hitori's cheeks flared red, but she nodded softly. Minami was quite pleased with her response. Setting her down, he casually changed into his going-out clothes right in front of her flustered, bright red face. I'm meeting Nijika to check out a place. Watch the house for me, okay? Hitori clearly wasn't in any condition to go out. Minami didn't force her. After sharing a few more words and a smile, he left for the station. He'd said it before, from Minami's house to Shimogatazawa station wasn't far. At his usual pace, he got on the train. A short ride later, an announcement echoed through the car, Shimogatazawa station, now arriving at Shimogatazawa station. As he stepped off the train, a gust of cold wind hit him, his breath fogging in the air. Just like before, Tokyo had fully plunged into winter. The skies, once bright and blue, now stretched overhead in a vast, pale gray. After last night's wind and rain, most of the leaves had fallen from the trees lining the street. Bare branches now pierced the sky. The streets of Shimogatazawa bustled with people. It was a rare Saturday, after all. Office workers, college students all had free time to enjoy the day. Maybe that's why in just a short walk to the starry venue, Minami had turned down 3 groups of local college girls trying to hit on him. Marveling at how bold Japanese students could be, he finally reached Starry. But before he could open the door, hey, look who it is. Minami-kun. Huh? That voice sounded familiar. Minami turned to look. And immediately, a strong smell of alcohol hit him in the face. A woman with a deep purple braid launched herself at him. Without hesitation, Minami reacted, sidestep. Lift leg. Controlled force. Kick. Ow! Kaikuri-hiro was sent flying by Minami's merciless kick, yelping in pain. Ah, Kaikuri-san. Hello. For a second there, I thought you were some kind of bug. Reflexes. My bad. Minami apologized with zero sincerity. Liar. You knew it was me, didn't you? Apologize. Right now. Oh. Sorry. He apologized, still completely deadpan. You. Clutching her backside, Kaikuri was in disbelief. What kind of guy reacts to a gorgeous older woman pouncing on him like that? No way, right? Just as she was about to speak again, she blinked, looking Minami up and down. What now? Minami met her stare, confused. Kaikuri tilted her head, squinting. I don't know. You look the same as always, but something feels totally different. She leaned closer, calling up to Siaka Ijichi and Pasan, who were just coming down the stairs. Hey, come here. Doesn't Minami-kun feel totally different today? What weird stuff are you spouting now? Siaka grumbled, annoyed, but glanced at Minami anyway. Just as Minami turned his gaze to her. Huh? Siaka blinked. She felt it too, something was off about him. But what exactly, she couldn't say. Thankfully, Pasan chimed in with a smile. Feels like more mature? Or maybe more masculine? He's got a whole different vibe today. Right? Like, he was already super attractive to clueless girls before, but now he's gone full-on seductive. Kaikuri agreed enthusiastically, arms crossed, nodding hard. This woman, doomed to be single into her 40s, was way too excited. Don't make him sound like some kind of succubus. The group of women in their 20s gathered around, curiously eyeing Minami. He just shook his head, unfazed. I'm heading in. Pasan, manager. With a nod, he pushed open the door to Starry. Inside, Nijika, Ryo Yamada, and Ikuyo Kita were busy cleaning. They'd arrived early since they hadn't been there yesterday. As Minami entered, Nodoka looked up, smiling, ready to greet him. But then she froze. "Good afternoon, Nodoka." Minami walked up and greeted her with a smile. "Ah. Good afternoon, Minami-kun." Nodoka responded, dazed, watching as he walked deeper inside and greeted the equally stunned Kita and Ryo. "What the heck?" Ryo leaned on her mop, tilting her expressionless face, her cheeks tinted pink. "Something's off about Minami today." Nodoka agreed. It had only been a night. Why did it feel like his charm had skyrocketed? Just that smile and greeting, her heart was racing. Kita blushed too, nodding. "Minami-san talked to me first." He felt totally different. They whispered about his sudden change. And then Kaikuri, entering just behind, added, "So you guys noticed too?" They all turned to her. With a confident expression, she declared, "It's gotta be that Minami the incubus, can't hold back anymore. He's about to pounce on you little girls." TSK, terrifying. Chapter 227, "You're gonna be doing it with me anyway." In the end, Kaikuri Hiro's completely unreliable words didn't stick with anyone in the room. And truthfully, while Minami Shaoji had become more charismatic, more manly than before, he hadn't slacked off on his responsibilities at all. That alone was enough to put Ryo Yamada, Nodoka Ijichi, and Ikuyo Kita at ease. So he's just more attractive than before. That's normal for guys in their teens. Nothing to worry about. They brushed it off optimistically and settled in for today's study session with Minami. Now that I think about it, Hitori-chan hasn't shown up today. Having finished all the worksheets, Ikuyo Kita glanced at the clock and spoke curiously. Usually, if anyone were going to be late, it'd be Ryo. But it was already past 1 p.m. Bachi still hadn't arrived. Naturally, that left Ikuyo a bit uneasy. "Ah, Bachi took the day off." Sayaka Ijichi replied, peeking out from behind the music magazine she was flipping through. "Not sure on the details. She said she wasn't feeling well. Sent me a message too, told me not to worry and that she'd be fine after a day of rest." "So yesterday it was Minami-kun, and today it's Bachi?" Nodoka set her mechanical pencil down. "Well, with the seasons changing suddenly, it's not surprising if someone feels off. I just hope it's nothing serious. If she's messaging people on her own, it's probably not that bad." Ikuyo still seemed concerned, so she pulled out her phone and sent a couple of messages. Once she got replies back, she relaxed a little. Only Ryo, lazing beside them with her chin propped on one hand, had a glint in her amber eyes. She mused aloud, "Come to think of it, I could smell Bachi on Minami today." "Don't tell me." Snap. The lead of Nodoka's pencil broke. Until now, she hadn't thought too much about it, but Ryo's devil-may-care comment suddenly set her mind spinning. It's true. She had smelled Hitori on Minami today. She'd dismissed it at the time, assuming it was just residual from yesterday's visit. But if she followed Ryo's line of thought, it was possible something did happen between them after the others left. Not impossible at all. And Nodoka, holding fragmented memories, knew this better than anyone. Sure, Hitori seemed timid and shy, but in some ways, she was the boldest of them all. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been the first one to confirm a relationship with Minami after the band ended. Maybe sensing Nodoka's inner thoughts, Ryo added with a smirk, "Who knows, maybe they even ascended to adulthood last night." Gulp. Nodoka's eyes went wide. Her cheeks flushed with terrifying heat. Ascended? Minami and Hitori? The two of them. Hitori took the day off. Minami's whole vibe was way off from usual. Put those together. And maybe Ryo wasn't joking after all. Nodoka's lips trembled, her golden side ponytail bobbing wildly. That's impossible. Minami-kun and Bachi-chan are still in high school. Next to her, Ikuyo's face was bright red too, her voice lowering from embarrassment. What's impossible about it? I looked it up. For the sake of adulthood, over 60% of Japanese high schoolers have had that experience. Of course Ryo could say something like that without batting an eye, composed, not even the slightest tremble in her tone. That fact made Nodoka and Ikuyo instinctively shrink back a little. They wanted to stop this dark blue-haired menace from talking, but they were also kind of curious. Where did she get that info? How was she so sure? Curiosity and embarrassment. Confusion and a thirst for knowledge. A tangle of emotions swirled inside them. Then what are you all talking about? Minami-kun? And nothing. We weren't talking about anything. Minami Shaoji's familiar voice suddenly rang out, throwing both the blonde and red-haired girls into a flustered panic. Only Ryo Yamada raised her lazy, elegant face and, without hesitation, said, "Ah. Minami's back. We were just talking about you ascending to adulthood." MMPH. Before she could finish, Nodoka Ijichi and Ikuyo Kita sprang into action, choking off her words with a joint submission hold. Minami tilted his head, glancing at Nijuka, confused that Ryo had only gotten halfway through her sentence before being silenced. Nijuka, what were you guys talking about just now? Under his gaze, and feeling his leveled-up charm in full force, Nijuka averted her eyes in embarrassment, scrambling for a cover. And nothing important. Just some girl talk. Really? Minami raised an eyebrow, clearly skeptical, but when he saw she didn't want to talk, he let it go. He wasn't about to push. As he dropped the matter, Nijuka let out a small breath of relief and loosened her grip on Ryo. Ryo tilted her head, confused. She didn't really understand why her friends were hiding things from Minami. Wouldn't it be better to just be upfront and ask him here and now? Delaying things wasn't her style. So, without hesitation, she whipped out her phone and sent Minami a message. Minami, just about to sit down and relax, glanced at his phone. Then he looked at Ryo. They were right next to each other. Why was she messaging? She made a subtle check your phone gesture. Shaking his head, Minami opened line. Lone bass freak, got bocce, huh? Minami blinked. So that's what this is about. No wonder the vibe between the girls had been off. They'd been speculating about that. Nijuka and Ekuyo, embarrassed, had tried to stop the more blunt Ryo from blurting it out. Seeing the message, Minami didn't bother to lie. Tokyo's #1 pretty boy, yup, sent. Then he glanced at Ryo to see her reaction. She liked him too, after all. He was curious to see how she'd take it. Next, lone bass freak, how many times? Was it good? You think it'll feel good when you do it with me too? Attached, curious girl staring intensely at her phone, Minami. Ryo. Do you even hear yourself? Minami was speechless. Her level of wild was beyond his expectations. No jealousy. No sulking. Just raw curiosity and boldness. He sighed and typed back, Tokyo's #1 pretty boy, do you see the stuff you're saying? Lone bass freak, you're gonna do it with me eventually anyway, I just wanna be mentally prepared. Attached, dead serious blue-haired girl, Tokyo's #1 pretty boy, fine, next time then, lone bass freak. Next time, conversation over. Minami pocketed his phone, catching Ryo doing the same while lazily watching him. Gotta admit chatting with Ryo was way more relaxed than with anyone else. But her level of freedom was next level. Probably only he could keep up with her pace. Minami shook his head and turned to Nijuka. Nijuka, mind showing me that room now? Oh. Right, the room. Okay, let's go. Her mind still scrambled from Ryo's words. Nijuka finally remembered why Minami had come. Not just to tutor but to check out the vacant room at Starry. It's all her fault, making me think weird stuff. Nijuka shot a glare at Ryo. Ryo blinked back with a what? Look. Nijuka's lips twitched, but in front of Minami, she couldn't exactly explain. So she turned to Sayaka Ijichi, flipping through a music mag. On-chan, Minami wants to check out the empty room upstairs. Her voice wasn't loud, but enough to draw the attention of Kakurihiro and Pasan nearby. Looking at a room? Pasan blinked, then looked at Sayaka. Minami-kun? Yeah, kids living in some trashy cheap place. Since Starry's got a room free on the first floor, he's thinking about moving in. Sayaka didn't hold back. So that means I'll get to see Minami-kun every day here at Starry? Kakuri's eyes lit up. Wait, does that mean I can mooch off his cooking every day? That got everyone's attention. Because just like Kakuri said, if Minami moved into Starry, they might all get a taste of his meals, daily. And Minami's cooking. One bite, and any other food tasted like nothing in comparison. The thought of eating his food every day? Absolutely thrilling. Sayaka-senpai. Any more rooms? I wanna move in too. Kakuri shot her hand up without hesitation. Huh. Like I'd let you live here. Please. I'll even share a room with Minami-kun if I have to. She latched onto Sayaka's leg. She's serious, Minami. Sayaka had zero sympathy, and turned to him. I'm not really into older ladies. Minami said with a chillingly pleasant smile. How could you? Kakuri looked devastated. She loved Minami's cooking more than even Sakor Bear. Now, finally, the chance to eat his meals every day, and she had to give it up? No way. Right then Minami leaned in, whispering something in her ear with a grin. Everyone watched as Kakuri visibly struggled then gave in, nodding. Deal's done. Minami shot her a look. No backing out. Okay. She nodded reluctantly. What did you say to her? Sayaka asked. Nothing big. Minami waved it off. Just told her if she wants to mooch food every day, she has to quit smoking and drinking and also help guide Kesoka-ban's rehearsals from now on. You've got a mean streak, you know that? Sayaka gaped. She'd thought about getting Kakuri to quit drinking. But Minami. He targeted her weakness with surgical precision. He gets women. Even Kaikuri, queen of the messes, had no defense. Gotta warn Nodoka about this guy, Sayaka thought. But Minami didn't care. According to his simulations, if Kaikuri kept drinking, her health would fail by 40. In multiple timelines, she died young from drinking. Now, with a chance to change that, Minami wasn't going to hold back. As for having Kaikuri help with band practice, even without him asking, she'd show up anyway as a fan. From a logical view, Minami actually lost in this deal. He just gained a permanent mealtime for Reloader. Chapter 228, Even if I fall for him, it's fine. I need to make sure Nodoka doesn't get caught in Minami's trap, too. Sayaka Ijichi sat at the counter, sipping her strawberry milk while watching Minami Shaoji clear out the first floor room. Her mind was hard at work. She wasn't stupid. She could see Kasokuban's situation perfectly clearly. First of all, both Hitori Gota and Ryo Yamada definitely had feelings for Minami. Just from how Ryo allowed Minami to touch her face or pat her head, it was obvious. And Hitori? Even more so. That painfully shy and self-conscious girl had confessed to Minami on stage at the school festival. Sure, maybe her brain was short-circuiting at the time, but there was no doubt she was in love with him. Slew or pop. Sayaka finished her strawberry milk in one go, only to grab another bottle, sipping again while she continued thinking. 2 out of 4 Kasoku members had already fallen. If this were the old her, she'd have kicked Minami out of Starry without hesitation, barring him from ever stepping foot inside again. But she sighed. It wasn't just Nodoka, even she herself had been taken care of by Minami in small ways. And while Minami did get a little handsy with the girls, it was always they who initiated, and he just went along with it. Mutual consent, nothing shady. She couldn't just flip the table on him like that. So she came up with a plan. Or maybe just a mindset. If she couldn't stop Hitori or Ryo, at the very least she had to protect her sister from falling into the hands of this Minami the seducer. She even secretly tweaked the staff schedule to make sure Minami and Nodoka didn't spend too much time alone together. Don't even know if this is working. Sayaka muttered, sipping her drink harder, her gaze on Nodoka's back as she swept the floor. She had seen Minami's charm firsthand. Even she, at times, had felt a little flutter. But then Sayaka reassured herself. I've watched Nodoka grow up. There's no way she'd fall for a guy that quickly. Exactly. With over 10 years between them, and their mother having died early in a car accident, Sayaka had practically raised Nezuko. Cheerful, generous, and downright adorable, Nezuko was beloved at school. Boys and girls alike surrounded her. But as her sister, Sayaka had never once heard about her having a crush. Sure, Nezuko was kind to everyone but only as a friend. It never went further. That kindness was her strongest shield. Yes, yes. The more Sayaka thought about it, the more she believed she was right. I just need to trust my sister. Minami? Please. Nezuko would brush him off just like she did everyone else. As she was thinking, Minami, having finished organizing the Starry drink bar, suddenly called out, Nezuko, are you done there? Come with me to pick up some groceries. Humphrey. Hearing that, Sayaka narrowed her eyes with a smug little grin. Nice try, Minami. She had already arranged things so Nezuko would go shopping with her instead. Once they finished cleaning, Nezuko was supposed to head out with her. Sayaka kept her gaze locked on Minami, her smile widening. You think you can just waltz off with my sister? No way. I'm her big sister. You really think Nezuko would ditch me to run errands with you? Please. You've only known each other for 3 months. 3 months. That doesn't hold a candle to 17 years of sisterhood. And then sure. Wiping her hands dry, Nezuko turned to Minami with a smile. Minami-kun, give me a second, I'm almost done here. Eh? Sayaka froze. Wait. Nezuko. Did you forget something? I'm still here. Weren't we supposed to go together? Also. Minami-kun? Since when do you call him that? Shock. Confusion. Disbelief. Sayaka stared at her sister's gentle smile, the confidence she had just moments ago completely shattered. She didn't even finish her strawberry milk. She stood up, forcing a smile. Hey, Nezuko, don't forget we were going to go together, remember? Oh, I didn't forget. Nezuko turned, puzzled by her sister's sudden intensity. But On-chan, you can go on your own, right? Plus, Kaikure and Pa-san can go with you. It's not like I have to. Not like she has to. It matters. From the way Nezuko addressed Minami, Sayaka could sense something had changed. The progression of their relationship was terrifying. She could hardly recall a time ever hearing Nezuko call a male friend by name since she was a child. Minami Shaoji was in a league of his own. So much so that Sayaka Ijichi felt a creeping sense of dread. Could it be? Without her even realizing it. Her sister had already fallen into Minami's trap? No, 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 no. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. On the outside, Sayaka kept her usual cool, detached, I don't care about anyone look. But deep down, she was a hardcore siscon and well hidden at that. Right now, her emotions were a raging storm. At that moment, Kakurihiro, still fiddling with her phone, overheard Nijuka's voice and turned with a cheerful grin. Go shopping with me? Sure. I don't mind at all. Shut up. Eh? Why are you yelling at me, Sayaka-senpai? Completely baffled, Kakuri opened her mouth in confusion. She had just offered to help, after all why the outburst? But Sayaka didn't have time to explain. She turned sharply, eyes fixed on the pair in front of her. No way. If that's how it is, then I'm coming with you two to buy groceries. After that, Nijuka, you're coming with me for the supply run. I mean, sure, that's fine. Nijuka looked puzzled, unsure why her sister was going out of her way to make things complicated. Minami just smiled. He'd picked up on something. But since Sayaka had always treated him well, and she was older, he said nothing. Instead, he led the way with his usual easygoing demeanor. The walk from Starry to the nearby supermarket was short. Sayaka said nothing the entire way, trailing behind, quietly watching every interaction between Nijuka and Minami. She refused to believe it. Her sister who had never shown the slightest interest in anyone falling for Minami? No way. But the more she watched, the more she felt something was off. During the walk, even though Nijuka glanced around at items on the shelves, her eyes kept drifting back to Minami. She was trying to hide it, trying to be casual. But after 17 years together, Sayaka could see right through her. It was glaringly obvious. And every time their arms or hands accidentally touched, Nijuka's fair cheeks turned faintly pink. That looked not just embarrassment from accidental contact with a boy. No, it was shy excitement, the kind of blush that came from her heart racing. It's over. Sayaka's heart sank. Even if she'd never been in love herself, she could tell. Her sister had fallen and she didn't even see it happening. Why him? Sayaka pressed a hand to her forehead, exasperated. Why Minami, of all people? Just because he's a little handsome, a top student, gifted in music, funny, mature for his age, reliable no. Why was she only listing his good points? She should be thinking about his flaws. Sayaka tapped her head, trying to dig up any bad impressions she had of Minami. But nothing. Absolutely nothing. Other than being slightly self-absorbed and the fact that both Gota and Yamada liked him, he was practically perfect. Sayaka struggled in silence at the back of the store. Meanwhile, Minami had already finished gathering everything they needed. Well, that's everything. Paying the bill, Minami picked up 2 large grocery bags and smiled at Nijuka. You can go with your sister now. I'll head out first. He raised a hand toward Nijuka, then nodded at Sayaka with a warm smile. See you later. Ah. Okay. Nijuka paused, answering with a soft voice, but a small sigh stirred in her heart. Done already. She'd wanted to talk with Minami a bit more. Still, she smiled as always. See you later, Minami-kun. Their goodbyes done, Nijuka stood there, watching him walk away in the setting sun until his figure disappeared. Then she turned. On-chan, let's go. Sayaka didn't answer. What's wrong, On-chan? Still no response. Nijuka tilted her head, confused, and looked back. My sister usually had that the whole world owes me 2.5 million yen kind of cold attitude, but whenever I spoke to her, she'd always respond. Today though. Nijuka Ijichi felt a little confused and was about to speak again when Sayaka Ijichi, who'd been completely silent until now, finally broke the quiet. She lifted her head and looked straight at her sister. Nijuka blinked, puzzled. Why is she suddenly so serious? You like that Minami kid, don't you? Eh? The words that spilled out of her sister's mouth struck her like lightning. Her expression shifted in an instant from puzzled to shocked. A flicker of surprise and panic flashed through her bright red eyes. Her breath quickened ever so slightly, and her gaze awkwardly darted away. What are you saying, On-chan? That's ridiculous. Flustered and a bit angry, Nijuka tried to push the topic aside. But the very next second, Sayaka shook her head and cut through the facade without mercy. You can't hide it, Nijuka. I've been watching. Her words hit like a bullseye. Nijuka fell silent. There's no point in keeping secrets from me. Sayaka walked over to a vending machine at the corner of the street. She pressed a button for an orange soda and tossed it over to her sister before continuing. I've watched you grow up. Of course I can tell what you're feeling. Yeah. With things laid out this clearly, Nijuka knew there was no use hiding it anymore. She stayed quiet for a moment. Then nodded. You know that Bachi and Yamada both like Minami too, don't you? Yeah. Her voice was low. Hitori Gota and Ryo Yamada's feelings were plain as day. Even outsiders could pick up on it. Let alone Nodoka, who was right there with them, part of Kasoka band. She felt those dynamics more intensely than anyone. That's why. She'd been so torn. Then why? Sayaka furrowed her brows, unable to understand. She was about to keep pressing, maybe even scold her sister for letting this happen. But I don't get it either, On-chan. Nodoka's hand clenched tight around the orange soda can. She lifted her head. Those bright red eyes, like twin flames, met her sister's with fierce intensity. I just fell for him without realizing it. I couldn't stop my eyes from following him. Every little thing he did caught my attention, and I couldn't help it. I know it's wrong. I know, On-chan. But what am I supposed to do? Her voice grew louder and louder. Her emotions surged, growing more intense with each passing second. What's the right thing to do? Is hiding her feelings the right choice? Or should she just pretend none of this ever happened? For the first time, Nodoka Ijichi felt completely overwhelmed, her emotions boiling over. She needed to say more. But then, in the very next moment, Sayaka gently pulled her into a hug. She had never imagined that the sister who always wore a sunny smile could carry such heavy worries. Softly, she stroked Nodoka's hair. I've never been in love, so I can't really give you any answers. But whatever you decide to do from here. Even if you've fallen for Minami, it's okay. I'll support you. No long lectures. Just a calm, quiet voice. Under the golden light of the setting sun, Sayaka's words held a certain peace, a steady warmth that eased the soul. Nodoka slowly closed her eyes. She nodded gently. Two blonde sisters stood wrapped in each other's arms, bathed in twilight. And just around the corner, hidden from view, Minami Shaoji, who had returned without their knowledge, stood watching the scene unfold. Leaning against a telephone pole, he quietly let out a breath. It seemed there was no need for him to step in, not yet. Chapter 229, where was Kasoka Band supposed to get that many fans? Minami Shaoji took the time to thoroughly check out the room on Starry's first floor. And it was really nice. Probably designed to match the professional kitchen next door, the room was surprisingly spacious. A quick glance showed it was at least twice the size of his old 8-mat rental. Inside, 2 windows provided solid lighting and airflow. Compared to his old place, the soundproofing here was way better. After all, the floor below was Starry's performance hall, so things like insulation and sound control were on point. The setup was excellent. After inspecting every inch, Minami nodded in satisfaction. No need to bother Yamada or Shinjo-san about finding a new place moving in here was perfect. He did, however, hit a slight snag during the rental handover with Sayaka Ijichi. Clearly, this older blonde sister was not thrilled about her little sister catching feelings for Minami. After fumbling around awkwardly, she managed to grumble, "You better never make Nodoka cry, got it?" Naturally, Minami nodded without hesitation. Hurting Nodoka wasn't even on the table. So the paperwork got signed, lease secured. And likely because Sayaka knew her sister had feelings for him, the rental contract felt almost like she was paying him. No deposit, no key money, and a heavily discounted rent. Minami got the room on a silver platter. Her excuse? "You've never charged for those tutoring sessions, right? Let's call it even. Don't get cocky. It's not because I like you or anything. It'd just be a waste to leave the room empty." Classic tsundere Sayaka. Even Minami, who'd seen all kinds of anime tropes, had to respect her pure-blooded tsundere energy, a rare breed these days. And just like that, Minami officially had full access to Starry's first floor. Over the next few days, he kept busy moving out of his rental. The bed and wardrobe were part of the rental, so he left those behind, only bringing essentials, clothes, daily items, and books. So many books. Minami had a reading habit, so novels, light books, and anthologies took up most of his luggage. Even Yamada got dragged into helping, and after a couple trips, she flopped onto his new futon, saying she was exhausted and fell fast asleep. Due to the move and because Hitori Gota still wasn't fully recovered, Minami called her parents to explain he wouldn't be visiting for a while. Though disappointed, especially her sister Futari, who insisted on seeing him, the Gota family understood. In fact, they laughed and told him, "Our doors are always open." Minami promised to visit next time. In the meantime, at school, he stayed socially active. He'd swing by Ryo Futaba's place for free coffee and banter with the expressionless science girl. He'd visit Akon Shinjo's class to borrow tokusatsu DVDs and return the 100,000 yen loan. 4 or 5 days later, Minami was officially settled in. Worth noting, Hitori Gota's health had improved a lot. She could walk normally, even jog. Compared to before, this pink-haired girl had definitely grown bolder. Still shy, yes, but casual conversations were no longer a struggle. Sometimes, when the others weren't looking, she'd sneakily grab Minami's hand. Minami, being a tease, would gently trap her hand, leaving her blushing madly, unable to pull away until the last moment just before the others noticed. Curious, he used his data detector skill, with only 2 uses left, to check her stats: name, Hitori Gota; appearance, 9; athletics, 4; academics, 4; traits, self-esteem level 2; social anxiety level 1; learning level 2; guitar level 3. No changes to the description or system evaluation worth noting. What was interesting were her stat boosts. Her academics had improved from 3 to 4, likely thanks to tutoring. Learning rate bumped from level 1 to level 2. Her social anxiety dropped from level 2 to level 1. It seemed that night with Minami had significantly reduced her anxiety. Outwardly, Hitori still acted as she always did, but change was coming. Years of fear and insecurity don't disappear overnight, even with improvements. Still, everything seemed to be going well and Minami was in good spirits. To celebrate the move, and thanks to Kakurihiro demanding it, Minami cooked up a feast. Grilled steak, tempura, Spanish paella, and more. Everyone dug in hard, especially the 2 bassists, Yamada and Kaikuri, who cleared the table in record time. "Did you two not eat all day?" Sayaka groaned. Neither replied. Yamada spent her money on rare instruments, sometimes foraging for wild veggies. Kaikuri broke gear, had debts, and borrowed bathrooms. Going hungry was normal for them. Faced with such a spread, they weren't going to stop. Just those 2 alone devoured a quarter of the food, even stealing from Hitori's bowl. The feast rolled into 7 p.m. burp. "I'm stuffed." Kaikuri let out a belch, patting her belly. As expected, Minami's food is next level. Everyone nodded, no hesitation. His cooking never got old. How could someone fit this many talents in one brain? "All right. I'm off." Kaikuri slowly stood, wrapping a scarf around her neck. "Eh? Kaikuri-san, you're leaving already?" Ikuyokita asked. "Our performance is starting soon. Aren't you staying to watch?" "Not today. Got some things to do." "Oh, right. One more thing." Under everyone's watchful gaze, Kakurihiro pulled a flyer from her shoulder bag and handed it to Minami Shoji, who was flipping through a novel. "Figured Kasoku-ban might need this, so I brought it. Take a look if you're interested. I'm heading out now." With a mischievous grin, she left the flyer in Minami's hand and exited, full of cryptic energy. Naturally, this caught Minami's and everyone else's attention. Minami raised a brow, unfolded the flyer, and read aloud, "Teen Music Fest. A music festival. Pretty common in Tokyo, all things considered. As Japan's economic and cultural hub, Tokyo's influence in pop culture stretched across Asia." The flyer Kaikuri handed him was for an upcoming major local music festival, Teen Music Fest, 10 Generation Music Festival. "Ah, I've heard of that one." Ikuyokita, the group's resident extrovert, raised her hand with enthusiasm. She explained, "The Teen Music Fest is a big yearly event here in Tokyo, one of the most well-known music competitions for young people. In Japanese, the word can also mean generation or age group, like second generation, third generation. Here, 10 refers to ages 10 to 19 teenagers. In other words, all participants must be between 10 and 20 years old." That much was clear from the flyer's bold taglines: "Tokyo's Youth Music Celebration. Chasing the Path to Musical Greatness." Because of the age limit, it's really famous among teens in Tokyo. "I think it's already been held for over 10 years. Kita added, her eyes sparkling. "So? Let's do it, right? We have to join, right?" "If we're going to join. Yeah, I think I'd want to." Nodoka Ijichi murmured thoughtfully. Of course, she wanted to. Though the band had been getting tutoring from Minami daily, Kasoku Band had never skipped a day of practice. Compared to 3 months ago, their teamwork and chemistry had grown dramatically. For them now, Teen Music Fest was the perfect stage. With resolve, Nodoka lifted her head. "Bachi, what about you? Want to join?" "Eh? If everyone else is in, I'm okay with it too." Caught off guard, Hitori Gota fumbled with her cup before looking up and replying in a tiny voice. "Great. That's 3 of us. Ryo, you in?" Nodoka was excited as she turned to the final member, Ryo Yamada. "However, sounds like a hassle." Ryo frowned, clearly uninterested. "Hey. Ryo, you." Nodoka nearly lost it at her chaotic bassist's response, but before she could argue, Minami, still holding the flyer, casually spoke up, "By the way, I noticed looks like the winning band gets 1 million yen. Glatter." Ryo shot to her feet without hesitation. Her usually stoic, elegant face was suddenly lit up with determination. "Let's join, Nodoka. We have to win this." She looked so serious you'd think she'd never complained about it being a hassle. Nodoka was speechless. She glanced at Ryo, then at Minami. He grinned and gave her a thumbs up. Her face flushed, and she sent Minami a grateful look. His strategy had worked like magic. Ryo, the band's biggest wild card, was now fully on board. With that hurdle cleared, everything else fell into place. Nodoka dashed home, grabbed her laptop, and began checking festival details and registration info online. Then we're screwed. Everyone stared at the screen in dead silence. Understandably so. On the festival site, in plain black text on a white background, it read, "All participating bands must upload a performance video for initial screening and online voting. Bands with fewer than 1,000 online followers are not eligible." 1,000 followers. Where was Kesoku Band supposed to get that many fans? Chapter 230, As compensation Kiss Me. The entry conditions for the Teen Music Fest were actually pretty simple. Basically, if you kept up regular performances at venues and had decent skills, plus posted content consistently online, reaching 1,000 followers wasn't hard. For an average band, with frequent uploads, it would take just 3 or 4 months to hit that number. The problem was our Kesoku Band SNS account has never properly posted a performance video. Nodoka Ijichi, practically in tears, held up her phone and pointed at the band's social media page. Since Ikuyo Kita, the group's resident normie, was in charge of the account, it was filled with posts like "Went to this cafe today, had this for lunch, and tried this makeup today, feeling cute." Basically, she'd been running it like a food and beauty blog, not a music account. No music videos. Zero. They'd been performing at Starry for over 6 months, yet their follower count was a pitiful 50 to 60 people. And most of those were probably just Kita's friends, hardly real fans. Hearing Nodoka's accusation, Ikuyo looked embarrassed. "Sorry, I thought since it's social media and my friends kept liking my posts, I just got carried away posting stuff like I usually do. This damn normie." Hearing I have a lot of friends made not only Ryo Yamada and Hitori Gota, but even Nodoka, all stare daggers at her. Still, venting at Kita wouldn't solve anything. The SNS account was shared, and any band member could post as they pleased. But 1,000 followers. Nodoka sighed, chin in hand. The demo submission deadline was in 7 days. Even if they posted daily rehearsal clips, it'd be impossible to jump from 60 to 1,000 in a week. What should we do? This music fest was the perfect chance for them to test their growth. Nodoka didn't want to miss it. But 1,000 followers loomed like a massive wall in front of them. She was stuck. Just then Nodoka, Ryo Yamada, silent until now, waved her over. She glanced around, then showed her phone. "Look, you can buy 1,000 followers for 50,000 yen. Not a bad deal if we're aiming for that 1 million yen prize, right?" Nodoka. Her understanding of Ryo's shamelessness deepened again. As they argued, on the other side, Minami, if I shared my Guitar Hero account, we could meet the entry requirements, right? Hitori Gota shyly approached Minami, voicing her thoughts. Since the school festival, she had been consistently uploading videos. Now that her social anxiety was easing, her solo skills had improved, and her follower count had skyrocketed over 100,000 now. Original source mentions Gota's fan base as 2 Tokyo domes. About 100k people, that's top tier even by Japan's standards. Minami even felt like Hitori's guitar skill was approaching level 4. But her lingering anxiety held her back. Back to the point, if you shared your Guitar Hero account, we'd easily meet the 1,000 follower requirement. Minami replied. But weren't you worried that if your identity was exposed, the others would feel distance or resentment? He knew why she kept it secret. Guitar Hero's fame would feel too distant from Kesoku Band's current status. Revealing it could make the others feel inferior or isolated. This was exactly why Hitori Gota had always been reluctant to reveal her identity. But if we don't have 1,000 followers, we can't enter the contest. Hitori hesitated, caught in a bind. She really didn't want to expose her identity now, but she also didn't want to miss this chance to compete. The conflict left her visibly torn. Understanding her struggle, Minami Shaoji sank into thought. As Hitori had said, this opportunity was rare. A competition strictly for those aged 10 to 20, a chance for Kesoku Band to sharpen their skills among their peers. It was a big deal. To give it up over follower count would be a huge waste. But they couldn't exactly follow Ryo's idea and buy 1,000 bot followers for 50,000 yen, could they? That was just. Minami frowned, trying to come up with a better plan. And before he could, a soft voice cut in. Actually, Kesoku Band's 1,000 followers problem? Minami-kun solved it ages ago. Huh? Not just Minami, everyone turned to look at Pa-san, eyes wide. What did she mean? Amused by their confusion, Pa-san smiled and explained, Minami-kun, don't you remember? You and Nijika-chan asked me for access to Kasokaban's YouTube account a while back. YouTube, the world's largest video platform. Of course, Kasokaban didn't only have accounts on domestic Japanese SNS, they had Twitter and YouTube too. Back when Minami first joined Kasokaban, strapped for cash and armed with his regrets of life guitar and level 3 music talent, he'd tried to earn money through music videos. He even borrowed Seika Ijichi's amp and effects pedals to perform outdoors, with Pa-san helping him film short clips. One of those songs? Their future hit from the simulation I Don't Want to Die in Loneliness. During that time, Minami also met Chisato Nishikigi and Takina Inoue. Later, when Nijika asked him to join as a support member, he requested access to Kasokaban's YouTube account to upload 2 to 3 outdoor performance videos. But after simulating Chisato and Takina's routes, and unlocking cooking, happiness, level 4, he made money far faster through his cooking skills. So he simply stopped uploading to the channel, too busy with life. Could it be those old videos? Minami looked at Pa-san. Exactly. Pa-san grinned, holding up a finger. Nijika-chan, go check the channel. I think you'll be very surprised. They didn't need more prompting. Nijika and the others, already suspecting something, pulled up the Kasokaban YouTube page. Then see 60,000 followers. Eyes wide, jaws dropped. The account under the name Kasokaban had 60,000 subscribers. Even more shocking, the views. Each video had over 100,000 views. This is insane. Ikuyo stared at the screen, muttering in disbelief. And honestly, who could blame her? YouTube followers are usually legit, not inflated by bots or spam. Sure, Hattori Goto's Guitar Hero account still outmatched it. But 60,000 followers was still a massive number for a youth band. Most young bands only had 10 to 40k subscribers at best. And with only 2 or 3 videos, all from Minami's outdoor performances, he alone had pulled in 60k subs. Comparable bands had to upload dozens, if not hundreds, of videos to reach that level. Minami was a follower magnet, no matter the platform. Whoa, look at the comments. Ryo, still expressionless, made a rare comment. Everyone glanced at the comments section. Top comment, it's been 5 months with no uploads. Did you disappear? No matter the rhythm or technique, it's top tier and the song itself is amazing. Kasokaban? Anyone heard of them before? Not really. But this guy is ridiculously good looking. The song is so good too. Does he usually perform in Shimokitazawa? I live nearby, I should go check it out. They call it a band, but it's just one guy? Where are the others? Whatever, he's seriously handsome. The comment section was practically overflowing with praise and confusion, everyone wondering why the account had been inactive for so long. Some even suspected the uploader paid for fake engagement to hype up the videos. Looks like no one really knows about our Kasokaban. They're all just here to see more of Minami-kun. Nijika sighed, a helpless smile on her face as she spoke to Ikuyo. Aside from normal comments, some hardcore fans were completely losing it in the replies. Husband. It's my husband. So handsome. Watched it twice again. Husband's too hot. His hands are so pale, and he looks muscular too. Watched it 10 times. Who wants to go stalk Shimokitazawa with me? Just bought a hidden camera online. Time to tail the Shimokitazawa guitar boy. That's terrifying. Seeing such unhinged, borderline obsessive comments, not only Nijika but even Hattori felt chills run down their spines. Ikuyo turned to Minami, seriously begging him never to show his face online again for fear of real stalkers. Japan's a small country, with very accessible transit. It wasn't far-fetched that someone would track him to Shimokitazawa. It happened in showbiz all the time. As they fretted over how disturbing these fans were, Ryo Yamato silently raised her phone and started replying to comments. Lone bass freak, none of you psychos better lay a hand on him. He's mine. Lone bass freak, you creeps, stop polluting his comments with your filth. Lone bass freak, blocked. This one's scary too. Nijika's mouth twitched as she watched Ryo's pale fingers fly over her phone screen. For a moment, she didn't even know what to say. Still, ignoring the bizarre comments, there were some serious music fans too. I love I Don't Want to Die Loneliness. It feels like walking under Tokyo's neon lights, midnight air wrapping you in a bittersweet breeze. The city's brilliance means nothing to me, I'm just drifting alone. Listening to this feels like sinking into an ocean of loneliness. The first half suffocates you, like drowning in silence. But the second half surges with passion, like suddenly realizing you're still alive. Life's like that, I guess. Full of ups and downs, rarely smooth sailing. Minami-kun really is something else. Nijika murmured, reading the comments. Just one person, and he could command this much attention online. 60,000 followers. How long would it take Kesokaban to reach that? Especially when Minami hadn't even tried to grow the account. Was this the difference between genius and normal people? For some reason, Nodoka and Ikuyo both felt a sense of loss. A deep, sobering realization of just how far apart they were from Minami. The room's atmosphere grew heavy with that thought. Minami immediately noticed. He shook his head, trying to ease the mood. It's not that big a deal. Really, it wasn't. His popularity came from a combination of factors, the song I Don't Want to Die Loneliness and his Regrets of Life guitar. The song, created in the peak era of Kesokaban, according to the simulation, was Hitori Goto's heartfelt confession, a deep, relatable anthem about anxiety and insecurity that resonated with many. And the guitar's unique quality amplified that emotional connection. With decent technique and good looks, everything just clicked. But Kesokaban was different. Minami turned to Nodoka. In the simulation, Kesokaban was Japan's #1 rock band. Let's not even talk about Ryo Yamada, hailed as the Ice Queen of Bass, or Hitori Goto, the guitar goddess. Even Nodoka, the drummer, and Ikuyo Kita, the vocalist, had massive fanbases in their prime. They weren't just popular, they defined an era of Japanese rock. They were the #1 band in Japan. So focusing on follower count right now is meaningless. Minami looked calmly at Nodoka. You're all going to get even better. Kesokaban fell silent. Minami's voice was soft and composed. But the absolute confidence in his words wasn't lost on them, it echoed clearly in their hearts. What could they even say? The girls exchanged glances, then instinctively lowered their eyes. Even the usually unruly Ryo looked away, her face stiff with embarrassment. Being trusted this much by Minami, it felt good, but also made them feel a little flustered. Minami didn't press them. Seeing the mood lighten, he continued, so, now that Kesokaban's 1,000 follower goal is sorted, we've got no issues entering the Teen Music Fest, right? But isn't that your account, Minami-kun? Nodoka raised her hand. She really wanted to join the contest, but the YouTube channel was practically Minami's personal account. They'd never managed it or posted to it. Only his videos were on there. Just taking it didn't feel right. But Minami had already anticipated her hesitation. Nodoka, don't forget I'm a support member of Kesokaban, right? That makes me part of the team. Managing the channel's no big deal. It was a stretch, sure. Support members weren't exactly official. But to the girls, Minami had long become irreplaceable. If he was offering, they couldn't refuse. Nodoka, ever warm and kind-hearted, didn't argue further. All right. If you say so. But. No buts. Minami chuckled and cut her off. If you feel that bad about it, Nodoka, how about you think of a way to compensate me? Maybe a kiss? It was clearly a joke. They were all here, Kesokaban, Pasan, no way Nodoka would do something that bold. Minami meant it lightly. Just to move things along. But then his eyes widened. Nodoka clenched her fists. Made a decision. And suddenly stepped forward. In front of everyone, she pressed her cherry pink lips to his cheek. Soft, completely different from Hitori's. Stunned, Minami stared at her flushed face. There. That's okay, right? Minami-kun? Face burning, Nodoka turned on her heel and rushed out of the room, leaving behind Ryo, Hitori, Ikuyo, and Pasan, who wore a shocked, curious grin. All of them stared at Minami. Silent. Still at this moment, the room. Dead. Silence. Chapter 231, Kesokaban's bond won't change sometimes, a look alone can make a person squirm. Minami learned that firsthand today. Feeling the stares of Ryo Yamada, Hitori Goto, and especially Ikuyo Kita, whose gaze was complicated, Minami realized maybe I really shouldn't joke around with girls like that anymore. But honestly, who could have seen this coming? Nodoka Ecchi, usually so serious and proper, had actually taken his playful joke seriously and kissed his cheek. Sure, he knew she had some feelings for him. But in front of everyone? She actually did it. No, maybe it was because she was Nodoka. If it were Hitori, she'd have completely shut down, stammered, and panicked. Minami rubbed his temples. The only silver lining was that Sayaka Ecchi, the blonde, overprotective big sister and hardcore siscon, was currently at the front desk, prepping Starry to open. If she had seen that kiss, Minami was sure she'd kick him out immediately. But even now, the situation wasn't exactly safe. Ryo and Hitori could be dealt with. He'd just make it up to them, and they wouldn't complain. Kita and Pasan, though? Not so easy to brush off. So, you wanna say something? Just say it. Minami calmly sipped his water and took the lead seat at the table. Oddly enough, he was totally calm now. No need to panic. Ryo and Hitori hadn't said a word. And Kita and Pa. They were just friends, not like they had any deeper ties. Nothing scandalous had happened. He'd just be honest. Raising his eyes, he met their gaze head-on. Minami's confidence surprised Ekuyo and Pa. Shouldn't he be flustered right now? Dodging the topic, acting nervous? That's how male leads behave in anime and manga, right? This unexpected boldness threw them completely off. But Minami-kun, what exactly is your relationship with Nodoka-chan now? Don't worry, I won't tell the manager. Pa-san, intrigued, raised her hand to start the questioning, hoping to fluster him. She lived for this, watching these younger kids squirm. However, Nodoka probably likes me. Eh? That direct answer, delivered without hesitation, completely broke her. Minami turned the tables. Something wrong, Pa-san? And no, nothing at all. No panic. No evasion. He even counterattacked. Pa opened her mouth, but nothing came out. She realized, when it came to conversation tactics, she, a high school dropout, was no match for Minami. After a few awkward sounds, she coughed and stood up. I'm heading out. Failing to tease Minami and getting completely reverse teased, Pa couldn't take it and bailed. As she left, Minami turned to Ikuyo Kita, who was clearly struggling. Kita, what about you? If you've got questions, ask. I won't hide anything. Hitori-chan and Ryo-senpai. Are they okay with this? Surprisingly, Ikuyo didn't grill Minami. She turned to Ryo, still munching snacks, and Hitori, blushing furiously. Minami may be fine. But what about them? Surely they weren't unaffected? Ikuyo voiced her concern. But? Ikuyo, what are you talking about? Under Ikuyo Kita's questioning gaze, Ryo Yamada lifted her striking face, looking utterly confused. Ikuyo was stunned. Ryo had definitely seen Nodoka kiss Minami on the cheek. So why did she look like she had no clue what was going on? Trying to clarify, Ikuyo reminded her, just now, when Nodoka-senpai kissed Minami-san. Ryo-senpai saw it, right? Yeah. I saw it. Then. Don't you feel anything about that? If I were to kiss Minami, I'd go for the lips. Ikuyo froze. Not the reaction she expected at all. Ryo liked Minami, didn't she? Shouldn't she be bothered? Jealous, maybe? Why was she acting so calm, so unfazed? Ikuyo was completely lost. Had she fallen out of touch with youth culture? Or was it just impossible to keep up with Ryo Yamada's tempo? She didn't know what to say, so she turned to Hitori Gota instead. What about you, Hitori-chan? What do you think? Me? Well. I guess I'm kind of jealous. Okay, that was it. Ikuyo felt like she was completely out of sync with everything. Ryo and Hitori were both speaking Japanese, but why did it feel like she couldn't understand a single word? A strange panic crept into her chest, and just as she was about to speak again, do you want to join us, Ikuyo? Amber eyes, cold and clear like glass, met hers. Ryo asked calmly. Join? You? The words hit her like a thunderbolt. Ikuyo's lips trembled. Join them? That's impossible. Hitori, Ryo, and now even Nodoka. If she joined too, what kind of mess would that be? She didn't feel that way, she couldn't. But Ryo, as if reading her mind, added, if you didn't, then why are you so agitated? What are you afraid of? Simple words, as always. But sharp like a spike straight into her heart. Agitated? Afraid? Me? Ikuyo wanted to deny it. But the words caught in her throat. She thought of those strange memories that had surfaced recently, dream-like fragments. In them, she and the others met, worked hard together, got into college with Minami's help, made Kasoka Band famous, and slowly realized their dreams. During that journey, all of them developed feelings for Minami. And now, reality seemed to be unfolding exactly like that dream. They were all falling for him, including her. The more this came true, the more afraid she became. She did like Minami. But this sense of being guided by fate, as if her feelings were preordained, left her shaken. She didn't want her heart to be dictated by a dream. She was lost. And that's when you only need to do what feels right to you. Minami finally spoke. No one's going to force you into something you don't want. Don't overthink it, and there's no need to feel lost. To Minami, being confused by fragmented dreams was pointless. Those memories were just dreams, nothing more. Dreams couldn't change reality or how others truly felt. Nodoka's feelings didn't come from those memories. She had already built that affection in reality. The memories only made her realize it. So you don't need to get lost in illusions or memories. Minami gently patted Kita's head, his voice calm. Because no matter what, our bond as Kasoka Band won't change because of a dream. Chapter 232, Meeting Yamada's parents. Later that evening, Kita left Minami Shaoji's new home, citing the need to sort out her thoughts. Minami wasn't surprised. That was just Kita's way. Even under pressure, she never complained, choosing instead to bear it silently and find a solution herself. Since that was how she handled things, all Minami could do was wait for her to make her decision. At around 10 p.m. Well, I should get going. Ryo Yamada stood up from behind the starry bar, slender legs clad in black stockings as she slung her bass case over her shoulder, bidding everyone farewell in her usual calm tone. Then she tilted her head slightly and looked toward Minami behind the bar. Minami, walk me home. As her head turned, her dark blue hair swayed like shadowed tree branches in moonlight. Her calm voice was like a cool forest stream on a summer day. Ryo, your house is pretty close by, right? Minami remembered that Ryo's home wasn't far from Starry, just in the Shimokitazawa area. No need for an escort. Doesn't matter. Walk me. Ryo tucked a stray lock of hair behind her ear. Alright. Minami nodded, not bothering to argue. He had walked Hitori Gota home earlier around 9 p.m. It wouldn't be fair if he didn't walk Ryo too. Standing up, he reached out his hand. Let's go. Ryo gave a slight nod, expressionless as ever but clearly satisfied with his attitude. She slipped the bass case off her back and handed it to Minami, letting him carry it as they stepped out of Starry together. Even at 10 p.m., Shimokitazawa's streets were lively. University students milled about. Office workers, freshly buzzed from drinks, wandered in search of their next bar. Noise, lights, and life buzzed around them. But amidst the chaos, Ryo Yamada walked like an island of calm. Her serene beauty stood out, reminding one of a goddess of the night. The breeze swept through, lifting her deep blue hair, giving her an indescribable grace. Minami walked beside her, bass case slung over his shoulder, chatting about funny moments from the past few days. Then, after a while, are you mad? He asked suddenly. Out of nowhere. Most girls would have looked at him, puzzled. But Ryo simply shook her head. No. Her voice was low, magnetic. The kind of voice you could listen to for hours. Liar. Minami reached out and poked her cheek. Soft. Her face squished adorably under his finger. Ryo Yamada couldn't help but glance at Minami Shaoji beside her. When she saw him laugh openly, she turned her head away awkwardly. Yes. I'm mad. Of course Ryo was mad. She was supposed to be first. Whether it was a kiss or something more intimate, it should have been her. But Hitori Gota had beaten her to it. Unfair. That's what she thought. She had always been one step ahead in reading situations, anticipating, reacting first. And now even Nijika, the latecomer, had kissed Minami on the cheek today. How could Ryo not be angry? Just because she didn't care about others' opinions didn't mean she didn't have emotions. In fact, Ryo was childishly stubborn about certain things. She hadn't even kissed Minami yet. And Nijika had done it, today. So, yes, she was sulking. She didn't show it, of course, but inside, she was sulking hard. What Ryo didn't expect was, Minami could see right through her. No matter how well she hid her feelings, he always noticed. It was like he was her natural-born nemesis, able to read her every little thought. But just understanding wasn't enough. She wouldn't let him smooth things over so easily. Her little tantrums weren't that simple. At that moment, Minami took a few steps ahead and turned around, arms open. Come here. What? Ryo raised an eyebrow. Did he really think it'd be that easy? A hug, and everything would be okay? Did he take her for some kind of child? Was that really all it took? Minami, do you think a hug will fix this? Come here. He repeated. Ryo went silent. Then sighed. She stepped forward, reached out her pale arms, and wrapped them around him tightly. Damn it. He'd read her again. Eyes closed, refusing to let go, she grumbled, I'm still mad. I know. Do you want to know how to make it up to me? I'll tell you. No need. Minami's voice drifted lightly through the Tokyo night. I know exactly how to comfort you. Under the soft street lights, his face took on a silvery glow. He leaned in, lips drawing near. Ryo felt the heat. Not from Minami, from her own face, burning with stunning heat. For the first time, Ryo Yamada felt flustered. Panicked, she tried to pull back but it was too late. The rabbit had walked into the hunter's arms. Minami kissed Ryo's lips, catching her off guard for the first time. So soft. She thought vaguely. So different from just sharing a drink or indirect kisses. Her hands instinctively looped around his neck. Rising up on tiptoe, she didn't pull away, she kissed him back. Her usually still, glassy eyes shimmered. Like a still spring pond, rippling softly. Time seemed to stop. They stayed like that for a long while. Their lips parted. Breathless, Ryo Yamada exhaled softly under Minami Shaoji's gaze. Her slender body trembled faintly in his embrace. Still mad, Minami rested his forehead against hers, whispering gently. For the first time, Ryo's face flushed red. She turned her head away, silent. After a while, in a tiny voice, she murmured, "I need more comforting." This time, she kissed him first. Clicked the silver tab on the drink and snapped open, catching the streetlight just right, almost blinding. Minami sipped from it, slowly, trying to cool the heat lingering on his lips. Ryo stood beside him, eyes fixed on those thin, flushed lips, then quickly downed her own drink, gulping. All her earlier pouting gone without a trace. After finishing their drinks, the two walked again, side by side on the streets of Shimokitazawa. For some reason, the road that always felt long and boring suddenly seemed far too short tonight. So Ryo got a little mischievous. She slowed her pace on purpose and stretched out her arms toward him. "Minami." "Yeah?" He turned and saw her standing there, arms raised. "Carry me." It was the kind of shameless request most people would never dare say aloud. But this was Ryo Yamada. Headstrong? Unreasonable. Bold. Unbothered by others' opinions. That was just her way. Minami laughed. "You're way too old to be asking for piggybacks, Yamada-san." "Not embarrassed?" "Carry me." Unfazed, she kept her arms outstretched. "Fine, fine." He gave in, slinging her bass case off his back and gripping it by the handle. Then he crouched. Ryo leaned down, pressing close against his broad back, her head resting on his shoulder, breathing in his scent. For someone usually cold and expressionless, her face now blushed a faint pink. Minami didn't say a word. Balancing the bass bag, he reached under to steady her. Minami." Her voice suddenly panicked. I know. He chuckled. Shifting his grip to the outside of her thighs, he stood up. Step by step, they moved forward. The city's night wind carried Tokyo's familiar hum, people's voices, distant chatter, even at this late hour. But Ryo couldn't hear any of it. The beat of her heart, the warmth of their bodies, and Minami's steady breaths, those were all that filled her ears. Just focusing on those sounds took everything she had. Closing her eyes, she whispered suddenly, "Minami." "Yeah?" "Our music festival. I wonder how it'll go." "No matter what happens. You'll stay with us, right?" Ryo Yamada tightened her arms around Minami Shaoji's neck, boldly pressing her nose into his hair, breathing in his scent unashamedly. "Of course. I'll always be with you." Ryo was just too adorable today. Minami couldn't help but want to pat her head, but with her clinging to his back, the angle made it impossible. So he stayed quiet, just walking forward. Thanks to his regular exercise, his stamina was solid. The long, straight street passed quickly beneath his feet, and they soon reached a corner. "Turn right." Ryo mumbled from behind. Minami just patted her butt lightly. "It's left, isn't it?" Typical Ryo, mischievous to the core. She'd deliberately given him the wrong directions. He remembered from past simulations. If he turned right, it'd mean walking in a huge circle. She pulled the same prank on him back then. Smiling wryly, Minami turned left without hesitation. "I said right." Unhappy with being corrected, Ryo bit his neck in protest. Minami didn't feel pain, her bite was more like a kitten's nibble than anything threatening. "Don't mess around, Ryo. We're almost at your place. If someone sees us like this, won't it be awkward?" "Doesn't matter. Dad and Mom should be asleep by now." Ryo shrugged it off like it was nothing. It was well past 10. Her parents weren't the stay-up late types, and likely asleep already. Still, after his warning, she reluctantly let go of his neck. Though not before leaving a very visible red mark. She was pleased. Now anyone who saw it would know this man was hers. Just as she was basking in that thought, "Ryo-chan?" A startled voice called from ahead. "Dad." Completely ignoring her earlier statement about her parents being asleep, Ryo perked up, waving enthusiastically from Minami's back. Minami glanced sideways at her, mentally sighing. Nothing she said could be trusted. He was half convinced she'd lied on purpose, just to get him to lower his guard. But there was no escaping now. Yamada's father had seen them. Minami didn't freeze up, instead, he walked calmly under the streetlight. "As I thought, it's Ryo-chan. I spotted you from afar. And this young man is?" The man who spoke was Ryo's father. Wearing glasses, gentle-eyed and scholarly looking, he seemed like the complete opposite of his cold-faced daughter. "Hello, I'm Minami Shaoji, a support member in Ryo's band, Kasoka Band." Keeping it short and polite, Minami offered a handshake, not wanting to complicate things. His tone was calm and respectful, instantly likable. Ryo's father responded with equal warmth, reaching out his hand, but then "and also, Minami is my boyfriend," Ryo added nonchalantly. The atmosphere, previously friendly, shifted in an instant. became delicately tense. Chapter 233, Yoko Atsuki is very conflicted. And also, Minami is my boyfriend. The moment Ryo Yamada said those words, the atmosphere changed in an instant. Minami Shaoji couldn't help but glance at her, still piggybacked on his back. From any angle, Ryo was clearly one of those people who couldn't read the room at all. As if sensing his gaze, Ryo lowered her voice and leaned close, whispering, "It's fine, Minami. My dad actually has a pretty good impression of you." Minami. Thanks for the reassuring reminder, Ryo. But honestly, there was no need to panic. Like she said, she's his girlfriend and he's her boyfriend. As for meeting her parents, that was something bound to happen eventually. Ryo just happened to drop that bombshell unexpectedly, catching him off guard. Still, Minami was used to staying composed. He took a moment to reset, then looked up and addressed Ryo's father again. Just as Ryo said, "I'm her boyfriend." "Hello, Minami-kun. Is it alright if I call you that?" Ryo's father, just as she claimed, didn't seem angry at all. He smiled warmly and nodded at Minami. "Of course. Please call me whatever's comfortable. I understand the situation now. But before we continue chatting, could you set my daughter down first?" Ryo was still stubbornly clinging to Minami's back, which clearly wasn't appropriate. Minami nodded. "Of course." He turned to Ryo. Ryo pretended not to hear, turning her head away, as if she hadn't noticed the conversation. But under Minami's firm, silent gaze, she reluctantly slid off his back, face unreadable. Really now? Seeing his rebellious daughter so meekly obey Minami, Ryo's father couldn't help but sigh. His once unruly daughter had clearly met someone she truly liked. Once Ryo adjusted her skirt, her father continued, "I believe this is our first time meeting, Minami-kun?" "Yes, sir." Other than in simulations, this was indeed their first real meeting. Her father was a man of status, running a private hospital, always busy. "I want to thank you, Minami-kun." He bowed slightly. "For your warning." "My warning? Oh, that." Minami looked puzzled, then quickly realized. Right, he'd warned Ryo, under the guise of being a medium, about her father's hidden lung condition. In the simulation, the man had passed away from it. Thanks to Minami's warning in real life, he'd gone for tests early and received treatment before things got serious. His treatment must be over now. No wonder Ryo said her dad had a good impression of him. It was just a simple heads up, Mr. Yamada. You don't need to dwell on it. Perhaps for you, but if I hadn't caught it in time, it could have been life-threatening. I'm grateful. In that case, I also owe you thanks for helping me with the orphanage. I haven't forgotten. They shook hands, both men smiling. Ryo's father was clearly well-educated, polite, refined, nothing like a typical daughter-con. But Minami knew better. The calm gentleman act was a facade. Through the simulations, he knew just how much Ryo's parents doted on her. He was ready for the real test to come. Sure enough, after just a few minutes of small talk, Ryo's father turned to her. "Ryo-chan, go on home first. Your mother's worried you've been out so long." "But, Minami." "Don't worry, I just want to have a quick word with Minami-kun." "No." At her father's words, Ryo Yamada frowned. "I'm staying here." "Ryo-chan." Mr. Yamada sighed. Because of how he and his wife had spoiled their daughter, Ryo had always been this way, stubborn and headstrong, often leaving them at a loss. Just as the situation became tense, Minami Shaoji finally spoke. "Ryo, it's all right. Go on ahead. I'll chat with your father for a bit." Ryo Yamada. Standing under the streetlight, head tilted in thought, she finally nodded. If Minami says so, fine. Without further fuss, she picked up her bass case and walked toward her family's mansion. Watching her retreating back, Mr. Yamada let out a sigh. "Seems like Ryo-chan really is quite fond of you, Minami-kun." Minami didn't respond. Because aside from the emotion of melancholy in Mr. Yamada's tone, he could also detect a hint of jealousy. "You probably don't know this." Mr. Yamada turned back toward Minami. "Ryo-chan doesn't listen to just anyone. The fact that she listened to you, it's really something. Even he couldn't get her to listen at home. In fact, as a self-proclaimed doting father, he was the one often getting bossed around." Just thinking about this and seeing how differently Ryo treated Minami compared to him, Mr. Yamada felt like he'd bitten into a lemon. Sour, yet unable to say anything. Still, this wasn't the time for that. He steadied himself and asked, "Minami-kun, could you tell me about how you came to Tokyo?" "It's nothing special." Minami replied with a smile, briefly recounting his journey from the countryside and how he met Ryo and the others. "I wasn't asking about that." Mr. Yamada interrupted. "I'm curious about your academics. Ryo mentioned your grades. You ranked first in the national mock exams?" "Yeah, that's true." "Impressive." Mr. Yamada nodded, visibly satisfied. Ranking first nationwide even if Minami came from a modest background, he had nothing to worry about. With those skills, getting into Tokyo University would be a breeze. Once Minami graduated, Mr. Yamada figured he could leverage his network to get him a good position, guide his career, and later hand over his private hospital to Minami when he and his wife retired. Minami could then settle down with Ryo, have kids, and Mr. Yamada would live leisurely as a grandfather. Perfect life plan. Even at first meeting, Minami's social finesse and attentiveness had left a positive impression, but this was still just Mr. Yamada's preliminary assessment. Whether Minami and Ryo would truly end up together was yet to be determined. He smiled, choosing his words carefully. I understand the situation now. You're excellent, Minami-kun. I can see why Ryo chose you. As her father, I don't intend to interfere. I just have one request, please don't hurt Ryo-chan, or make her cry. He held up a finger, a universal request from every parent. Minami nodded firmly. I understand. Good. Mr. Yamada eyed him up and down, clearly satisfied with his handsome and dependable appearance. He gave Minami a friendly pat on the shoulder. Come by earlier next time, Ryo's mother should meet you too. I will, if I get the chance. Minami smiled. Looks like his earlier health warning had indeed left a great impression. In the simulations, Mr. Yamada only approved of Minami dating Ryo after he entered Tokyo University. After a few more exchanges, Minami finally took his leave. Reflecting on the day's twists and turns, Minami could only sigh. At least I got through it. Declining Mr. Yamada's offer of a ride, he strolled through Shimokitazawa's night streets, stretching. The simulation with Ryo Futaba had ended. Next. It's about the 10th Generation Music Festival and preparing for senior year university entrance exams, right? Minami felt no pressure about entering his final year of high school. In his simulation memories, he had taken Tokyo University entrance exams countless times. He practically had the exam questions memorized. If Hitori Gota, Ryo Yamada, or any of the other girls ended up struggling to get into a top university, Minami figured he'd just hand them the answer keys to the Tokyo University tests. Since he'd cheated via simulation, there was no reason not to share the wealth. Unfortunately, his simulation memories were limited to personal experiences. Stuff like sports betting or lottery numbers, no dice. He didn't gamble or buy lottery tickets, so he couldn't remember such things. Otherwise, he'd already be living the good life. Enough daydreaming. Minami shook his head, focusing on the 10th Generation Music Festival. That was what truly deserved his attention right now. If he could, he would have liked to be like those protagonists who knew the future, guiding the girls of Kasokaban to an unbeatable victory. But this music festival is yet another butterfly effect event. Minami sighed. In the simulation, Kasokaban had participated in a music festival. But that was not this 10th Generation Music Festival. He remembered very clearly that it was a different event. In other words, he had no recollection of this current 10 to 20-year-old exclusive music competition. I'll have to trust them on this one. Minami shook his head again, dismissing his unease. He would do everything he could to help Kasokaban. And he fully trusted the girls. So the music festival set. Next is. He murmured, raising a finger to pull up the simulation interface. Under his gaze, his previously meager affection points had risen to 1,660 points, huh? Staring at the astonishingly high affection score, Minami remained surprisingly calm. In fact, he thought it was a bit low. After all, he had slept with Gota. And just recently, he'd had a romantic moment with Ryo Yamada. He regularly teased science girl Ryo Futaba, and rich girl Akane Shinjo hadn't been neglected either. He still stopped by to cook part-time for Chisato Nishikigi and Takina Inoue too. 1,660 points? Honestly, not great but not terrible either. He realized that as his relationships deepened, it took more intimate interactions to raise affection. Hand-holding used to suffice. Now, he probably needed kisses and more. Minami felt conflicted. On the one hand, getting closer to the girls was great. But on the other, slow affection growth was frustrating. Let's just take it one step at a time. Despite the dilemma, Minami didn't dwell on it. He closed the simulation window and walked back to the Starry Live House. Meanwhile, in Shinjuku, at a venue called Shinjuku Fault, someone was more conflicted than Minami. Hiro-senpai has been acting so weird lately. Yoko Atsuki threw her hands up in torment. She keeps going to this place called Stardust to see some no-name band called Kasoka Band. Does she not love me anymore? This is serious. We need to investigate thoroughly. Start with Twitter, YouTube, anything. Declaring her mission, Yoko Atsuki turned to her bandmates, ready to dig up the truth. Chapter 234, It's not like I like you or anything. A live house doesn't host just one rock band, and Shinjuku Fault, where Hiro Kaikuri, The boozy older sister figure, often frequented, was no exception. As the lead singer and lead guitarist of another band stationed at Shinjuku Fault, Yoko Atsuki could proudly declare that her band was one of the top-tier groups among Shinjuku's youth scene. They even had the chops to hold solo performances. She was also Hiro Kakuri's #1 fan, calling her Kakuri sis in private. Naturally, she was deeply curious about everything Kakuri did. So Kakuri sis has been acting super weird lately. Yoko gritted her teeth, grumbling to her bandmates, she doesn't even come to our gigs anymore. She's always sneaking off to watch that nobody's band, Kasoka Band. Huh? What's wrong with that? Asked Fuko Hanjo, their rhythm guitarist, casting Yoko a confused glance. It's normal for Kakuri-senpai to have her own music preferences, right? Yeah. Chimed in Akubai Hasegawa, their masked drummer, scrolling on her phone. Besides, she's got terrible drinking habits. Every time she comes to our shows, she's wasted and causing a scene. The audience hates it. She couldn't forget that one time Kakuri staggered into their gig drunk, threw up everywhere, and completely killed the crowd's mood. That's part of her charm. Why don't you guys get that? Yoko tried to defend Kakuri, flustered at her bandmates' bluntness. Yeah, no, we really don't get it. Don't talk back. I'm the leader here. Yoko puffed up like an angry kitten. Her bandmates exchanged a look. They'd long since gotten used to her easily flustered personality, and truthfully found it kind of adorable. Seeing them fall silent, Yoko smiled smugly and slapped the table. Anyway, Kakuri sis and our band have always been super close. And now she's distracted by some no-name group? Aren't you all embarrassed? Exactly how close are we with Kakuri-senpai again? Someone raised their hand. Humphrey. You guys don't even know. Yoko boasted, she often comes over to use my shower, okay? And she borrows money all the time, I even buy her food. She flashed a finger, proudly stating this as evidence of a deep bond. But her bandmates stared. She was being used like a personal ATM. Bundled with shower access. And yet Yoko was completely serious. Geez, how could anyone be as gentle and kind as Kakuri sis? Just curious, how much has she borrowed from you? Not much. Like 150,000 yen last month. You're being milked dry. Her bandmates froze. 150,000 yen? Plus showers and meals? Everyone exchanged glances, grateful they weren't in Yoko's shoes. Getting entangled with Kakuri sounded like a one-way ticket to bankruptcy. Anyway, we have to investigate this. Who the heck is Kasoka Band? I need to know. Yoko cleared her throat, straightened her posture then, as if contradicting herself, gave a fake laugh and waved it off. They're probably nobodies. No way their fanbase can beat ours, we're Sideros. That's right. Not every band could compete with them. In just 1 year, they'd earned serious respect among youth, with over 10,000 followers online as an indie heavy metal band. Yoko's confidence stemmed from that. And Kasoka Band? Never heard of them. Even the name sounded lame. No way they were on par with Sideros. In the indie scene, fan count equals power. Yoko declared. She's spouting nonsense again. Her bandmates sighed. While fan count does matter, some amazing bands were still just starting out. Thankfully, Akubai Hasegawa broke the awkwardness. I found Kasoka Band's info. They're on SNS too, like us. Let me see. Yoko snatched the phone, and everyone gathered around. Then wait. Aren't they just a beauty and food influencer? Looking at the screen full of makeup and food posts, Yoko Atsuki angrily threw Akubai Hasegawa's phone onto the couch. Is this Kasoka Band even taking their activities seriously? Completely ignoring Akubai's startled awe, my phone. Yoko was genuinely baffled. Why would Kakuri Hiro, her beloved big sister figure, be drawn to a band with barely 50 or 60 SNS followers? And what the hell was up with Kasoka Band? If they're calling themselves a rock band, they should act like one. Why were their posts filled with makeup, filters, and food? Could Kakuri Hiro really prefer this beauty foodie band over their serious rock act Sideros? Yoko couldn't understand it. She even had the urge to start posting beauty and food content on Sideros's own social media tomorrow. Just then, Yuayo Uchida piped up, as if making a discovery. Oh, Kasoka Band has a YouTube channel too. Let me guess, more beauty and food videos? Yoko grumbled, but still peeked at the screen. The Kasoka Band YouTube channel was minimalist. Just the name, Kasoka Band, no profile picture, and only 3 videos posted. Empty. Bare. Sparse. Humphrey. Is that it? Only 3 videos? How could they possibly match up to us, Sideros? She scoffed, her eyes casually scanning the subscriber count. And then Gulp has 60,000 subscribers? Yoko's mouth fell open, crimson eyes wide, as the sound of her swallowing hard echoed. 60,000 subscribers. Even Tokyo Dome, with its 55,000 seats, couldn't contain them all. As subscriber numbers don't mean everything. As musicians, we should settle this with our music. Didn't you say earlier, follower count equals band power? Atsuki senpai? Shut up. Look, they've got a live outdoor performance video, we'll know their true power once we hear it. Yoko was livid. Wasn't 10,000 subscribers already considered amazing? What was this Kasoka band doing to get 60,000 subscribers with just 3 videos? Was their content that good? Unable to resist, she clicked on Kasoka band's outdoor live performance. And then this song is insanely good. So catchy. Their sound is so polished, we don't stand a chance. That guy on stage is ridiculously good looking. What's his name? Minami Shoji? The members of Sideros were in shock. It was just a solo guitar performance, yet it drew them into the music's world. The first half was hauntingly oppressive, a plunge into loneliness and despair. But the latter half exploded in passion, their hearts pounding with the rhythm. All that oppressive despair was completely swept away in an instant. It was just a simple guitar performance, yet it felt like it could reach directly into the hearts of its listeners. Lamenting loneliness. And then emerging from that loneliness. He's incredible. This guy, Minami Shoji. As a fellow guitarist, Fuko Hanjo fixed her gaze on Minami Shoji in the video, strumming with confident power. She could tell the video was likely shot on a smartphone or something similar, with only average resolution, and the ambient noise from the venue had been picked up due to the amateur recording. Yet Minami's masterful technique, his seasoned stage presence, and a guitar sound that tugged at the heartstrings made her completely forget about the poor recording quality. Perfect music makes up for any equipment shortcomings. She felt this truth clearly. Yoko senpai, what do you think? She turned her head, curiously looking at Yoko Atsuki. Humphrey. Nothing worth getting worked up about. With arms crossed, Yoko's expression was unmoved under Fuko's gaze. Even faced with such a formidable opponent, her face didn't betray a single flicker of emotion. This made the rest of Sideros exchange glances and nod quietly. Sure, their leader's obsession with Kakurihiro might be questionable. But when it came to music, her confidence was rock solid. Even though all of them were shaken by Minami's performance, their leader remained composed as if unbothered by such a powerful rival. Despite that opponent's overwhelming strength. Just as everyone was thinking this suck, I'm bored. I'm going to the bathroom and then heading home. You guys should go home early too. With a wave of her hand, Yoko Atsuki pushed the door open and left. Watching her disappear down the hall, Yuayo Uchita, her long hair flowing behind her, sighed in admiration. Yoko senpai really is the lead guitarist of Sideros. There's a reason she's our leader. Yeah. Akubai Hasegawa nodded. Even as a drummer, just hearing that guy play gave me chills. That sound really struck something inside me. Maybe only Yoko senpai could stay completely unfazed. The members of Sideros chatted in the break room, praising Kasoka band's power, while admiring Yoko's nerves of steel. Meanwhile, at the center of their praise, Yoko Atsuki had leaned against a wall, her expression beginning to change. What the hell? Is this guy even the same age as us? How can he be this strong? Her crimson eyes wide, she whipped out her phone, re-watching Minami Shoji's performance again and again. As if she hadn't felt anything? No way. As the one often dubbed the true Bocce the rock of the series, Yoko didn't just feel something. His performance hit her right in the heart. She had felt it, the isolation at school, the loneliness of no one to talk to, no one to look at her, no one to acknowledge her. Even in a crowd, she often felt stranded on an island. And so Minami Shoji's I don't want to die loneliness wasn't just relatable, it was like it was made for her. She loved it. Loved it. Absolutely loved it. So much that, as soon as she left the break room, she immediately subscribed to Kasoka band's YouTube channel. She even felt a growing impulse to go to Shimogatazawa herself, just to watch them live. It's just reconnaissance. Know your enemy to win, right? I'm definitely not a fan of their music or anything like that. She muttered defensively, flipping through her schedule for tomorrow. Chapter 235, Why not use him? No one would notice. No one would care. Confident and strong. That's who she was, the great and unshakable lead guitarist and vocalist of Sideros, Yoko Atsuki. Exactly. The idea that she'd be shaken by yesterday's open-air performance and came here to spy on Kasoka band was utterly ridiculous. She was Yoko Atsuki, remember? The lead vocalist and guitarist of Sideros, a hugely popular up-and-coming metal band with over 10,000 followers on Twitter. There's no way she'd waste her precious practice time to come observe some small-time Kasoka band, right? Are you here to see that band perform today? Keisuke Band. Wearing casual clothes, Yoko Atsuki replied stiffly to the dark-haired ticket attendant. And yet here she was. Staring at the ticket in her hand, her lips twitched. Well, I'm here already. It's not like I think Keisuke Band's that great, or that this Minami Shaoji guy is all that impressive. But since I came, no harm in just taking a peek. That's right. Her disguise was flawless. Even if someone saw her, there's no way they'd recognize her as Satoru's lead guitarist and vocalist. With her confidence back, she stepped boldly into Live House Starry. Then Yoko-chan? What? The moment she stepped inside, without even a chance to look around, she heard the last voice she wanted to hear. A purple-haired older woman bounded toward her. It was Kakurihiro, the very woman she'd been obsessing over for days. Why now? Why now of all times is Kakuri here? Yoko almost choked. After all that work overcoming her own Sunday awkwardness, the very first person she runs into is the one she absolutely didn't want to see. It's Yoko-chan, right? I knew it. Wrapped in a scarf, Kakurihiro cheerfully approached. And no. I think you've got the wrong person. Yoko, in full disguise and makeup, still tried to deny it. Huh? Why won't you admit it, Yoko-chan? Don't tell me you're a fan of Keisuke Band too? I am not. Being misunderstood by her beloved Kakuri-senpai was the most unbearable thing for Yoko. She didn't care about blowing her cover, she had to explain herself now. I just happened to see one of their members' outdoor performances yesterday, and it really shook me. I couldn't sleep, kept thinking about it, so I came over to check it out. Please don't misunderstand, Kakuri-senpai. That's a hardcore fan right there. No, it's not. I'm not a fan. Face beat red, Yoko defended herself. She just really liked that boy's music from the outdoor show, nothing more. So why did Kakuri-senpai have to call her a fan? As she fretted, a figure approached. A handsome young man with tousled hair, calm eyes like a tranquil autumn lake. He was too familiar. At a glance, Yoko immediately recognized him from yesterday's video. Caught completely off guard, her mind blanked for a moment. Then, as if on instinct, she pulled a signature board from her bag and thrust it in front of the dark-haired boy. Please, give me your autograph. Huh? Startled, Minami Shaoji leaned back slightly as the autograph board was pushed toward him. He had just come over to tell Kakurihiro to quiet down. Instead, he found himself with a signature board in his face. A little confused, he took it anyway. Are you a fan of Keisuke Band? Gulp, damn it. Why did I pull out the autograph board on reflex? She had originally planned to casually ask for a signature and play it cool. Now Yoko Atsuki was stuck, internally cursing her own impulsive move. Hearing Minami Shaoji's words, she didn't know how to respond. If Kakurihiro hadn't been standing right there, she could have easily asked for an autograph under the guise of a fan with no pressure. But now. I'm not a fan of Keisuke Band. I just wanted an autograph, that's all. Minami Shaoji. Her textbook tsundere response made Minami glance over at Kakurihiro. The look in his eyes said it all, this is your friend, deal with it. Feeling the pressure of that stare, Kakurihiro sheepishly took 2 steps back and quickly raised her hands in protest, and no, it's not like that. I really do get along well with this girl. But she came here on her own today. Her name is Yoko Atsuki. Alright. One glance at Kakuri's flustered face and Minami could tell she wasn't lying. So he didn't press further and turned to introduce himself. Nice to meet you, Atsuki-san. I'm Minami Shaoji. Then he continued, you wanted an autograph from Keisuke Band, right? I'll pass this board to them and get it signed for you. He accepted the board, thinking that was the end of it. However, as he took the autograph board, Yoko Atsuki stared at him with a puzzled look, like something didn't add up. This confused Minami. His words had been totally normal, right? Why was she looking at him like that? Seriously. Anyone associated with the drink-happy Kakurihiro probably wasn't going to be easy to deal with. Is there something else, Atsuki-san? No. Aren't you a member of Keisuke Band? She was genuinely confused. She'd discovered him through Keisuke Band's YouTube channel and knew how skilled he was on the guitar. But his earlier phrasing made it sound like he wasn't part of the band, which seemed odd. Ah, I see. Realizing the mix-up, Minami smiled and explained, I guess Kakuri-senpai didn't mention it. I'm not an official member of Keisuke Band. I'm just their support member. Just a support member, and you're that good? Her voice jumped an octave. Unlike Minami's calm demeanor, Yoko Atsuki's crimson eyes went wide. She hadn't expected that. A support member was like a backup, not an official bandmate, just someone who helped during performances when needed. But she'd heard him play yesterday. His skill level alone was worthy of any band's main lineup. And yet in Keisuke Band, he was only support? Then what about the rest of the band's skill level? Terrifying. At first, Yoko had only been interested in Minami Shaoji. The band as a whole didn't concern her. Now, she felt real pressure. She never imagined that Live House Story in Shimogatazawa was hiding such a monstrously skilled band. I definitely need to see them in action. She removed her glasses, the one she used for disguising during makeup, and got serious. Judging from the info she'd picked up, Kesoka Band could easily be a rival for Sideros down the line. Now she was intrigued. Minami turned to Kakurihiro, suspicious. What's going on here? Ahaha. I think her competitive spirit kicked in. That's just how Yoko-chan is. Kakuri chuckled. Thanks to quitting alcohol recently, and with Minami's nutritious meals, her complexion was rosier and healthier than before. Competitive spirit. Minami glanced again at Yoko Atsuki, who was looking determined now. Then it clicked. He recognized her face after the glasses came off. The lead vocalist and guitarist of Sideros. Even though he hadn't read the later parts of the Bocce the Rock manga, with Kesoka Band preparing for the 10 Generation Music Festival, he'd researched well-known youth bands in Tokyo. Yoko Atsuki's band, Sideros, was one of the top names on that list. A rapidly rising star among indie bands this year, Sideros had built a strong following in Shinjuku, racking up over 10,000 online followers in no time, and was fully capable of holding independent live shows. Likewise, they were considered one of the strongest contenders in the upcoming 10 Generation Music Festival. If Kesoka Band wanted to take the crown, then Sideros, a metal rock band, would be a major hurdle they simply couldn't avoid. Are they seeing Kesoka Band as a rival now? Minami Shaoji rubbed his chin thoughtfully. Then, he noticed the previously composed Yoko Atsuki suddenly turn her head, her face blushing as she looked at him. Could I maybe trouble you to sign this first? She pointed at the autograph board in his hand, her voice tinged with shyness. You want my autograph? Minami looked puzzled. Yeah. Yoko nodded earnestly. Here. It wasn't a big ask, and for Minami, it was no trouble at all. With neat, clean handwriting, he signed the board and handed it back to her. Thanks. Minami-san, I really like your playing style. Receiving the board, Yoko Atsuki spoke from the heart. Ah, thank you. I appreciate that. Minami smiled in return. He had a good guess why she came all the way here. Probably because of those outdoor performance videos on YouTube. No wonder she'd mistaken him for a core member of Kesoka Band. But, oh well. He looked toward the stage, where Kesoka Band was about to start their set. He figured he'd clarify things after the show. Meanwhile, Yoko noticed the performance was about to begin. She tucked the signed board into her shoulder bag like a precious treasure, then looked up at the stage. While she had mostly come for Minami Shaoji's autograph, it was a little disappointing not to see him perform. Still, getting to see the band that didn't even need someone of Minami's caliber? That alone made the trip worth it. Holding her breath, she looked up and focused completely on Kesoka Band's live performance. And then Yoko stared in disbelief at Kesoka Band, who were now bowing on stage, her pale pink lips slightly parted. Her shocked expression wasn't because the band exceeded expectations, it wasn't that the performance was too good. Instead, this is just okay? She blurted out, face full of confusion. Yoko Atsuki had assumed that Kesoka Band, who didn't need Minami Shaoji as a full-time member, must be on another level, something deep and unfathomable. But after actually hearing them play, she realized she'd been way off the mark. Kesoka Band's performance. It wasn't bad. But it wasn't amazing either. It was decent, had its highlights, but didn't remotely compare to the feeling she'd gotten from Minami Shaoji's outdoor performance. They felt like a band still finding its footing, developing, but not quite there yet. It was far from the unfathomable or perfect performance she had expected. Just then, the members of Kesoka Band finished packing up their equipment and stepped off the stage. Still in a state of confusion, Yoko Atsuki finally spoke up. Hey, are you guys seriously kidding me right now? Huh? The girls, who had just come down from the stage, looked confused as they faced Yoko, who had suddenly appeared before them. What's with the huh? Yoko really couldn't comprehend it. She stared at the members of Kesoka Band, unable to hold back any longer. Why on earth are you guys not using such a powerful support member? She pointed directly at Minami Shaoji, standing off to the side, her voice full of disbelief. If you just used Minami-san, Kesoka Band's strength would obviously reach a whole new level, right? Chapter 236, Random Daughter Summon Card, Use? With the introduction from Kakurihiro, everyone got to know Yoko Atsuki, and they all moved into the lounge. But even sitting in the lounge, Yoko Atsuki still had that "I just can't understand this" expression, glaring unhappily at the four members of Kesoka Band. Are these four girls really taking their band seriously? They have someone like Minami Shoji as a guitarist, and they still choose not to let him on stage? If they had Minami's level of skill, this band could easily rise to a whole new level. Arms crossed and clearly irritated, Yoko grumbled to herself, they can't even see how amazing Minami-san is. Kesoka Band isn't all that impressive, huh? On-chan, you haven't come to see our band's live show in over a month, just to watch this group? I'm seriously gonna get mad. Minami-san's playing is incredible, why would they bench him? Still ranting, Minami cast a side glance at Kaikuri Hiro. Feeling the sharpness of Minami's gaze like needles, Hiro's playful smirk froze instantly. That was the face Minami made when he was ready to deny her food for the night. Minami-kun, don't mind her. She's just like that. But even though she says things harshly, she's actually pretty nice deep down. She leaned in close and whispered, really? Pretty nice? Minami glanced at Yoko Atsuki. Just from looking at her, he could tell her type, a classic tsundere, the kind who talks tough but is soft-hearted inside. A dying breed these days. Thinking that, Minami called out, Atsuki-san. Minami-san, what's up? The Yoko Atsuki who had just been chewing out the girls was now all smiles and gentle. I recall you're the lead guitarist and vocalist of Sideros, correct? May I ask why you've come here today? Why? Well, I came to listen to Kesoka Band's performance, since they might be our competition in the upcoming Teen Generation Music Festival. Then, her tone turned disdainful, but to my disappointment, their performance level was only so-so. Truly disappointing. Her words were gutting. As a pro in the music scene, being criticized by her would sting, not just for Kesoka Band but for any band. Especially since, apart from Ryo Yamada, the others, Hattori Gota, Nijika Aijichi, and Ikui Okita, weren't known for their resilience. Hearing such harsh words could easily shake their confidence. Minami was about to speak up to defend them, but before he could. Atsuki-san, can you tell us what exactly you think is wrong with our performance? Huh? Minami was surprised. The one who spoke wasn't Ryo, whom he thought had the thickest skin, but Nijika Aijichi, the kind and sensitive girl he'd been worried about most. She was looking straight at Yoko. Minami was shocked. Nijika always took on the blame for everything, putting the team before herself. Standing up like this to confront Yoko, that wasn't like her at all. But then, even more surprising things happened. I think so too. If there's anything wrong, please point it out to us. Ikui Okita said seriously. Me too. Added Hattori Gota, shyly raising her hand. None of them looked discouraged or upset. Even Ryo, though silent, seemed unbothered by Yoko's harsh critique. Minami was stunned. This wasn't the Kesoka Band he remembered from the start. Back then, they were much more fragile, easily swayed by criticism. Now they were different. While Minami was still processing, Kaikuri sidled up and grinned, whispering, Minami-kun, you're too close to them, so you haven't noticed, they've grown. She plopped down beside him, propping her head on her hand. Back then, Hattori-chan would never have spoken up in this kind of situation. And Ryo, she never cared about others' opinions, but she'd have been the first to lash out. Now, they're both composed. She continued, thanks to you, they've become more confident. Being too close, you've missed it. The closer you are, the less you see. You know. Minami stared at Kaikuri, impressed. Eh? Have I finally captivated you with my charm, Minami-kun? Kaikuri giggled. No. Minami shook his head, deadpan. I just can't believe someone like you can say something so cool. Eh? Minami-kun, what kind of image do you have of me? A lazy, freeloading, scummy musician who borrows money from kids? Ugh. Minami-kun, that hurts. I'm dying. Quick, rub my chest. I'm calling the police. Frowning, Minami pulled out his phone. Wait. Don't call the police. I was just joking. A wail echoed as Kaikuri hurriedly rushed over to stop Minami Shoji from dialing 110. Minami. With a speechless expression, Minami put his phone away and chose not to fuss over Kaikuri's antics. After all, what she said earlier made sense. Maybe it was because he'd been too close to Kesoka Band all this time that he failed to notice their growth. As he observed the girls now casually chatting with Yoko Atsuki, Minami couldn't help but sigh inwardly. He never imagined they had grown this much without him realizing. Though they were still rough around the edges, they could now face and address their problems without relying on his help. And just that alone meant Kesoka Band's future wouldn't stop at a mere Teen Generation Music Festival. Without Minami's intervention, the girls had handled Yoko's bluntness themselves. In fact, Nijika Aijichi and the others even received valuable advice from her, things only someone in the industry would notice: rhythm inconsistencies on drums, Ryo Yamada's bass playing being too domineering, and Ikui Okita's uncertain strumming on lead guitar. Yoko pointed them all out bluntly. Her wording was harsh, her tone condescending, arms folded with a look of superiority. Yet none of the Kesoka band girls seemed to mind. In fact, Ryo might have already picked up on Yoko's suntier nature. During dinner, Yoko-senpai, you really like fried shrimp tempura, right? Here, have some more. Expressionless as always, Ryo offered her some. Don't be ridiculous. I don't like it at all. Despite looking reluctant, Yoko dumped her tempura into Ryo's bowl. I see, then I'll eat it for you. Ryo replied flatly and quickly devoured the shrimp in a couple of bites. Later, Yoko-senpai, maybe you don't like tempura, but the teppanyaki steak Minami made is amazing. You should try it. Humphrey. I'm dieting. I can't eat hamburger steak. Oh, then I'll take care of it for you. A few minutes later, Yoko-senpai, you seem to love rolled omelets. You've taken quite a few. Ugh. This is for Kakuri-nisan. I don't like it. A bit later still, Yoko-senpai. Ryo. Stop it already. Can't you see she's about to cry? All in all, it was a light-hearted and enjoyable dinner for Ryo. The food was amazing. I hope I can hear Minami-san's playing next time too. Yoko gave a deep bow to Minami. It was nothing. Minami smiled. It really was a small thing. He'd simply treated her to a meal and, in return, gained insider information. For example, this teen generation music festival starts with a demo review by the organizers, combined with online voting as the first selection round. Also, 100 bands had signed up, and only 30 would pass the initial selection to enter the next round. A single meal for all that? Totally worth it. As Minami watched, Yoko subtly looked around. After confirming Ryo wasn't nearby, she hesitated, then pulled out a few tickets from her shoulder bag and handed them to Minami. These are tickets to our band's show at Shinjuku Fault. If you don't mind, you're inviting Minami to your live show? Yoko-senpai, do you like him? Like a ghost, Ryo appeared behind Yoko's shoulder. Ayoko froze. Her instincts told her to just admit it. But Ryo's annoying smug face made her want to do the exact opposite. Even so. Looking at Minami, and feeling Ryo's gaze on her back. Conflicted. G got nothing to say. I'm leaving. Like a startled kitten, Yoko squeaked and ran off in a panic. Minami. He looked at the tickets in his hand, then at Yoko's retreating figure. As expected, Sunters are soft everywhere except for their mouths. You really shouldn't tease her like that next time. He poked Ryo's cheek. K. Ryo agreed without hesitation. But whether she truly listened, that was debatable. Still, Minami didn't mind. Since Kesoka Band could now stand on their own without his help, maybe he could start focusing on something else. For example, use random daughter summon card. He eyed the simulator with interest. Chapter 237, Father's control over his daughter is unacceptable. The growth of the band had been swift. Thanks to the reminder from Kakuri, Minami had already come to realize this. The girls, who once needed his encouragement and support, had unknowingly caught up to him and were now able to move forward alongside him. This gave Minami a sense of relief, while also reminding him of something he had wanted to use before, the random daughter summon card. I was planning on using the random daughter summon card after the teen music festival. But it seems like the band no longer requires my constant worry. Sitting in his room on the first floor of the starry building, staring at the simulator, Minami stood up and took a sip of water. Since the band's matters were no longer something he needed to focus on, he could now shift his attention to his own affairs. However, Minami looked at the explanation of the random daughter summon card in the simulator. Random daughter summon card, every simulation, every new life born, is both a coincidence and a destiny. Your constant choices, your attempts, have built countless timelines where reality and chance intertwine. In this moment, everything crosses paths. When you meet them again, will you still bear the responsibility of a father, as you did in the simulation? Cost, 800 heartthrob points to activate the item. You will hear their request to you. As a father, should you fulfill their request? 800 heartthrob points for a single use. Minami muttered to himself. He tapped the simulator's item tab, sitting at the desk. The last time he checked, his heartthrob points were 1,660. But after 2 days of accumulation, his points had increased. From the previous 1,660, he now had 1,840. It seemed like a lot, but in reality, it was just enough for 2 uses of the random daughter summon card. However, aside from the heartthrob points issue, there were other things Minami needed to pay attention to. At the top of the list was basic living arrangements. Clothing, food, and transportation were no problem for Minami. As long as he worked a little more at Lyco Reco. Providing for his daughter's needs wasn't a huge issue. The real problem lay in housing. He couldn't let his daughter live with him in his current room, could he? After all, this was the first floor of the Starry building, directly adjacent to the Starry Hall. If Yamada Ryo, Gota Hitori, or any of the others saw his daughter manifesting into the real world, that was definitely not something that could be brushed off easily. And aside from this concern, there were even more things Minami had to worry about. That is time limit. Minami rested his face in his hand, scanning the item description of the random daughter summon card. From the description of this item, he didn't see any mention of how long the daughter would remain in the real world after manifesting, or how much time they could stay. For example, if the daughter manifested with 800 heartthrob points, would she only be able to stay in the real world for 2 or 3 days before returning to the simulation's timeline? If that were the case, using this item wouldn't be a problem at all. He could use it now, satisfying his curiosity about what his future daughter might be like. But if he used it carelessly, and the daughter that manifested couldn't return to the simulation's timeline, that would be a huge mess. A daughter, living forever in the real world as a nameless, undocumented child, staying in his home. That would be pitiful. So, no matter how he looked at it, the random daughter summon card wasn't the kind of item you could just casually use without thought. Does it have a time limit? Just as Minami was lost in his thoughts, the simulator screen, which had been calm before, suddenly displayed a message. Would you like to spend 50 heartthrob points to view the detailed item description? Yes or no, detailed item description? Minami perked up, then couldn't help but shake his head. As expected, his simulator was the most bizarre thing. To view the detailed description of an item, he had to spend 50 heartthrob points. It was like buying a very complex device without an instruction manual, and then the manufacturer messaging him, saying, "Pay us 50, and we'll send you the manual." But Minami wasn't too concerned. After all, his simulator had always been strange, and this wasn't the first time. Instead of worrying about it, he figured it was better to just pay the points and get the full description. With that in mind, Minami clicked on the yes option. As a ripple-like effect spread across the screen, the detailed description of the random daughter summon card appeared before him. No. Rather than a detailed explanation, it was more like, "Isn't this just 2 extra lines?" Looking at the description that was almost identical to the original, except for 2 additional lines, Minami's mouth twitched. Was this really worth 50 heartthrob points? Feeling like a sucker, Minami shook his head in disbelief but still focused on the 2 new lines of explanation. At least, this time, the simulator didn't try to trick him further. The new annotation was exactly what Minami had been hoping for, an explanation regarding the time limit. The character manifested by this item possesses full memories of the host. The character manifested by this item can appear in the real world for 8 days. The first line was easy to understand. It meant that the daughter manifesting in the real world would remember Minami as her father. There wouldn't be any embarrassing situation where she appeared but didn't recognize him. This put Minami's mind at ease. At least he wouldn't have to waste time explaining himself to his daughter. The second line was even simpler, just as I thought, there's a time limit. Seeing that the manifestation lasted for only 8 days, Minami nodded to himself. 100 heartthrob points per day, totaling 800 for 8 days, just like the usual calculation method of the simulator. Very reasonable. 8 days. That's not too bad. It wasn't that Minami was boasting. When he first arrived in Akita, he did have some experience taking care of children. At that time, since he was new to the area and unfamiliar with his surroundings, plus he had a knack for dealing with kids, he often had the neighbors' young girls help him with chores, cooking meals, and sometimes even give him back massages. To be honest, he was quite popular with those little girls, and sometimes they would even offer him their snacks. Minami would just go along with it, occasionally munching on the snacks they handed over while continuing to learn. So, when it came to taking care of little girls, Minami actually considered himself pretty experienced. Now, all that was left was let's do it. Yes. Since the memory and manifestation time were already explained, and there was no need to worry, there was no reason to hesitate any longer. He could use the random daughter summon card right away. I wonder who will appear. Minami never understood the appeal of gacha-style mobile games and why players became so obsessed with them. But now, at this moment, he could somewhat resonate with those players who enjoy pulling cards. As of now, Minami had 6 daughters. There was Shoji Miyuki, who had a bit of social anxiety, inherited from her mother, Gota Hitori, but was still much better than her mother. Then there was Shoji Yuna, with a bizarre personality just like her mother, Yamada Ryo, even mimicking Ryo and often teasing Minami by pretending to be her mother. Shoji Haruto, on the other hand, was the complete opposite, gentle and elegant, aspiring to be a literary girl. And then there was Shoji Nayuki, the lively and cute one, a complete contrast to Inoue Takina's personality. Next, there was Shoji Mirai, the quirky one who wanted to become an actress and even dreamed of becoming her father's bride, born from the union with Shinjo Akan. Finally, there was Shaojimai, a cold, science-loving introvert who aspired to become a physicist, born from a recent simulation with Futaba. As for the daughters from Nijuka and Kita, their story was never told in the simulation, so Minami couldn't say for sure. After all, it was possible that a son might be born instead. But looking at his 6 daughters so far, why do I feel like they all seem to be a bit clingy? Minami reviewed the happy ending simulation records with each of his daughters. He sat back down. It was undoubtedly a good thing that his daughters liked him. But having too much affection from his daughters, that felt a bit inappropriate. However, never mind. Minami extended his finger and glanced at the simulator's page. With a 1 in 6 chance, plus the possibility of a child from Nijuka and Kita, it became an 8 in 8 chance. As long as he didn't get Shaoji Yuna, who had the most severe father complex, or Shaojimrai, who wanted to marry her father, it would be a success. After all, while his other daughters might also have a slight father complex, none of them had gone as far as Shaojimrai, who outright said she wanted to marry her father, or Shaoji Yuna, who frequently pretended to be her mother to trick him into her room. In any case, as long as it wasn't Shaojimrai or Shaoji Yuna, everything else could be worked with. Even if it were Shaojimrai or Shaoji Yuna, Minami wasn't overly concerned. As mentioned before, he had experience taking care of little girls. Perhaps this could even be an opportunity to help those 2 daughters with father complexes get back on track. With a bit of the hopeful mindset of a gacha player, Minami placed his finger on the simulator's item menu. Would you like to activate the item random daughter summon card for 800 heartthrob points? Yes or no? Yes. Without much hesitation, Minami clicked yes. The next moment, a long ripple spread from the simulator page before him. It was like throwing a stone into a calm lake. The once peaceful simulation screen began to ripple, and the spreading waves intensified. Points and lines began to converge. At the same time, a blinding light flashed, so intense that Minami couldn't help but close his eyes. When Minami opened his eyes again, he found someone standing in front of him. It was a young woman, perhaps in her early 20s. Her face was pale yet healthy, with a pinkish glow, and large, adorable crimson eyes. Her black shoulder-length hair looked neat and sharp. She was probably a college student. She wore a black and white-collared uniform on top, with a deep brown scarf around her neck, and a long skirt on the bottom. She stood there gracefully, with an almost perfect, magnetic smile that seemed to radiate warmth, making others instinctively want to approach her. And this aura. Among all the girls Minami knew, there was only one person who had it. That person was the pink-haired girl with a sunshiny, captivating smile, Shinjo Akan. At this point, the identity of the girl before him was becoming clear. Without a doubt, she was Minami's second daughter. He didn't want to manifest Shinjo Akan's daughter Shaojimrai. And when the girl saw Minami, the calm crimson eyes of hers quickly filled with a passionate intensity that even Minami couldn't handle. Bang! The door was slammed shut. Minami, standing outside, couldn't help but gasp. What the hell? He couldn't help but open the simulator again, double-checking the contents on the screen. After confirming that he had indeed used the random daughter summon card, he muttered, "The content is correct." Minami was completely confused. Why was the daughter older than he was? Are you sure this is my daughter? Why is she older than him? Minami had initially expected to take care of a little girl, maybe around 5 or 6 years old, someone he had experience with. But the moment Shaojimrai manifested, he was completely dumbfounded. What, 5 or 6 years old? Shaojimrai looked like she was already in college. And, of course, to make matters worse, she happened to be a father complex daughter. Minami was already starting to get a headache. It finally dawned on him. While the random daughter summon card said random daughter, it didn't specify an age. In other words, when using this item, the age of the daughter would also be random. She could be a child or an adult. What frustrated him further was that, right now, adult Shaojimrai was in his room, still smiling as she knocked on the door, asking him why he wasn't going inside. Minami had a clear understanding of Shaojimrai's father complex through the simulations. Staying in the same room with her, from every perspective, would be an extremely awkward situation. He had enough reasons to suspect that his daughter might try something on him. Wait, no, she was older now, so it should be his older daughter trying something on the currently Shota Minami. Just thinking about it, Minami's head began to throb again. Chapter 238. Father-daughter relationship. It's been so long since I've had Dad's cooking. It's so delicious. The well-mannered girl quickly devoured the food in front of her while grumbling, I've been eating Mom's cooking since I was little. It's been so long since I've had something so tasty. Why, Daddy? You cook so well. At this point, Mirai was full of complaints, utterly puzzled. Because I was being lazy and didn't want to do it, so I asked Akon to do it. Minami, who was looking at his phone, trying to find a hotel that didn't require ID, casually replied. He didn't care about his image as a father in Mirai's eyes. In fact, the worse his image was in her mind, the better. He wanted her to be disillusioned, reducing her affection for him. He needed to start changing her father complex now. But that's really like Daddy, admitting so decisively and honestly. No wonder that awkward, silly idiotic woman likes Dad. I'll make a note of this. I like Dad even more today, having learned another side of him that others didn't know. With a mischievous smile, Mirai made a note of it on her phone. Minami. Ugh. This heavy father complex. This reverse psychology actually increases your affection for me? As a normal man, Minami really couldn't understand how a father complex worked in someone's mind. And calling your mom like that? But. Silly idiotic woman? Sure, Shinjo-san could sometimes be a bit foolish, easily manipulated. But isn't it a little inappropriate for you, as a daughter, to say that about her? Minami couldn't help but shake his head. But he also knew. Minami wanted to address Mirai's father complex personality. To do so, he decided to shift the topic away from himself. Minami thought for a moment and spoke up. From the looks of it, you must have already entered a university for performing arts, right? Thanks to Dad's help. You've spent so much money on me since I was little, enrolling me in acting courses and even helping me get into a really famous performing arts university in Tokyo. I love you even more, Dad. Hiss. Let's put that aside for now. How's the course going? At home, Dad even helps me write scripts and practices lines with me. Ah, I love you so much, Dad. How are your grades in college? Don't worry, Dad, I won't embarrass you. I got full marks in every subject. Do you like a daughter like me? Is that so? Can't you talk about anything else besides me? Huh? Can't talk about anything else besides Dad. Come to think of it. What else is there to talk about besides Dad? Ugh. Looking at Mirai's face, which seemed to say, there's nothing to talk about except your father. Minami couldn't help but take a deep breath. What kind of father complex does this girl have? She can't go 3 sentences without mentioning him. What on earth did Shinjo Akon teach Mirai at home? Minami seriously doubted that it was Akon's improper education that caused Mirai to end up like this. But at least the person she likes is him. That was the one thing that gave Minami some comfort. At least this meant that Mirai had a great eye for people. She could recognize the merits of someone as perfect as him. Minami, the world's number one. Thinking about it that way, Minami felt much better about the situation. Mainly, I really didn't expect this. Mirai picked up her plates and looked around the room before focusing her gaze on Minami. As she stared at his handsome face, she wore an expression akin to a carnivorous animal eyeing its prey. Although Dad looks so handsome and composed now, with an academic air about him, your younger self wasn't bad either. The current Minami was a far cry from the calm, scholarly figure she remembered, the one always holding a book, reading under the spring sunshine, everything neat and well organized. Now, his eyes were sharp, his expression confident and composed. His short black hair was messy, but there was an inexplicable youthful energy about him. His voice was clear, making Mirai want to hear it over and over again. The most important thing was, this high school student feeling made Mirai, who was even older than Minami, now feel a perverse feeling of a role reversal, like an older sister relying on a younger boy. Mind your words, Mirai. Minami said. Hey, on the contrary, I want to say that with a father like this, I don't think there's any girl who can stay rational, right? Mirai, who had washed her dishes and placed them in the drying rack, plopped down on the chair across from Minami. Mom also told me that Dad was basically a walking succubus in his student days. There was always at least one love letter in his shoe cabinet every week, and on every Valentine's Day, the shoebox would be filled with chocolates. Don't treat me like some character from an R-18 anime. Isn't that the truth? While it's true, it's not nearly as exaggerated as your mother makes it sound. Minami shook his head. What Mirai said was, indeed, true. In the year he had been in this world, he had to clean out a love letter from his shoebox every week. The peak period was during his first year of high school. There were always various girls confessing to him. Some were upperclassmen, and some were underclassmen. There were athletes, art students, and more. But back then, Minami was solely focused on his studies and found love too troublesome, so he rejected every confession, not leaving a single one. Perhaps because he rejected so many, the number of confessions had decreased this semester, and it wasn't as overwhelming as before. As expected of Dad, you were already so popular in your student days. Mirai sighed as she listened to Minami's words. Although there were boys who confessed to her during her time, it was nowhere near the level of Minami's popularity. "How could I be your father if I wasn't this exceptional?" Minami replied, casting a sideways glance at Mirai, his tone full of confidence. Ugh, caught off guard by Minami's retort, Mirai was momentarily speechless. It was mostly because of the extremely confident way he spoke. However, Mirai quickly recovered and smiled cheerfully. "Hey. This slightly narcissistic feeling is exactly like the father I remember. It's just the truth, not narcissism." Minami corrected her, then put his phone down. As expected, he still couldn't find a hotel that allowed check-ins without ID. And frankly speaking, even if there were such shady hotels, Minami would never let Mirai stay in one. After all, she was a girl. This was quite a tricky situation. Minami shook his head, considering other options. Just as Minami was deep in thought about how to arrange accommodation for Mirai, having surveyed the surroundings, suddenly spoke up, "Hey. Isn't his the starry performance hall of Nodoka Mama and Aunt Sika?" Minami was surprised upon hearing her words. "How do you know about Nodoka and Sika? And you even call Nodoka Mama?" Minami asked immediately. It wasn't surprising that Minami asked this. The key was that in the simulated timeline of Shinjo Akon, since Minami had focused all his attention on Akon, his relationship with the band was only at a good relationship level, just good friends at best. In the simulation, there was no memory or scene where Mirai referred to Nodoka as Mama. The only person Mirai should have known was Rika. So why did she seem so familiar with Nodoka and Sika? Minami felt something was off. He had a faint feeling that, while Mirai was still his daughter, she might be from a simulation route he wasn't aware of. Perhaps it was a route where he married both Shinjo Akon and the members of the band. This was a question Minami had to get to the bottom of. So he directly asked. What Mirai said next confirmed his suspicions. "Don't you know, Dad? In the future, not only did you marry Mom, but also Ryo Mama, Kita Mama, Nodoka Mama, and Hitori Mama." It seemed that Mirai realized Minami was serious, and she stopped being mischievous from the moment she sat down, patiently explaining to him, "At least, that's how it is in my future." After listening to Mirai, Minami pondered for a moment. It seemed that the random daughter summon card was no longer just about randomly generating an age or a daughter. This item could even randomly summon daughters from different futures or simulation routes. Well, that's really... Minami lowered his hand. The future is always changing. It was natural for the random daughter summon card to have such an effect. But besides that... Minami raised his head. "Mirai, since you've came to this time, do you have anything you want to say to me? Or do you have a request?" Indeed. Minami clearly remembered the note on the random daughter summon card. Activate the item with 800 heart points, and you will hear their request. As a father, should you fulfill their request? Just from that line of text, it was clear that the Mirai from this time must have some kind of request for him to fulfill. Minami's instincts told him that these requests were something he would have to fulfill. "I certainly have a request." Mirai's words instantly energized her. Without hesitation, she raised her finger. "From now on, Dad, you have to treat me like you treat Mom. After all, we're father and daughter, so it's fine to sleep together, right? Anything a daughter says is absolute. A daughter is everything. Dad, you have to always be concerned about my physical and health well-being. Only then will I grow strong." She became more and more excited as she spoke. "Similarly, it's fine if you love me like you love Mom. Anything Mom can't give you, I'm okay with giving you." "Sorry. Dad, I got too carried away." As Mirai rambled on, she quickly realized the expression on her father's face. He didn't speak. He just looked at her with a calm expression. It was a completely emotionless expression. But just that expression, just looking at it, made Mirai feel a chilling sense of fear. It was as if Prey had encountered a top-tier predator. A feeling of fear seeped from the depths of her heart. If she kept speaking, she might end up getting hit. This was what Mirai's sixth sense was telling her. So scary. Swallowing hard, just feeling Minami's gaze upon her, Mirai couldn't help but lower her head, no longer daring to continue speaking. As expected, whether it was the future Minami or the current Minami, neither was someone she, as his daughter, could provoke. Fortunately, her father did not continue staring at her. Once he saw that she had put away her nonchalant attitude, he shifted his gaze away and then spoke. "I'm not asking about my attitude toward you, I'm asking if you have any regrets, or requests that you want me to fulfill." "Regrets? Or requests?" Mirai blinked her crimson eyes. At first, she didn't quite understand what Minami was referring to. But soon, her expression brightened as if she had figured it out. "Now that you mention it, there is one. But it's not my regret, it's Mom's." "Oh?" Minami's attention was piqued. It seemed that his guess had been right. Mirai's appearance in this time indeed had a reason behind it. In that case, Minami didn't hesitate, looking directly at Mirai and asking, "Does Akon have any regrets?" Mirai thought for a moment, then picked up her cup and looked up. "Father should know a person named Karasawa Yuka, right?" Minami. Of course, Minami remembered Karasawa Yuka. In Shinjo Akon's simulation route, Karasawa Yuka was an unavoidable figure. According to what Shinjo Akon had told him in the simulation, Karasawa Yuka was the Shinjo family's maid. When Shinjo Akon was young, her parents didn't like her, so they entrusted her care to the maid, Karasawa Yuka. It was thanks to Karasawa Yuka's care that Shinjo Akon, who should have grown up very twisted, was able to walk a normal path. Similarly, Karasawa Yuka was the only person Shinjo Akon truly cared about in the Shinjo family. However, in the simulation route, Minami only learned about Karasawa Yuka from Shinjo Akon, who was also entering her third year of high school. Although he wanted to meet her in person, he never had the chance. Until the simulation ended. Karasawa Yuka remained a mystery to Minami. The current date is April 7, 2023. Mirai glanced at the time and then spoke to Minami with certainty. "This is exactly the time when Aunt Yuka is hospitalized for treatment." Chapter 239, "This child is my daughter." Listening to his daughter's explanation, Minami gradually began to understand the situation. It turned out that it wasn't that Shinjo Akon didn't want to introduce Karasawa Yuka to him, but in the simulation, by the time their relationship had progressed to the point where they were boyfriend and girlfriend, Karasawa Yuka had already passed away due to her own illness. It wasn't that they didn't want to meet. There simply was no chance to meet. This also explained why Karasawa Yuka, who was the most important person in Shinjo Akon's life, didn't attend the wedding between Minami and Shinjo Akon. And after that, Minami never heard Shinjo Akon mention Karasawa Yuka again. For that girl, who always wore a mask and forced a smile, it must have been painful. Karasawa Yuka's passing must have been a regret in her heart that she could never erase for the rest of her life. And it was precisely because of that regret that she didn't tell Minami about it. She didn't want to burden him with more sorrow. After all, the dead cannot return to life. Thinking of this, Minami let out a sigh. The cheerful and sunny pink-haired girl, who always wore a bright smile like a mask, unexpectedly had such a considerate side. But it was exactly because her acting was too perfect that even the simulated Minami didn't notice the change in her emotional state. "I only found out about Aunt Yuka from reading my mama's diary once in a while." Mirai cleared her throat awkwardly. She definitely didn't want to admit to Minami that she had sneakily read her mother's old diary in an attempt to figure out his likes and hobbies. But since she'd already said this much, she didn't hide anything further and shared everything she knew. It seems that her heart problems were caused by the accumulated fatigue from working as a maid for so many years. Minami. Minami exhaled slowly. No wonder, when he had seen Akon Shinjo recently, although she clearly looked happy, beneath that happiness, there was a subtle undercurrent of unease. So this was the reason. Minami murmured. Because she didn't want him to worry, she had kept Karasawa Yuka's situation a secret. That was just like Akon. Thinking about it, Minami couldn't help but sigh in relief. Thankfully, the daughter who manifested in reality this time was Mirai. If it had been one of his other daughters, he probably wouldn't have known that Akon was hiding something so important from him. As this thought crossed his mind, Minami reached out and gently placed his hand on Mirai's head, stroking her hair while she looked at him in surprise. "Not bad, not bad. This time, I really owe you one, Mirai." Minami thanked her sincerely. Don't treat me like a kid. Dad, I'm already 21, you know." Mirai's face turned bright red, and she really wanted to turn her head away. But Minami's hand, as if it had some kind of magical power, made it impossible for her to resist, so all she could do was protest softly. Minami didn't care about his daughter's protests. He always did whatever he wanted. And judging from Mirai's expression, this mischievous daughter wasn't all that opposed to it anyway. After stroking her head for a while and feeling that it was enough, Minami finally let go, turning his thoughts back to Karasawa Yuka's situation. According to his daughter, Karasawa Yuka was currently hospitalized at Tokyo General Medical Hospital, a well-known hospital in Tokyo specializing in the treatment of heart conditions. Minami recalled that Tokyo General Medical Hospital had a reputation as one of Tokyo's most prestigious hospitals. It was likely that Akon had appealed to her parents to make this possible. Otherwise, given Karasawa Yuka's circumstances, there was no way she could afford such a high-level hospital. This won't be easy. Though he had the convenience of a universal recovery pill in his possession, and he currently had exactly 900 heartthrob points, enough to exchange for one pill as one of the most reputable hospitals in Tokyo, Tokyo General Medical Hospital had very strict admission and visitor policies. Without a registered visit permit, even Minami couldn't get in just like that. However, it's tough, but not impossible. If I ask Ryo for help, Thinking that far, Minami shook his head with a sigh. Why does this feel like another Yamada-san, please save me moment again? Exactly. In the simulation, Minami had also turned to Ryo Yamada for help. Not just in the simulation, even in real life, the Tokyo Red Cross support for the Laiko Reka orphanage had been secured thanks to Yamada-san's help. This really isn't good. It felt like he was mooching off Yamada-san's generosity. Minami sighed inwardly. But still. When it came to hospital matters, asking Yamada-san, a prestigious young lady from a family running a private hospital, was, without a doubt, the easiest route. Minami shook his head, but in the end, he made up his mind. Even if it felt like he was shamelessly relying on others, he still decided to ask Yamada-san for help. At the very least, he wanted her assistance in getting a limited-time visitor pass to the inpatient department at Tokyo General Medical Hospital. As long as he could get the universal cure to Karasawa Yuka and have her take it, that would be considered a success. Having made up his mind, Minami decided to go find Ryo Yamada and talk things over with her in a bit. But before he could even stand up, Mirai suddenly let out an excited voice. Come to think of it, what do Nojika Mama and Ryo Mama look like right now? I'm really curious. Indeed, Mirai was full of curiosity. Although she'd been summoned here for some unknown reason. Perhaps due to the Shaoji family's unique strong heart genes, Mirai didn't seem too bothered by it. On the contrary, the chance to meet her father during his high school days, as well as Nojika and Ryo Yamada, made her vaguely excited. After all, this kind of situation was extremely rare, practically unheard of. Minami. Looking his daughter up and down, Minami didn't feel the need to hide anything. After all, her desire to meet Nojika and Ryo wasn't any different from his own desire to meet his daughter from the future. As her father, there was no way he could deny her such a small request. Nojika's probably downstairs with Ryo sorting out the equipment. It was already past 10 p.m., and the performance at the Starry Hall had basically wrapped up. Since Hitori Gota and Ikuyo Kita had to catch their trains, they already left by now. Only Nojika Ijichi and Ryo Yamada, who lived nearby in the Shimokitazawa area, stayed behind to handle the post-show cleanup and equipment. I'm going to take a look. Clearly more and more excited, Mirai couldn't contain herself and stood up. However, meeting them is fine, but I'm telling you, don't mess around. Minami added deliberately. Meeting them was no problem, but he still needed to give her a proper warning. After all, Mirai was his daughter from the future. If Ryo or Nojika sensed something was off. Or worse, if Mirai's identity got exposed, it would be a huge problem. At his words, Mirai puffed up her cheeks and stretched her words in mock protest. Dad, how old do you think I am? I'm already 21, okay? Hugging her well-developed chest just like her mother, Akon Shinjo, Mirai dismissed her father's concern. I'm 21, I'm in university. Not some little kid who needs you hovering over me 24 out of 7. I know what I'm doing. You're overthinking it. Yeah, that's true. Minami gave her another once-over. Wearing a black dress with white trim and a mid-length skirt, the beautiful young woman's face was even more refined and mature than her mother's. He had to admit he was being a bit overprotective. She was already 21, surely she wasn't that immature. He nodded slightly, silently accepting her reasoning. And then Nojika Mama. Ryo Mama. I missed you so much. Watching his daughter taller than Ryo Yamada throw herself at the stunned Nojika and expressionless Ryo Yamada, pulling them into a tight hug, Minami fell into silence. He took it back. He was too naive. 21-year-old Miss Mirai was nowhere near as mature as she claimed. He honestly couldn't understand it. Someone who acted like that had the audacity to say she knew her limits and wasn't childish at all? Where did she get the nerve? She didn't inherit any of his good traits, just the overconfidence and shamelessness, huh? Looking at the utterly bewildered expressions of Nojika Ijichi and Ryo Yamada, Minami felt a sharp toothache coming on. He even had the urge to grab Mirai right now, bend her over, and give her a solid spanking with a cane. But now wasn't the time for that. With a sigh full of disbelief, Minami stepped forward. The ones even more confused than him, without a doubt, were Nojika Ijichi and Ryo Yamada, who had just finished cleaning up the stage. The two of them had just wrapped up their work. Before they could even sit down and rest, they suddenly heard Nojika Mama. Ryo Mama. And then out of nowhere, a girl ran up and hugged them both tightly. What? What the hell was going on? Having never experienced anything like this before, Nojika Ijichi was completely frozen, letting herself be hugged for over 10 seconds before she finally came to her senses. Excuse me, miss. Who are you? She couldn't help but ask instinctively. It's me. It's me. I'm Rai. Don't you recognize me, Nojika Mama? You used to take care of me when I was little. Huh? Ijichi. Nojika opened her mouth slightly, her expression shifting from confusion to sheer bewilderment. No. What was this person even saying? Mama? What mama? She looked like she was in her 20s, right? I raised you since you were little? What on earth was she talking about? Ecchi Nodoka was convinced she'd just run into a complete weirdo, and she was about to say something but the usually expressionless Yamada Ryo, who was also being hugged, cut her off. Nodoka, is this some relative of yours? She tilted her head, asking calmly. I don't have a relative who randomly rushes up and calls me mama, okay? Annoyed by her troll of a bassist, Nodoka instantly denied it. Then why is she calling you mama? How should I know? And didn't she call you mama too? Why can't she be your relative? I don't have relatives this weird. So what, you're saying my family has weirdos like this, Ryo? Yeah. Crack, crack, crack. Ecchi Nodoka clenched her fists tightly, really tempted to hit Yamada Ryo with a joint lock to show her what happens when you say stupid stuff out loud. But right now, that wasn't the priority. They had to deal with the problem at hand first. Ecchi Nodoka had no interest in bickering with her chaotic bassist. She was just about to question the girl who claimed to be her daughter, but then Ryo mama, you forgot to? Stop saying weird things. Yamada Ryo frowned. Don't think saying sweet things will make me acknowledge you. Still expressionless, Yamada Ryo continued, I'm not as easy to fool as Nodoka. You told me to listen to your bass compilation, saying it was music that could shake the world. You said someday you'd use that compilation to hit #1 on Billboard, the most prestigious singles chart in the Western pop music scene. You said you'd make bank and live a luxury life where you'd sell each bass guitar the moment you used it. You also said your goal was to perform at Glastonbury, the biggest music festival in the world. Were those all lies? Yamada Ryo. Without saying a word, Yamada Ryo turned to look at Ecchi Nodoka. She reached out and gently patted Mirai's head, then nodded seriously. This kid is definitely my daughter. Ecchi Nodoka. Should she be impressed? Leave it to Miss Yamada to betray her without a shred of hesitation when it counted. Her shame tolerance and moral standards were clearly way below average. Just as Nodoka was about to speak, a voice rang out from beside them, followed by a sudden force pulling the girl who was hugging them away. Sorry, I actually do know this one. Minami. Seeing Minami appear out of nowhere, Ecchi Nodoka instinctively let out a sigh of relief. Compared to that unreliable bassist with zero shame, Minami showing up felt like being rescued by an ally. Minami. Who is she? Oh, she's a distant relative of mine. Same last name, Shaoji. Her name is Mirai. With an apologetic smile, Minami quickly covered Mirai's mouth as he explained, she's been in Tokyo for university for a while now, and while visiting me, she happened to hear your band's performance and instantly became a huge fan. But she just called me, remembering how Mirai had called her mama repeatedly. Nodoka began hesitantly. Let's chalk it up to being a superfan. Mama fans and dad fans are pretty common these days, right? Minami chuckled, easily giving an explanation as he kept Mirai's mouth firmly covered. Having witnessed firsthand just how unreliable his daughter could be, he had decided to revoke her speaking privileges effective immediately. Chapter 240, Minami, whose daughter is this? Minami revoked Mirai's speaking rights. This rebellious daughter needed to be silenced and instead chose to talk directly with Nodoka and Ryo. Thanks to his exceptional social skills, the awkward topic of Mirai recklessly shouting mama was skillfully glossed over. At the very least, Nodoka no longer cared. In fact, she even smiled and greeted Mirai. But that's all it was, a simple greeting. This sudden outburst of affection from a so-called daughter fan who jumped out of nowhere and hugged her, calling her Nodoka mama, was a bit too intense for a 17-year-old girl to handle. While Nodoka wasn't particularly bothered anymore, Yamada Ryo, on the other hand, had been silently staring at Mirai, saying nothing. Unlike Nodoka's tolerance and gentleness, Ryo had a very different take on the newly arrived Mirai. More accurately, Yamada Ryo was suspicious. For the average person, after hearing Minami's explanation and seeing that Mirai was clearly older than them, they'd probably drop the matter entirely. But Yamada Ryo was no average person. When something piqued her interest, she pursued it with relentless determination. Sure, you could explain Mirai calling her Ryo mama as just being a daughter fan or something like that. That would make sense. But when Mirai called her mama, the way she said it, that pleading tone only a daughter would use when asking for affection, was unmistakably genuine. It truly felt like she was her real daughter. Of course, that wasn't the only reason Ryo was suspicious. She also vividly remembered what Mirai had said when she first hugged her. The bass music collection reaching #1 on Billboard, and the goal of performing at Glastonbury Festival, the world's largest music festival. These two goals were secrets Ryo had never told anyone, not even Minami. Yet Mirai had exposed all her innermost ambitions in a single meeting. This made Ryo question the relationship between Minami and Mirai even more. And if you looked closely, it was easy to see the similarities between the two. The gentle features. The particularly clear, Pure eyes. And that strange, reassuring feeling when they smiled. Yamato Ryo's suspicion deepened. She was seriously starting to believe that Mirai was truly Minami's daughter. But if that were true, then another major problem arose. The issue of age. Minami, like her, was a 17-year-old high school junior. Yet Mirai, judging by her appearance and style, was clearly in her early 20s, a college student at the very least. How could a 17-year-old Minami possibly have a 20-something daughter? It was impossible. However, I don't care about that. Expressionless, Yamato Ryo muttered to herself. She continued to embrace her typical carefree, self-centered attitude, unconcerned with others' opinions or how they might judge her. She didn't make mistakes. Even if her conclusions went against common sense, the world was wrong. Not her. That was how Yamato Ryo operated. Mirai was Minami's daughter. Yamato Ryo ultimately arrived at that conclusion. After all, having spent so much time with Minami, she begun to sense that Minami might possess some sort of supernatural ability. Given that, Yamato Ryo cupped her chin, looking at Mirai and the smiling Minami, silently coming to a decision. Meanwhile, elsewhere, it's already this late? Chatting pleasantly with Minami, Nodoka glanced at her phone and let out a surprised exclamation. It was already 11 p.m. Although her house was right next to the Starry Live house and she didn't need to worry about catching the last train, it was still quite late for a girl her age. It's already this late. Minami-kun, Ryo, and Mirai-san. I'll be heading out now. Minami-kun, could I trouble you to lock up Starry for me? Of course. Ever since Minami had moved into Starry, he was usually the one to lock up at night. Alright then, I'll take my leave first. Ryo, hurry home too. Mirai-san, Minami-kun, you two should rest early as well. Standing up, Nodoka gave another friendly farewell to Yamato Ryo and Mirai, then turned and left. Nodoka was gone. She really didn't look back even once. While she could leave without any worries, Minami couldn't do as she said and rest early. Because aside from needing to sleep himself, he had to think of a place for Shoji Mirai to stay. That's right. As someone from the future, Mirai's driver's license, university student ID, and other documents had all been seen by Minami. Those documents, marked with the date 2052, simply couldn't be used in this era. If shown to a hotel or innkeeper, they'd definitely think Minami and Mirai were playing a prank on them. In other words, relying on Mirai's documents to stay somewhere was basically impossible. She was essentially an unregistered citizen with no legal identity. Minami looked at his simulator and sighed in frustration. Back in his hometown, he often read fanfics about traveling to different worlds. In those stories, the system always prepared a suitable identity for the protagonist and their companions. But his own system? Utterly useless. It just brought people over and didn't care at all about their food, clothing, or shelter. Simulator-chan. You're seriously so irresponsible. Minami couldn't help but poke the simulator's interface with his finger. No valid ID. No help from the simulator. Even with money, it would be hard to find a place to stay outside. He couldn't just send his own daughter to sleep at a net cafe for the night, right? Sure, Japanese net cafes had manga, self-service drinks, and even food delivery options. But a net cafe was still a net cafe. No matter how well packaged it was, those places were frequented by runaways, rebellious youths, and homeless people. Letting his daughters spend a night in such a chaotic place? Minami was absolutely not okay with that. So, even if he was reluctant, Minami figured he'd have to share a room with Mirai tonight. But, as he thought about this, he glanced at Mirai beside him. She seemed to realize something too, gazing at him with an extremely eager and cheerful expression. That delicate face, which had inherited all the best features of the Shoji and Shinjo families, faintly showed traces of excitement. If it were another daughter, Minami probably wouldn't care this much or be so conflicted. Just one room, whatever, their father and daughter. But this one. Mirai was a father-daughter relationship enjoyer. And the kind that had been obsessed with her dad since childhood. Sharing a room with someone like her. Minami had every reason to worry about his chastity. Just as he was thinking this, Mirai, as if reading his thoughts, cleared her throat and said, "Dad." "Minami-kun, you see?" Nodoka said it herself. "Shouldn't we head to bed soon too?" As she spoke, she hid all the eagerness and excitement on her face. Her righteous and proper appearance made it seem like she simply wanted to sleep because it was late. But no matter how well she hid it, she couldn't fool Minami. Her breaths came heavy, almost feverish, each exhale tinged with a heat that betrayed her. And her gaze fixed on him was wrong, dangerously so. Her eyes shimmered, pupils dilated into something unnervingly like hearts, pulsing with a forbidden hunger. Nope. Absolutely not. If he stayed in the same room with her, something weird was definitely going to happen. Minami frowned. If worse came to worst, he'd go sleep at a net cafe. No way was he going to let this rebellious daughter succeed. Just as he was about to speak, "Mirai can stay at my house," Yamada Ryo said lazily and elegantly, fingers interlaced, amber eyes blinking. The tear mole beneath her deep blue hair gave off a faint charm. Her words stunned Mirai, who was just about to succeed in her plan. She never expected. At a moment when her cooked duck was already on the plate and ready to eat, it suddenly flew away. Yamada Ryo actually butted in. Mirai opened her mouth, unable to hold back anymore. Wait a second, Ryo-ma. Ryo-san, we've only known each other for less than half an hour, right? Isn't it a bit inappropriate for me to just go stay at your place? She was just being honest. It had only been about half an hour since Mirai came downstairs and met Yamada Ryo. From a normal person's point of view, no one would ever invite someone they just met to their home like that. It's like meeting a runaway high school girl on the street, and instead of calling the police, you just bring her home. Who does that? But clearly, Yamada-san wasn't a normal person. After hearing what Mirai said, she casually raised her head and replied, "Doesn't matter. You're my daughter too, right?" The moment those words came out, Mirai, who had just been ready to keep arguing, completely froze. But that moment of silence didn't last long. Mirai quickly tapped into her acting major instincts, forced a calm smile, and lowered her tone to sound more convincing. "Ryo-san, what are you talking about? I already explained earlier, I'm just a fan of the Kasoka band." Her expression was serious, her tone clear, and she looked Yamada Ryo straight in the eyes. Anyone else would probably have believed that she was telling the truth. "However, Minami, she's our daughter, right?" Yamada Ryo ignored Mirai's words and, completely doing her own thing, turned to Minami. "Yeah. She is. For certain reasons, she came to this world." Seeing the seriousness in Yamada Ryo's expression, Minami decided not to hide it anymore and just came clean. It's true they couldn't tell just anyone about this situation. But Yamada-san and the absent Chisato Nishikigi were exceptions. Even if he told them about it, they'd probably just think it was fun and not worry about the rest. So facing Yamada Ryo, there was really no need to keep hiding Mirai's identity. "Dad." As soon as Minami admitted it, Mirai couldn't hold it in anymore. Her soft pink lips parted, her eyes widened in protest. "How could you tell Ryo-mama about this? Didn't you tell me to keep it a secret?" Mirai really shouldn't have brought that up. Because the moment she did, Minami got annoyed. He reached out and poked her forehead. "I did tell you to keep it a secret, but did you? Weren't you the one who started blabbering about your identity to Ryo and Najuka first?" He shook his head in exasperation. "And now you're blaming me?" But Mirai looked left at Minami. Then looked right at Yamada Ryo with her amber eyes. Both of them were way younger than her, yet she couldn't muster any will to resist and could only let out a defeated duck. Before falling silent. Seeing her give up, Yamada Ryo leaned in and asked curiously, "Minami, whose kid is she?" Just from looking at Mirai's eyes and how she spoke, Yamada Ryo could tell. This girl wasn't her and Minami's child. But that didn't mean Yamada Ryo disliked her. Even if Mirai was the child of some rival, the child herself was innocent. Yamada-san prided herself on her broad-mindedness and was willing to accept and love Mirai. "She's mine and Akon's kid." Minami didn't hide it and answered directly. "Oh, so she's that pinkish and purple-haired woman's daughter." Yamada Ryo immediately recalled Shinjo Akon, whom she had met once during the cultural festival. Now that she thought about it, Mirai's shoulder-length hair and crimson eyes did bear a striking resemblance to Shinjo Akon. And on top of that, Mirai called her Ryo-mama. This caused an unusual flicker of interest to rise on Ryo's usually expressionless face. So that means, in the future, Minami's already gone down the multi-route? How many people is he with? This clearly wasn't a question for Minami Shaoji, but rather directed at Mirai. "Papa. In the future, he married all of Kasoka Band and Mama together. No choice." Mirai could only tell the truth. All of Kasoka Band. And Shinjo Akon too. Hearing this, Yamada Ryo's calm face grew more curious. Feeling the shift in her mood, Mirai couldn't help but whisper, Ryo-mama, aren't you bothered? That Papa has a harem in the future. Right? Don't girls usually want their boyfriends to have fewer partners? So why did Ryo seem completely unconcerned and even interested? Mirai was baffled. But under her confused gaze, Ryo calmly responded, "Why would I be? I'm in it. That's enough." She said it simply. Chapter 241, The Boy Who Bewitched Her. Completely in the end, it was Yamada Ryo who took Mirai away. In Ryo's words, Mirai's expression didn't look quite right. That wasn't a daughter's gaze toward her father. "I can't let you live with him," she declared, and promptly took Mirai by the hand and led her away. Though Mirai tried to resist in every way, even pulling the "if you take me there so suddenly," Grandpa and Grandma Yamada will be upset. Card to stall. It didn't work. Ryo forcefully dragged her along. In truth, Ryo didn't need to worry about her parents being upset. To the Yamada parents, who doted on their daughter endlessly even if Ryo just sat at home doing nothing, those two would gladly shut down their hospital for a day just to take care of her. Original storyline. They'd even come up with reasons to spoil her, like even though nothing special happened today, let's go to Jojo-an, a famous upscale BBQ restaurant in Japan, to celebrate Ryo-chan being so adorable. As for bringing home a university-aged girl to live with them, that kind of thing wouldn't even register as an issue for them. You could say Mirai didn't really understand the Yamadas yet. So, in the end, my daughter's lodging is sorted. Though I did rely on Ryo again. Minami sighed. Ideally, he should have gone to Shinjo-san, Mirai's biological mother. But right now, Shinjo was likely still in a mess over Karasawa Yuka's situation. So Minami hadn't held out much hope. He looked up at the clock. After all the chaos just now, time had slipped from 11:00 to 11:30. Even someone like Minami, after everything that had happened today, felt a bit drained. He cleaned up quickly, did his nightly routine, then slipped into bed. Turning off the lights, he glanced at Tokyo's night skyline through the window. He muttered softly, "Don't forget the task I gave you, Mirai." Letting Mirai stay at Yamada's was one thing. But he hadn't forgotten to ask her to get a visitor's pass for the Tokyo General Medical Hospital's inpatient wing from Ryo. After all, resolving Karasawa Yuka's case was a top priority. If there was a regret he could fix, he wouldn't allow inaction to let that regret become real. But for now, time to rest. He needed to conserve energy for tomorrow. That meant a full night's sleep. With that in mind, Minami slowly closed his eyes. The next morning, as usual, he woke up following his daily routine. Pulling on his tracksuit, he stepped out of the Starry Live house and began his morning workout. You had to admit Shimokitazawa lived up to its name as a trend-setting street for youth, on par with Akihabara. Even early in the morning, you could still see plenty of young people walking the streets. Some were university students from around Shimokitazawa. Judging by their state, they had just finished a night of partying, leaning against utility poles and vomiting after drinking all night. Others were shop owners from the streets of Shimokitazawa, out early to restock. After exchanging morning greetings, they quickly headed off while talking on their phones. It was just morning, yet Shimokitazawa was already pulsing with life, vibrant, like a beating heart. Minami wasn't particularly concerned about these scenes. He simply regulated his breathing and began his morning run at his own pace. Ever since his fitness stat hit 8, his daily running distance had nearly doubled. Running a full loop around Shimokitazawa wasn't enough. Minami deliberately took longer routes. As the simulator chimed with the prompt, "Your fitness stat has slightly increased. Current fitness stat, 8, Minami returned to the ground floor of the Starry Live house. During this time, some curious female university students from the area tried to strike up a conversation with the early morning runner, but Minami politely turned them down. After a quick shower and preparing breakfast, the sleep-deprived Hirokikuri arrived, having just finished a late-night performance. Minami had thoughtfully prepared a revitalizing breakfast for her. Once she was done and asked to use his bathroom again, he unceremoniously kicked the purple-haired older woman out the door. Adjusting himself to peak condition, Minami set off for the train station and headed to Shuka High School. Facing all the envious stares without batting an eye, he breezed through the monthly mini-test at Shuka High. Then, pulling out his phone, Minami sent a line message to Mirai. "Tokyo's #1 pretty boy, how's it going?" Message sent. Now to wait. Though Mirai's phone was a product from the future, it worked fine in the present world. It made little scientific sense, but Minami didn't dwell on it. After all, phones evolved rapidly even now, let alone one from the simulated future. After about 3 to 4 minutes, with a ding-dong, he got a reply from Mirai. "Dreaming of being Japan's top actress?" Mirai, "No problem. I've told her your mama everything, and she's willing to help. Dreaming of being Japan's top actress?" Mirai, "She just spoke to Grandpa Yamada. He knows someone in charge at Tokyo General Medical Hospital. Getting an inpatient visitor's pass won't be a problem, phew." Seeing Mirai's response, Minami let out a small sigh of relief. So Yamada Ryo's father really had connections beyond imagination. Even knew someone at Tokyo General Medical Hospital. As expected of someone who runs a private hospital in Tokyo. Aside from being a doting father, Mr. Yamada was truly a successful man. "All right. The visitor's pass is sorted for now." Minami quickly replied to his daughter, then stood up. With the visitor's pass handled, Shinjo-akan's situation still nagged at him. Better go check on things. Thinking this, Minami headed to Shinjo-akan's classroom. However, Shinjo-san didn't come to school today. Hearing this from her classmate, Minami raised an eyebrow, slightly surprised. He knew Akan well. She, like him, was not one to skip school. Especially not on a day with Shuka High's mini-test, which affected the academic rankings. There's no way she'd miss school. That left only one possibility. Things with Garasawa Yuka must be worse than expected. Minami looked up and murmured to himself. Just as Minami had suspected, Karasawa Yuka, lying in her hospital bed, was indeed in poor condition. After 2 months of hospitalization, both her mental and physical health were deteriorating irreversibly. Her complexion had changed from pale to a waxy yellow. Looking at her sitting by the bedside, Minami understood. This was the result of chronic illness caused by overwork in the Shinjo household, where she had taken care of young Shinjo Akane. But she never regretted it. On the contrary, even without a daughter of her own, simply watching Akane grow up, seeing her mature, bloom, and become the graceful, intelligent young woman she was now, Karasawa Yuka truly felt content. That's why she never blamed or resented Akane. "What about your test? Is it okay, Akane?" she asked gently, leaning against the bed with a warm smile. "It's fine." Shinjo Akane shook her head, then waved her hand dismissively, smiling brightly. "Honestly, being first or second in our grade doesn't matter to me at all. I know what I'm capable of, so there's no need to worry, Aunt Yuka." It was a lie. Karasawa Yuka knew it well. Akane had always had this habit when lying. First, she'd shake her head, then wave her hand, and finally smile as if she didn't care. That sequence of denial only Yuka could read it. She held Akane's hand tightly. "Don't push yourself, Akane. It's my fault. Let's not talk about this, Aunt Yuka." Akane clasped her hand in return. She did want to take that test. Because each time she took an exam, she wanted to see her name next to Minami's in the grade rankings. But now, Karasawa Yuka's health was declining. "You always looked after me. Now it's my turn to support you." Holding the hand of the woman who had raised her, Akane offered gentle comfort. "Okay." Yuka smiled and turned her gaze toward the small garden outside the impatient ward window. Winter had silently arrived. The once lush trees were now bare and unsightly. Just like her own life, flickering at its final moments. A wave of sadness and reluctance washed over her heart. Not because her life was ending, but because she would no longer be able to see the girl she raised smile again. To never see her face again. Just the thought of it filled her with deep sorrow. But her body was already at its limit. There was no point in letting this fading life hold back Akane's future. With that thought, she turned her head to the girl beside her, carefully peeling an apple. She smiled gently and said, "It's been a while since you mentioned that boy. Want to hear about Minami-kun?" Akane set down the apple. A blush graced her porcelain face, a radiant, girlish smile blooming. "Minami-kun came to see me again yesterday. Said he found a new place to live and wanted to return the 100,000 yen I gave him. I told him he didn't need to return it and to just use it, but he's strangely stubborn about these things. Honestly, just accept my help already. It's only 100,000 yen. She chattered endlessly, seemingly complaining, but her tone was filled with warmth as she spoke about Minami. Yuka listened intently. Minami, the name Akane had often mentioned since Yuka's hospitalization. At first with annoyance, then admiration. Now, even the mention of his name brought a shy smile to Akane's face. Yuka became deeply interested in this boy she had never met. She had worried about Akane's high school life, no real friends. Always smiling as a mask, never truly connecting with anyone. Such a hollow life. Like this sterile, white hospital room. Yet Minami was like a ray of light piercing her isolation. He had brought life to the heart of the girl once numbed by her parents' neglect. Now, Akane would animatedly talk about his every move at school, his consistent first-place rank in exams. Even the way he walked or looked at people would make her heart flutter. Yuka had never seen Akane speak about someone this way. She had expected Akane's interest to fade over time. Instead, her feelings for Minami only deepened, her eyes now locked onto him. This must be love. The girl she had raised, once closed off, had opened her heart because of someone else. Yuka felt both relief and admiration. And her curiosity about this boy only grew. A handsome young man, from a humble background, yet top of the prestigious Shuka High School. Book-loving, always seen with a paperback, giving off a refined, literary air. Willing to help Akane without complaint, with a slight mischievous streak. Piecing together these details, she imagined all sorts of versions of this boy. But Akane had never said a single bad word about him. Each time she spoke of him, she wore a dreamy, almost childlike look. Yuka knew Akane was completely under the spell of Minami. Love had ensnared the girl who once showed no interest in anyone. And this made Yuka all the more curious. Just what kind of boy could captivate her daughters so completely?